Hokage My chat group spans history. Chapter 1 How dare you say you are the protagonist if you have never been the tail end of a crane? The first place in this assessment is... Domino Irika deliberately lengthened his voice. Uchiha Sasuke. What responded to him was Uchiha Sasuke's trademark indifference. His arms were gently folded across his chest, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, as if everything had been expected. Snort. This humming made Harano Sakura, a loyal fan of Sasuke, almost jump with excitement. Ah! As expected of Sasuke, he's so awesome. So handsome Sasuke. Her screams were filled with endless admiration, and her face flushed with excitement. Ah Ino pig, did you hear that? Sasuke took first place. Harano Sakura pulled Ino next to her excitedly. I know, don't you bother me? I'm so childish. Ino pulled away Sakura's hand with a look of disgust. When she was little, she also thought Sasuke was handsome, but now that she has grown up, she is not so attracted to Sasuke. Besides, there is someone much more interesting than Sasuke. Second place is... Third place is... Domino Irika's voice sounded again, and he continuously reported the next rankings. Finally, with some helplessness, he announced the results of the last two. 32, Shinomiya Yu. 33, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto listened intently, and his heart tightened with every announcement of the ranking. When the rankings were settled, Naruto had an exaggerated expression on his face. Ah! Yu, your ranking is actually higher than mine. Before the assessment, he made a casual bet with Shinomiya Yu. The loser has to treat the winner to a meal of Ichiraku ramen. Ah! I have to lose another meal of Ichiraku ramen to you. His eyes drifted unconsciously to the small frog wallet full of coins beside him, which contained very little change. However, Naruto is a guy who sticks to his word, and he will never break his promise even if he is short of money. Let's go eat ramen after school. There was a hint of optimism in Naruto's words. Then he added another sentence, which made people feel a little sad. But I only have enough money for one bowl. Just leave some soup for me. He gently poked Shinomiya Yu beside him. Shinomiya Yu always had a look of languid expression. It wasn't until Naruto gently pushed that Shinomiya Yu seemed to be brought back to reality from her distant thoughts, and her body moved slightly. You can eat it yourself, I have no appetite. Shinomiya Yu's tone was slightly weak, and she lay on the table. Hey, Yu, how is this possible? I promised you. Faced with Naruto's persistence, Shinomiya Yuzuki said. If you really care about this, just protect me from now on. When Naruto heard this, he immediately clenched his fists and looked firmly. You are my friend, of course I will protect you. Immediately afterwards, Naruto's curiosity was aroused. But having said that, Yu, I remember you have said this many times. Is there anyone who wants to hit you? Don't worry, I will definitely help you. Shinomiya Yu had mixed feelings in her heart and sighed softly. Not now, but maybe in the future. When Naruto heard this, he scratched his head and looked confused. In the future? How do you know what happens in the future, Yu? However, Sugong Yu's heart was in turmoil. Of course I know, because I am a time traveler. From the fourth ninja war triggered by Uchiha Obito to the later infinite Tsukuyomi. Those are still far away for the time being, but the Konoha collapse plan planned by Orochimaru during the Chunin exams will happen in a few months. Which of these is not a crisis-ridden situation, where life and death are on the line? Every disaster directly threatened his small life. Why am I so unlucky? Shinigong Yu secretly sighed in her heart. It has been 12 years since she traveled through time. Not only does he not have any support from Cheat, his own qualifications are also extremely mediocre. Every time there was an assessment, he competed with Naruto for the embarrassing title of the last one, and the two took turns taking charge. But in Hokage, the tail end of the crane is often the scariest one. Obito and Kai were also at the bottom of the rankings when they were in school. Yet their lives were brilliant. Obito, ascended to immortality, transformed into 6 paths. Kai, 8 gates Dungia, physical sanctification. Naruto, there is no need to say more about Kizaru's greatness. What's more embarrassing is that Naruto is unable to use ninjutsu normally due to the influence of 9 tails in his body, while Yuzuki is a real talent. Under the current situation, it is still unknown whether he can successfully graduate and become a ninja. In this case, hugging Naruto's thigh is undoubtedly the best choice. So he started to have a good impression since he was a child, and it has been maintained for nearly 10 years so far. If Naruto really wanted to protect him, with the power of 6 paths Kizaru, look at the entire ninja world. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? I am the 3rd level. No, it's a conspiracy. I am Naruto's best friend. Hey! You too, pay attention. Every time you take an assessment, your results are at the bottom of the pile. If you don't reflect on yourself, you still have the energy to wander around here. Iruka's voice was stern and helpless. Naruto noticed the pressure of this gaze, and forced an awkward yet slightly playful smile on his lips. Quickly adjust your sitting posture and pretend to be listening carefully. Sinomong Yuyu, who was beside her, was still lying lazily on the table, as if she was deaf to the accusations from the outside world. The whole thing gave off an "I've given up on therapy" vibe. Just when Shinomiya Yuzuki was about to immerse herself in her own world, she happily dreamed of sleeping until the bell rang. A strange sound suddenly sounded deep in his consciousness. Byte. Ninja chat group loading completed. You have been set as the group owner by default by the system. This sudden information was like a thunder, instantly breaking his sleepiness. Shinomiya Yuyu suddenly jumped up from the table, her back straightened, and her eyes sparkled with disbelief. This move surprised Naruto, who was sitting next to him. Yuyu, what's wrong with you? Are you so energetic all of a sudden? Naruto asked curiously. I saw Shinomiya Yuyu's face filled with unprecedented excitement. Naruto, I have good news for you, I'm taking off. Ha ha ha, it's finally here, my savior, my cheat has arrived. He laughed excitedly, his words full of expectation and confidence. Naruto listened to these words, although he was confused by the word plug-in. But from Yuyu's expression, he knew that this was a good thing for Yuyu. Congratulations! Yuyu, it seems that your fortune is about to turn around. Hey, Naruto, just wait and see from now on. With me here, no one will dare to bully you. After finishing speaking, Shinomiya Yuyu couldn't wait to lie down again, and concentrated on exploring this mysterious plug-in. Group chat? Let me see what you are capable of. As he thought silently in his heart. A transparent screen full of futuristic technology suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and only he could see it all. After a few minutes of fumbling, Yuyu roughly mastered the operation method of group chat, and was amazed in her heart. Let me go, can even penguins' business penetrate into other worlds these days? This group chat is like social software in the modern world, which can bring a group of people together to communicate. But its uniqueness is that it can cross the boundaries of time and space and bring people on different timelines into the same chat room. Scenes that made people laugh couldn't help but appear in Yuyu's mind. Uchiha Obito's shocked expression when he suddenly saw his beloved Nohara Rin in the group. And whether the encounter between Uchiha Madara on different timelines will lead to a virtual war due to differences in ideas. But he is not worried about this. After all, as the group leader, he enjoys special permissions. For example, group members cannot cause any harm to the group leader, which makes him virtually invincible. Also has management rights such as kicking people. Nice one. Group chat level LV1. Current number of people in group chat, 1. Group leader, Shinomiya Yuzuki, timeline, Konoha 60 years. Remaining number of polls, 1. Can a group with only one person still be called a group chat? You have to quickly bring people in to make it lively. Thinking of this, Shinomiya Yuyu's eyes flashed with excitement, ready to start his recruitment plan. Chapter 2 Vegetative State, Living Water. Little Obito joins the group. Senju Hashirama joins group chat. Uchiha Obito joins group chat. Minato Namikaze joins the group chat. Hiss. It seems I'm lucky. They are all famous ninjas. God of Ninja. Golden Flash. And Hollow Dot. I never thought that we would invite 3 heavyweights at once. Since adding members to the group chat is entirely random, Yuyu only hopes to welcome a few strong people. At this moment, it seems that the effect is good. As the leader of the group, Shinomiya Yuyu naturally wanted to welcome them first. Shinomiya Yuyu, welcome to join this group chat. You may have many questions, so you can ask me and I will answer them one by one. At the same time, Konoha 2 years. Konoha village is newly established, and everything is waiting for revival. As the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama has to deal with many things every day. At this time, he was immersed in a mountain of documents, scratching his head and thinking hard. How long will it take for Tobirama to arrive? At this moment, a voice sounded in his mind. Welcome to join the Ninja World group chat. Senju Hashirama looked around in confusion. Then something dawned on him. Laughing loudly, Madara, it's you, what kind of new genjutsu is this? However, Madara did not appear. Instead, 2 text messages appeared in front of her eyes. Shinomiya Yuyu, welcome to join this group chat. You may have many questions, so you can ask me and I will answer them one by one. This made Senju Hashirama confused. A similar situation happened to the other 2 new members. They all thought they had suffered some kind of genjutsu attack. Everyone was even more confused until Yuzuki made it clear in the group that this was not genjutsu, but actually existed. Uchiha Obito, what is this? Group chat? A new invention. Senju Hashirama, I don't know, I haven't heard of it either. I thought it was your clan leader joking with me using genjutsu. By the way, Uchiha's child, have you seen Madara? Uchiha Obito, Senju Hashirama. In the timeline of Konoha calendar 47 years. Uchiha Obito looked surprised when he saw the name of the speaker. The legendary ninja god. But hasn't he been dead for decades? Uchiha Obito, are you the founder of Konoha village, first Hokage? Senju Hashirama, what do you think? Senju Hashirama was quite helpless. What happened to Uchiha's child? Konoha has only been established for 2 years, has he forgotten me? Uchiha Obito, but aren't you already dead? It's been decades. Senju Hashirama. Then I leave? Just at this moment, Tobirama pushed the door open and walked in. Brother, I'm here. What are you doing? Tobirama's face was covered with black lines, and Senju Hashirama was lying on the table with a depressed look on his face. Tobirama, I have been dead for decades. He said weakly. Tobirama held his forehead. Brother, what are you talking nonsense about? Senju Hashirama pointed to the group chat interface that only he could see. You see, this Uchiha kid says I've been dead for decades. As expected, Tobirama just rolled his eyes. You have nothing here. Brother, you are not hallucinating because you have been too tired recently. Go and rest quickly, I'll take care of it here. Tobirama, you really can't see. Ignoring Senju Hashirama's questioning, Tobirama pushed him out of the door and asked him to go home and have a good rest. Senju Hashirama had no choice but to go home and stay in bed. In group chat, seeing the topic rising, Yuyu decided to come forward to clarify. Shinomiya Yuzuki, everyone, at Uchiha Obito at Senju Hashirama. Do you find it very strange? Uchiha Obito, of course it's strange. Is it haunted? Shode has been gone for decades, how can he speak here? By the way, who are you? Senju Hashirama, he is the leader of the group. Uchiha Obito, hey! First generation Ghost-sama, how did you know? Senju Hashirama, isn't there the word group leader next to his name? Uchiha Obito, haha, I didn't notice. Senju Hashirama, also, when did I become a ghost? Without paying attention, the two started talking nonsense again. Fortunately, Senju Hashirama is obviously much smarter than Obito. He asked. Senju Hashirama, as the leader of the group, I should be the master here. Can you explain what exactly is going on? Shinomiya Yuyu, I was about to say this, but you interrupted me. Senju Hashirama, oh, sorry. Shinomiya Yuyu, this is a group chat. As the name suggests, it is designed for chatting. The members participating in the chat come from various time and space in the ninja world. The most important point is that you all come from different timelines. Although we are both in the ninja world, your first generation is Konoha 2. And Obito's time and space is Konoha 47, so your conversation seems weird. Because in his time and space, first generation, you have indeed been dead for decades. And I come from a later era. Senju Hashirama, so that's it, it's really magical. It seems that the descendants are very powerful. They are actually able to communicate across time. Uchiha Obito, so, Shode is not a ghost? Phew, that scared me. Sorry Shode. Senju Hashirama, it doesn't matter. Is this your reaction? This is a communication across time and space. Can you act more shocked? Yuyu opened her eyes wide. These two people were really funny and their ideas were very clear. At this moment, Namikaze Minato, who was diving and observing, could no longer hold back. Namikaze Minato, connecting different timelines? Is this true? Timeline Konoha 48 years. This year, Namikaze Minato succeeded the Hokage and became the fourth Hokage of Konoha. But he was not in a relaxed mood. During the war, he lost two disciples, Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin. Originally, he was doing business in the office as usual today. But he was suddenly dragged into a group chat by a voice. Among them were people calling themselves First Hokage and Uchiha Obito talking. This made Namikaze Minato furious, joking about the dead was so cruel. He observed secretly, trying to find loopholes and find out the mastermind behind the scenes. But as Yuyu explained, Namikaze Minato was deeply touched. Are the members of the group really from different timelines? And Obito in the group is in his 47th year in Konoha. At that time, he was indeed not killed in battle. This means that this group chat was not constructed by someone's genjutsu. But it exists without a doubt. His doubts in the group were quickly responded to by the group owner. Shinomiya Yuzuki, of course it is true. I found that the fourth Hokage where you are is Konoha 48, which is very close to the time and space Obito lives in. At this time, Uchiha Obito also saw the information about Namikaze Minato and was full of surprise. Uchiha Obito, Minato-sensei. You are also in the group. Although he knew that the two Minato were not the same person, Obito still respected him very much. Minato-sensei, tell me quietly whether Lin will agree to my confession in the future. Namikaze Minato, Obito. Namikaze Minato looked apologetic. He didn't know how to face this disciple who was in the past time and space. Because soon, he will die on the battlefield due to his tardiness. Following the death of Obito, Nohara Lin was also designed to be captured by Kirigakura village and implanted into Three Tails. In order to prevent Three Tails from destroying Konoha, she chose to voluntarily fall into the hands of Kakashi. Chapter 3 Uploading the Future, Obito opens Manjiki. Uchiha Obito was unaware of Namikaze Minato's inner struggle, and he was sincerely happy that the leader of the group called Minato the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Obito, Minato-sensei, you have become a Hokage. It's amazing. I will inherit your mantle and become the 5th Hokage in the future. However, Namikaze Minato's mood was far from relaxed, and he had no intention of joking with Obito at the moment. Namikaze Minato, Obito, what time is it exactly where you are now? Uchiha Obito, it's Konoha 47, didn't Leader Yuzuki just mention it? Teacher, do you have any questions? Namikaze Minato, to be more specific, what day is it? Uchiha Obito, January 23 RD. Hearing this date, Minato Namikaze's heart tightened. Obito was killed on February 2, less than 2 weeks before the disaster. Namikaze Minato, Obito, listen to me, you. Shinomiya Yu, okay, you too, let me interrupt. 4th generation, I can guess your intention. You just want to remind Obito and help him survive this war. Namikaze Minato was surprised, wondering how Yu had such insight. And Shinomiya Yu's next sentence was even more shocking. Shinomiya Yuzuki, but you need to know that Uchiha Madara is behind this series of events. Even if Obito can avoid this disaster, there may be others in the future. Obito has been selected by Madara as the executor of the Eye of the Moon project. To change this destiny, he can only rely on himself. On the other side of the screen, Obito blinked in confusion. The news that Uchiha Madara, an ancestor who has been dead for decades, is still alive and still acting as a demon in the ninja world is surprising. But after Senju Hashirama's deeds, he was not too surprised. He just wondered, when did he become the core of Madara's chosen plan? This series of information was a huge shock to Namikaze Minato and Senju Hashirama. Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Madara? Didn't he already die after being defeated by the first Hokage in the battle at the Valley of the End? Senju Hashirama, Madara? Impossible, Madara is definitely not that kind of person. Besides, there is no such place as the Valley of the End in our world. How could Madara die at my hands there? Senju Hashirama is taking a chance. Shinomiya Yu, it was your battle that changed the landscape. The place that was originally a plain was later called the Valley of the End. Senju Hashirama, this. Indeed, with their strength, it is not surprising that they fight with all their strength to change the terrain. However, will Madara really die in her own hands? Senju Hashirama's face showed mixed emotions, because this meant that their previous vision was completely shattered. The break between the two seems inevitable, and this is the reality he does not want to face. Shinomiya Yuzuki, I have a chronicle of the ninja world here. Maybe you should read it. Shinomiya Yuzuki uploaded a video. Shinomiya Yuzuki, after watching these, you will understand everything. The chat group has a special function that can transform memories into video sharing. Yu used this function to organize the Hokage ninja animation content she watched in her previous life, and released selected highlights. Senju Hashirama downloaded the video. Uchiha Obito downloaded the video. Minato Namikaze downloaded the video. The three of them eagerly started watching the video. The video starts from the Warring States period and covers the First, Second, Third, and Fourth Ninja War. During this period, it is interspersed with major events such as Obito's blackening and the Nine Tails Rebellion. Time passes slowly. Uchiha Obito was the first to break the silence. Uchiha Obito, group leader, is this true? Has Linear really passed away? No. That's false. This kind of thing, how could it happen? Shinomiya Yu opened her eyes wide in surprise. Isn't that right, Brother Tuzi? How can you be so engrossed in watching a video? You won't take it in, will you? Even your speaking style has changed now. Etc. Couldn't this guy have activated Manjiki Sharingan? Out of curiosity about Obito's abnormal situation, Yu asked. Shinomiya Yuzuki, at Uchiha Obito, that is the future that has not happened yet, and the present has naturally not happened yet, but, you won't be involved in it, right? Have you opened Mangeki? Uchiha Obito picture.jpg. Is this it? Yuyu took a closer look and was stunned. FK. What the hell is Mangeki Sharingan? Obito sent a selfie, with a pair of bright red Mangeki Sharingan shining in his eyes. You're invincible, kid. Yuyu had nothing to say except a thumbs up. At this time, Namikaze Minato also sent a message. Namikaze Minato, I don't know what to say. Thank you, Leader Yuyu, for informing me about the future, but, I find it difficult to accept such a future. But, I'm going to change it. The disciples were led step by step towards the abyss by Madara, eventually triggering the Nine Tails Rebellion. As a result, he and his beloved died at the hands of Nine Tails, leaving his young son alive alone. After that, it caused a storm in the ninja world. He was determined to change all that. After seeing Minato's message, Obito immediately said, Uchiha Obito, I'm sorry, sensei. He was referring to Yuyu's video showing what he did during the Nine Tails Rebellion. It is simply unbelievable that something like this happened to me, killing my mentor with my own hands. Namikaze Minato, that's just a possible future. You don't need to apologize. Besides, that Obito is not you. As for the Obito of my timeline, I don't blame him either. The root of everything is Uchiha Madara. After a moment of silence, Minato finally chose forgiveness. As a mature adult, Minato will not lose his mind easily. He knows that the responsibility for all this lies with Madara. In his heart, Obito has always been a helpful and positive child. At this time, Yuyu interrupted the conversation. Shinomiya Yuyu, let me tell you too, this has not happened yet. My purpose of sharing the future is not to make you sigh here. This remark was like a wake-up call. Uchiha Obito, the group leader is right. Teacher, now that I have the power, I will never let Madara's conspiracy succeed. I want to save Lin and end this troubled world. Namikaze Minato, haha, then I can't lose to my apprentice. Although Obito here has gone astray, as a master, I must guide him back. Looking at the two people in the group who were full of fighting spirit, Shinomiya Yuyu felt very pleased. This was exactly the purpose of establishing this chat group. Wait, two people? Why is there another one who is silent? The second year of Konoha. Bang bang bang. Gate of opening, I know you're inside, Madara, hurry up, gate of opening. Hashirama knocked hard on Madara's door, which quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding Uchiha tribe. Isn't this Mr. Hashirama? What is he doing? It's rare to see him so angry. SHH, don't meddle in other people's business. This is a couple's business. What's the kind of relationship between Hokage-sama and the clan leader? A young Uchiha tribesman was surprised. Children, don't be so curious. Okay, let's go play somewhere else. Bang! The door was suddenly opened, and Madara appeared at the door with a serious face. Haxi hot mom, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation. Before he could finish his words, Hashirama's heavy punch hit him directly in the face. Bang thong! Madara's entire body was blown away and hit the wall hard. No! Run! They are about to take action. Seeing that something was not going well, the onlookers fled in all directions and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Their intuition was correct. The next moment, a huge Susanoo broke through the roof and covered the sky. Susanoo in his prime. Haxi hot mom. Madara controlled Susanoo, holding a 40-meter-long Tachi, falling from the sky. Not to be outdone, Hashirama clasped his hands together. A huge wooden golem, as big as Susanoo, rises from the ground. Madara. The two giants clashed brazenly, and the fierce battle was in full swing. After a while, there was a wave of fluctuation in the space. Senju Tobirama suddenly appears. There is no need for his subordinates to report, he can feel the strange movement here in the center of Konoha. What's going on? How could they fight? Tobirama was shocked. I don't know. Master Hokage suddenly came to the clan leader and knocked on the door hard. As soon as the clan leader opened the gate of opening, the two started fighting. By the way, Master Hokage seemed very angry when he knocked on the door. The simple conversation did not allow Tobirama to obtain key information. He decided not to intervene for the time being and directly ordered. Don't worry about them for now. Evacuate everyone here first. No matter how many buildings are damaged, let my brother pay for it later. Anyway, Hashirama has the ability to build the required house instantly. Soon, the people around them quickly evacuated, leaving enough fighting space for the two of them. The battle lasted until sunset. Chapter 4 Offline Reality Uchiha Madara. Finally, Madara fell to the ground. This scene also revealed that once Hashirama gets serious, Madara is indeed no match for him. Without the support of Nine Tails, Madara cannot perform the terrifying beast attack. Hashirama didn't even need to summon a powerful secret technique like Senju. Brother, what happened here? Tobirama appeared on the scene as if teleporting. He first glanced at Madara, who was lying on the ground, and then turned his eyes to his brother, full of suspicion. The relationship between these two has always been close. Which song is this song about today? Hashirama glanced at him lightly and said in a deep voice, "You should go back first. This is a matter between him and me." Hashirama did not immediately provide further explanation. Tobirama was about to ask, but when he saw Hashirama's unquestionable eyes, he swallowed his words again. He simply said, "Then I will go and count the losses first." He left in a hurry. Without Tobirama's interference, Hashirama looked at Madara solemnly and said sadly, "Madara, until now, I can't believe you have come this far. You have betrayed our shared ideals." Madara was filled with anger and was puzzled by Hashirama's sudden attack. However, Hashirama's words were like cold water poured on the head. Let him suddenly calm down. "You know everything. How could I not know? Otherwise, why would I be here? Madara, look back now, it's still not too late." Hashirama's words were serious and thoughtful. Madara sneered. "Hashirama, do you know that Sage of Six Paths' creation of the world was a failure? And I will build a truly perfect world. How you knew about my Eye of the Moon plan is not important anymore. Because there's nothing you can do to stop me." Madara's voice was fierce. "Wait a minute, what is the Eye of the Moon?" Hashirama was stunned for a moment. "You don't know about the Eye of the Moon?" Madara was also surprised. "Well, I've heard of the Eye of the Moon, but that's not why I'm here." "Are you talking about the infinite Tsukuyomi?" Madara was speechless for a moment. "Didn't you just mean that you already knew that I was going to implement the Eye of the Moon plan?" "No, what I'm angry about are your future actions that deviate from your original intentions. We agreed to work together to create a ninja world without war, but instead you became the source of war. What's more, he lured the innocent Obito into the dark abyss and committed all sorts of evil deeds that are too numerous to describe." Hashirama counted Madara's faults. Unexpectedly, Madara's expression became gloomier. "Haxi hot mom. You're teasing me." It was originally thought that the Eye of the Moon plan was leaked, which made Hashirama difficult to accept. He came to the door aggressively to argue, but it turned out that there was an inexplicable future. "When did you gain the ability to see into the future? Isn't this just teasing me? Fire style, the fire is extinguished. It's weird, why hasn't the first generation made any move yet? Logically speaking, he cares about Madara the most, right?" Shinomiya Yuyu murmured in her heart. But get out of class was over at this time, and he was going home to have dinner, so he didn't think much about it. Yuzuki didn't know yet that Hashirama was an activist and went directly to the real Uchihamadara offline. "Hey, Naruto, come to my house for dinner tonight." Yuzuki patted Naruto's shoulder lightly. Is it really okay? Yu. Naruto's face was full of surprise. Compared to eating instant noodles at home, eating at Yuyu's house is obviously much more tempting. "Just come." Okay, by the way, do we still want to eat Ichiraku ramen? I promised you. Eat, but let's wait for another day. Forget it today. All right. The two walked out of the classroom side by side, talking and laughing. This scene fell in Sakura's eyes, and she immediately flashed a look of disdain. As expected of two dragging them down, they actually play so well together. Hey, you have a wide forehead. It's not good to speak ill of people behind their backs. Ino on the side heard this and complained. Do you care, Ino pig? If you like them, just go with them. This way I will have one less competitor to chase Sasuke. Humph. Ino rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Sakura ignored her reaction and approached Sasuke directly. Sasuke-kun, let's go too. However, Sasuke didn't even give her a look and walked right past her, putting Sakura in an awkward situation. On the other side, Yuyu and Naruto quickly returned home, and stopped by the vegetable market to purchase ingredients for dinner. Yuyu is also alone, his parents died in the chaos of Nine Tails Night. As Janin's father and Jnin's mother, they left him a rich inheritance in a house located near the downtown area. This makes Yuyu's life safe. You go wash the rice and cook, and I'll cook. Yuzuki assigned Naruto a simple task. Put it on me. Naruto agreed energetically. Soon, a simple but warm dinner was ready. There were no delicacies, only a steamed fish, a plate of green vegetables and a bowl of hot soup. But for Naruto, such a homely meal is a rare delicacy. It's so delicious, super delicious. Naruto ate like a storm, and more than 80% of the food went into his stomach. Naruto realized this when he put down his chopsticks. Oops. Yuyu, I'm sorry, did I eat too much? It's okay. Eat more. Are you full? Yuyu supported her chin and asked with a smile. I'm full, thank you for the treat. Don't think this is a free dinner. Yuyu suddenly changed the subject. Hey. Naruto was stunned, then I'll give you money. Yuyu smiled and said, I don't need your money, just go and wash the dishes. No problem. Naruto was full of enthusiasm and energy. Time passed quietly, and night gradually enveloped the earth. It's time for Naruto to go home. Yuyu, I'm leaving. Be careful on the road, Gana. After closing the door, Yuyu took a shower and went to bed early. Ninja World doesn't have much entertainment at night. Without a smartphone, lying down seemed to be the only option. See if there are any new messages in the group. When I opened the group chat interface and took a look, it was amazing. Obito and Minato, Master and Disciple, were chatting animatedly. Scroll all the way up, the amount of information is amazing. Yuyu browsed through it and couldn't help but sigh, this kid Obito has already started to drift off. He relied on himself to activate Manjiki Sharingan in advance, and even threatened to unify the ninja world in the group, so that the war would never rekindle and achieve permanent peace. His starting point is good, but he is a little unclear about his own strength. Fortunately, Namikaze Minato stopped him in time. It is undeniable that Obito with dual Kamui is extremely powerful, but he has a fatal weakness that cannot be ignored. In the original plot, Obito was able to stir up a storm in the ninja world without being destroyed, and Kamui naturally contributed a lot. But the most important thing is the cells between the pillars in his half-body, which are like an inexhaustible energy source. Without the support of Hashirama's cells, he would have gone blind long ago due to his frequent use of Manjiki Sharingan. Although Obito in this time and space unlocked Kamui early, But without the power bank of Hashirama cells, his power cannot last long, and besides Kamui, he has almost nothing. He doesn't have wood style, he doesn't have yin-yang style, and he probably can't use Storm Ranbu either, so how can he unify the ninja world? Chapter 5 Madara knows the truth. Uchiha Obito, hey, it's true. I don't have those Hashirama cells, so let's put this matter aside for now. How about we directly ask Shode for something? With the living Hashirama-sama here, it shouldn't be difficult to get some cells, right? Namikaze Minato, Obito, it's not polite to speak like that to Shode. Uchiha Obito, sorry, by the way, speaking of it, it seems that I haven't seen Hashirama-sama for a while. After hearing this, Yuyu suddenly realized. By the way, where did Hashirama go? At the same time. Konoha 2 years. In Nanga Shrine. This is a sacred place for the Uchiha clan. Under the shrine, Uchiha Madara and Senju stand side by side between pillars, with a stone tablet in front of them. Are you saying that the records on this stone tablet have been tampered with? Madara frowned. That's right, it's the work of a guy named Heiju. The Eye of the Moon project is a scam. It can't bring about a truly perfect world. After implementing infinite Tsukuyomi, humans all over the world will be transformed into creatures called White Zetsu. Madara, do you think this is perfect? Hashirama looked at Madara solemnly. Madara is dubious about this. Hey, this is all your one-sided statement. What's the proof? Madara is not easily fooled. At the beginning, Hashirama vowed that he would become Konoha's first Hokage. The result? He turned around and sat in that position. Maybe, this was another story deliberately fabricated by Hashirama in order to keep him in Konoha. The evidence? Hashirama scratched his head. For a while, I really couldn't produce any substantial evidence. After all, the video was not a physical item. Unless Madara joins the group to watch it himself, he cannot repost it. Suddenly, an idea flashed between Zhujian. Madara, wait a moment, I'm going to find evidence to show you. Having said that, Hashirama made gestures in the air in front of Madara, as if he was manipulating something invisible. Madara. Is this the new ninjutsu? In the group. Senju Hashirama, is there any way to enable Madara to also see the video information in the group? A few hours later, Hashirama finally took the time to return to the group. Uchiha Obito, as expected of Shode, I'm so busy with work that I don't even have time to reply to messages. Being a Hokage is really hard work. While chatting in the group, Obito thought that Hashirama might have been working hard for a long time, and couldn't help but laugh at himself. Without the hard work of his predecessors, how could he sit here and spend his days chatting? When Hashirama saw this message, he blinked. In fact, he was not too busy. After all, Tobirama is mainly responsible for the daily management of Konoha. At this time, it was late at night, and Tobirama was still directing the ninjas to clean up the mess left by the battle between Madara and Hashirama, when he suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his tired face and continued to command, "Send an Earth-style ninja over there to fill this hole." Shinomiya Yuzuki, first generation, what happened? Hashirama briefly described what happened, from watching the video, going to Madara for theory, and then trying to convince Madara. Yuyu thought for a moment and replied. Shinomiya Yuzuki, there is a pull function in the group. And Madara can be pulled in to watch the video directly, but this requires the group level to be upgraded to level 2 before it can be used, which is not currently possible. However, I have another way. Sharingan usually has the ability to read memories. If you ask Madara to read your memory, he will know everything. But please note that group chats have a protection mechanism. Non-group members who contact things in the group without permission will be attacked by the defense mechanism. Just remember not to agree casually. Senju Hashirama, that's it, Thank you group leader for your guidance. Nanga Shrine. Madara, I found a clue. Hashirama suddenly said with excitement. Madara raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of disbelief. You just make 2 gestures out of thin air, and evidence will fall from the sky? If you want to fool me, can you be more serious? Hey! Oh? Tell me. Madara crossed her arms and put on a posture of let's see what else you can do. Hashirama immediately spoke, my head contains memories of the next few decades. You can use your Sharingan to take a look and you will know whether it is true or false. Let me read your memory. Hashirama's suggestion surprised Madara. Reading memories means showing one's inner world in front of the other person without any cover-up. Even Madara found this kind of unreserved trust incredible. Yuzuki is well aware of the unbreakable bond between Hashirama and Madara, otherwise he would not have made such a suggestion. Come on, stop dawdling. Hashirama looked indifferent and lay down on the spot, eyes wide open, so that Madara could successfully perform genjutsu. Madara's heart was heavy. Hashirama didn't look like he was lying. Could all of this be true? Ultimately, curiosity drives Madara. Sharingan opens, and the door to Hashirama's memory slowly opens. Psychic intrusion detected. The other party tried to touch the memory related to the chat group, and the protection mechanism was activated. Do you want to completely destroy the other party's spiritual link? No, 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 no. Hashirama shouted quickly. He didn't want Madara to become the second vegetative person. Konoha didn't need 2 vegetative people. Protection release. Memory is accessed. Madara quickly understood everything from Hashirama's memories. From faking death in the Valley of the End to secretly spending decades cultivating the Eye of Reincarnation. Then he transplanted the freshly made Samsara Eye to Nagato, controlled the Akatsuki organization, and guided Obito towards darkness. Rebirth from the filthy soil, challenge the 5 shadows, reincarnation, resurrection from the dead. Until he became 10 Tails Jinchuriki, then he was attacked by Black Zetsu, sacrificed and resurrected Kaguya, and finally ended in tragedy. This scene came alive before his eyes like a movie. It turns out that his whole life has been played by a strange creature named Heiju. Bang! Madara punched out, and the amazing force directly punched a hole in Nanga's shrine. How could someone as proud as him accept such a hopeless future? Uchiha Madara's face was calm and calm. Only Hashirama understands. At this moment, Madara is on the verge of extreme anger. Madara looked down at Hashirama who was still awake, found a pen and paper and hurriedly wrote something down, then put the note into Hashirama's hand. Immediately, he walked through the big hole he blasted and left without looking back. Soon, Hashirama woke up from the illusion. Looking around, Madara has long disappeared. Madara! Hashirama tried to call, but received only silence. At this time, he felt something being held tightly in his hand. When he unfolded it, it was a piece of paper. After reading it, a look of enlightenment appeared on Hashirama's face. That's your plan, Madara? Okay. After casually destroying the note, Hashirama left Nanga Shrine with a new plan in mind. Chapter 6 Mall Shopping, Wood Style, and Immortal Body. There are only 3 minutes left. At this critical moment, time is so lazy. The clock hands slowly reached 23:57, and every number jumped in Yuyu's eyes, seeming to tease his patience. Yuyu's heart has already flown to the future. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes slipped away. The group chat prompt sounded in my ears at the right time, clear and sweet. Daily benefits have arrived. You have successfully rewritten the fate of 3 group friends and received gold coins *1500. Here it comes. Yuya felt a burst of joy in her heart. This is the exclusive privilege of the group leader. You can earn gold coins by changing the fate of group friends. At midnight every day, gold coins are refreshed on time, which is a daily benefit. Not to mention that these gold coins are hard currency, and their magical powers are very vast. For example, practice the clone technique to perfection for me. Vite. Cultivation completed, 50 gold coins deducted, current clone skill proficiency, extraordinary and holy. In an instant, a large amount of essential knowledge about the clone technique flooded into Yu Yu's mind, as if he had been practicing this most basic ninjutsu for most of his life. Clone technique. Yu Yu quickly formed seals with her hands. With a bang sound, a cloud of white smoke filled the air, and a clone exactly like Yu Yu stood firmly. Awesome! Yu Yu was full of praise for her new skills. As the most powerful person in the world, he struggled to learn even the entry-level ninja skill of cloning. What was separated before was more like a deflated plastic model than a clone. But now, in just a few seconds, his level of clone skills was far ahead of everyone else's. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of the uses of gold coins. Open the gold coin mall. With the thought, a virtual screen appeared in front of Yu Yu out of thin air, and a dazzling array of products came into view, covering all aspects of the ninja world. Items, props, ninjutsu, pupil techniques, blood successor boundaries, blood successor snares, blood successor elimination, everything is available. Yu Yu glanced at it, and many familiar names jumped into her eyes. Eye technique, Sharingan, Uchiha Obito version, price, 300,000 gold coins. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Minato Namikaze version, price, 200,000 gold coins. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Senju Tobirama edition, price, 100,000 gold coins. Hey, the Flying Thunder God of 4th generation is more expensive than the inventor of 2nd generation. Yu Yu was confused, but then she suddenly realized. 2nd generation died young, and Flying Thunder God was not fully developed. And 4th generation is the one who uses the Flying Thunder God to perfection. If you buy the Watergate version, you might be able to learn a few more tricks, and the price is reasonable. According to Yu Yu's current income of 1,500 gold coins a day, in about 100 days, she will be able to acquire such stunts as Flying Thunder God. It's still the celebrity Watergate version. But I don't buy any of these. Why waste money on buying resources that are available in the group? Only fools would do this. Spend a few days building up your good feelings, and then just open your mouth to Minato. As for Minato, as long as Yu Yu has helped him, it's not a trivial matter to give him a Flying Thunder God. Minato-san, you think so? As for ninjutsu, you may be able to obtain it through favors, but things like pupil skills and blood inheritance boundaries still have to be paid for. No matter how strong their friendship was, Yu Yu still didn't believe that Obito would happily pluck out her own eyes and give them to him. Well, unless his life is in danger and the other party is Kakashi, then that's a different story. Haha, I'm so sleepy, I'm going to sleep. Just when Yu Yu was about to fall into the arms of sleep, a message suddenly popped up in the group, interrupting his sleep. Vite. Member Senju Hashirama greatly changed the trajectory of history. This member will receive a gold coin reward *200,000. Group owners also receive equal rewards. What the hell? Yu Yu jumped up from the bed, her sleepiness disappearing instantly. Oh my god, 200,000 gold coins. What earth-shattering thing did this guy Hashirama do? This is again the magic of chat groups. In addition to Yu Yu's intervention in the fate of the group of friends, they themselves can also take action to rewrite the unbearable future. Once successful, you will get the grand prize of the chat group. Apparently, Senju Hashirama did just that. As the founder of Konoha Village, any changes in his harem may have a significant impact on future generations. Remember he said before in the group that he wanted to win back Madara who had gone astray? It seems that he did it. If Madara was no longer obsessed with the Eye of the Moon, and followed Hashirama wholeheartedly in building Konoha. With their fighting prowess, Doesn't Konoha have the final say in the entire ninja world? How can there be such a thing as a great ninja war? No wonder the rewards are so generous. Yuyu immediately opened the gold coin mall in high spirits. I thought I had to save for a while before I could buy it, but now I don't have to wait. He accurately targeted the target product. Do you want to buy Bloodline, Wood Style? Buy. Yuyu hit the confirmation button without hesitation. Successful purchase, 80,000 gold coins have been deducted. The moment the transaction was completed, Shinomiya Yuyu felt an unprecedented strange energy surge in her body. This is the power of Wood Style. Originating from Senju Hashirama's unique escape technique, the perfect fusion of the two chakra attributes of water and earth can transform chakra into the source of life and drive trees to grow wildly. Wood Style. She quickly formed seals with her hands, and Yuyu was eager to try the budding chakra in her body. Click. A green blade of grass squeezed its head out from the gap in the floor. Does this mean you have mastered Wood Style? Yuyu stared at her palm with wide eyes, excited. Although it is very different from Senju Hashirama, this is indeed Wood Style. However, this power cannot satisfy me. Yuyu continues to search in the gold coin mall. Soon, he found what he was looking for again. Sage Body, one of the Sage of Six Paths bloodlines, possessing amazing chakra volume and recovery power. Price, 100,000 gold coins. Buy it. Yuyu said nothing, generously donated the money, and collected it. Well. Immediately afterwards, Yuyu felt her body tremble suddenly. The body seems to be undergoing earth-shaking changes. The chakra surges out like a savage beast, vast and powerful. Too strong. Yuyu clenched her fists, her whole body filled with indescribable power. He bets that he can knock down this building with one punch. This is not an illusion. With the body of an immortal, you can not only obtain a huge chakra, but also possess a huge power called strange power. Just the initial fusion of the immortal body has such a terrifying amount of chakra, and it has not yet reached its peak. Hashirama's immortal body has long been fully mature, no wonder his Wood Style is ridiculously strong. Yuyu was deeply moved. That's right, Yuzuki is referring to Senju Hashirama's personal Wood Style, not the Wood Style blood succession limit itself. After all, Wood Style itself is not particularly powerful. The price in the mall is only 80,000 gold coins, which is far less expensive than the immortal body. Let's talk about Yamato in Konoha. He is also a Wood Style ninja. His Wood Style is not even as good as Hashirama's. The powerful thing is not Wood Style, but Senju Hashirama. Using Wood Style requires a large amount of chakra. The more chakra is consumed, the stronger the Wood Style becomes. As the reincarnation of Asura, Senju Hashirama was born with the body of a sage and his chakra is almost infinite. This created the legend of the ninja world, the god of ninja. Maximize my Wood Style proficiency. Yuyu issued orders with a wave of her hand, looking wealthy and powerful. Bite. Complete training, 10,000 gold coins will be deducted, current Wood Style proficiency, extraordinary and holy. Hiss, it actually costs 10,000. Yuyu's heart ached. It is indeed the famous Wood Style, and it costs a lot to reach the full level. But all the money was spent, and Yuyu will never regret it. In the blink of an eye, Yuyu's eyes were in a trance, and a lot of experience in using Wood Style came to his mind, as if he had been immersed in this field for decades. Now, he can use Wood Style without any seals. He claps his hands and thinks, and the Wood Style appears. This money is really well spent. Yuyu gave a thumbs up in praise. At this moment, Yuyu lowered his head and looked at the fragile grass. With just a thought, he could make it grow into a wooden dragon flying in the sky. I can be considered Xiaozujian now, right? Yuyu said proudly. Wood Style plus the body of a sage, now in Konoha, no one can beat him except Metkai who has opened the 8 Gates dungeon. This is a sense of security that cannot be described in words, a kind of calmness that stands at the top. Sleep. Turning off the lights, pulling up the quilt, and doing it in one go, Yuya quickly fell asleep with a smile. Chapter 7 The Tragedy of Akatsuki Organization. Minato arrives. Yuya fell into sleep, but some people's thoughts were lingering in the night. Konoha Village, in the timeline of 48 years. In the Hokage office, even though it is late at night, the lights are still bright. Namikaze Minato sat behind his desk, frowning, carefully recalling every detail of the video in the group chat. The Nine Tails Rebellion happened on October 10, the day Naruto was born, a few months away. Should we take the initiative, or should we take advantage of the situation and ambush in advance? At this time, Obito should have been secretly controlling Mizukage in the Kingdom of Water. In 3 years, the Blood Mist has carried out a large-scale purge of ninjas with blood inheritance limits. Should we send Anbu to the Hidden Mist Village to investigate? As his thoughts flowed, Minato's eyes fell on the photo taken with Jiraiya on the table. At that moment, as if struck by thunder, a more pressing question suddenly jumped into his mind. Jiraiya once accepted 3 disciples in the Rain Country, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. The Akatsuki organization, which will become famous in the ninja world in the future, was created by them. But at this time, Akatsuki was just a group of passionate young people, a small group walking together for world peace. It is far from the organization that will use any means to pursue tailed beasts in the future. The key to this change is the despicable act planned by Shimura Danzo. Danzo, this old man, is not a normal person. He actually secretly sent people to sneak into the Kingdom of Rain and kidnap Konan from the Akatsuki organization. Although he did not take the opportunity to play with bondage, it directly led to the death of Yahiko, the sunny and cheerful boy in the trio, and prompted Nagato to go into darkness. As a result, Nagato transformed into a god that transcended humanity and attempted to conquer the entire ninja world by force. After all the bad things were done, Danzo patted his and left, and Hanzo, the unlucky guy, suffered the consequences. Not only did he lose most of his men, he was also killed by pain a few years later. Danzo Naoden was even at large until he was terminated by Sasuke before the Fourth Ninja War began. After watching Yuzuki's video about what Danzo had done in Konoha for decades, Namikaze Minato wanted to kill him right now. But in full view of Konoha, he definitely couldn't do these things. This time, Danzo must not be allowed to hurt them again. Yu Qing, they are Jiraiya's disciples, his junior brothers. Now that they know, they can't just sit idly by. Yu Li, Nagato in the Akatsuki organization has mastered the Samsara Eye. Although it originated from Madara, it is currently used by Nagato, which means another powerful power. The video shows that this happened shortly after I became Hokage, probably recently. Thinking of this, Minato pressed a button on the table. After a while, an Anbu member appeared in front of him. Lord Hokage. Anbu saluted respectfully. Help me check the movements of Elder Danzo. I want to know if he has left the village. Namikaze Minato gave the order. As you command. Anbu took the order and left. After some time, Anbu brought back the news. Master 4th Generation, Elder Danzo has secretly left the village, accompanied by more than a dozen members of the Gen. What? When did it happen? Namikaze Minato frowned. This is not a good sign. Left this morning, this is a record. After receiving the information, Namikaze Minato discovered that Danzo had been gone for more than 10 hours. Oops! I cried secretly in my heart. Immediately afterwards, Namikaze Minato's figure turned into a golden light and disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he had arrived at the entrance of Konoha village. Fire! Hokage-sama! The guard guarding the door thought it was an illusion. How could Lord Hokage suddenly make a patrol in the middle of the night? Minato nodded slightly to him, and then used the teleportation technique, turning into an afterimage, traveling through the night, and leaving Konoha. We must catch up. Anxious flames ignited in Namikaze Minato's heart. When Obito died, he failed to arrive in time. When Lin died, he was unable to prevent it. This time, we must not let tragedy happen again. Rain Country. This place seems to be shrouded in heavy haze all year round, with endless rain. The valley between the two mountains was densely covered with Hanzo's subordinates and members of Danzo's roots, forming a tight encirclement. Hanzo stood on the top of the hill, looking down at Yahiko and his party with an arrogant attitude. Leader of the Akatsuki organization, your end is today, and this place will be your burial place. Incited by Danzo's eloquent words, Hanzo felt that the rapidly rising Akatsuki organization threatened his absolute rule in the Land of Rain. Therefore, they seize the opportunity to capture Konan when he is alone, and use this as a restraint, with the intention of forcing Yahiko and the others to self-destruct. That red-haired one, kill Yahiko. As long as he is killed, this woman and you can leave alive. Hanzo threw a kunai casually, and its sharp edge was inserted right next to the feet of Nagato and Yahiko, like a cruel order. When Nagato heard this, his body shook involuntarily, and an unbearable struggle surged in his heart. You want me to kill Yahiko with my own hands? Don't listen to him, Nagato. Yahiko, leave me alone, go away. Konan cried hoarsely. Seeing that Nagato had no reaction, Hanzo said with a chill. Do you really not care whether this woman lives or dies? After hearing this, Yahiko finally could no longer remain silent and said in a low voice. Nagato, go ahead and live strong with my ideals. Nagato was trembling all over, his eyes flickering back and forth between Yahiko and Konan, who was in danger, feeling tormented in his heart. Finally, he slowly raised the kunai. Just when this tragedy seemed about to take place, a sharp cracking sound suddenly sounded in the air. Bite. After a crisp sound, another kunai flew towards me like a gust of wind and penetrated deeply into the ground. Before everyone had time to react, a ray of shining golden light suddenly appeared, and in an instant, a figure was in front of them. It was the dazzling blonde hair and the god's robe that rustled in the wind. Behind it was written, 4th Hokage. Namikaze Minato arrived at the scene at the last minute. It's quite timely. Namikaze Minato panted slightly and used the teleportation technique from Konoha to rush here. Although he spent a lot of chakra, he was thankful that he was not late. Minato Namikaze. Hanzo and Danzo exchanged shocked looks, wondering how the other could be here. What now? Hanzo was slightly panicked. If he had been in his prime, he might still be able to fight against the Golden Flash who was famous in the ninja world. But now, time has left its mark on him, and Namikaze Minato is in his prime, and his chances of winning are slim. Why are you panicking? How could you, who is known as a demigod, be so frightened by your juniors that you lose your composure? Danzo glanced at Hanzo coldly and said lightly, with a trace of imperceptible hatred in his eyes. It's Namikaze Minato again. Why is it always him who ruins my good deeds? When the 3rd Hokage abdicated, Orochimaru chose to betray the village and flee. For the position of the 4th Hokage, he was quite competitive, but Cheng Yaojin and Namikaze Minato came out halfway. Minato's dazzling military exploits, even the daimyo nodded in recognition, thinking that he was the best successor to the Hokage. Even if Danzo obstructed him on the grounds that he was too young to take on important responsibilities, it became useless with the support of the daimyo. Minato successfully ascended the Hokage throne. In this way, his longing for the position of Hokage was completely shattered. He took a step closer, with questioning in his voice. Minato Namikaze, as a Hokage, you quietly attacked the Land of Rain at night. Do you want to ignite the war between the two countries? Once the war resumes, you will be the initiator of the grievances between the two countries. As soon as Danzo opened his mouth, he pointed directly at the opponent's heart like a sharp sword. No matter how many there are, just put your hat on first. However, Minato did not avoid it, but instead threw the question back. Isn't it your turn to answer this, Elder Danzo? You acted without Hokage's approval and led your team deep into the country of rain to interfere in other countries' internal affairs. What is your real purpose? Minato's meaningful look made Danzo's heart tighten. Did he notice my plan to seize the Samsara Eye? No, even I only learned of this information recently. How could he know it? Not long ago, Danzo commanded his men to disguise themselves as ninjas of Uegakure village and provoked a conflict with rain shinobi in the country of rain, in an attempt to trigger a war between the two countries. Unexpectedly, the targets chosen at random were the three leaders of the Akatsuki organization, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. At the critical moment, Nagato inspired the power of the Rinnegan Eye to summon the Gedo statue to repel Danzo, and at the same time exposed the secret of the Rinnegan Eye. As a result, the current situation became that Danzo and Hanzo were trying to eliminate the Akatsuki organization, while he was waiting for an opportunity to seize the Rinnegan. Of course, Danzo would not confess. I saw him retort angrily. What are you talking about? I have only one purpose, and that is to uphold justice. The Akatsuki organization went against the grain. As a citizen of the land of rain, they attacked the ninjas of their own country with the intention of expanding the organization and subverting the political power of the rain hidden village. As soon as he finished speaking, Yahiko, who was standing behind Minato, stood up angrily and pointed at Danzo. You are the one talking nonsense. We have never attacked any ninja from the land of rain. Lord Hokage, he is lying to you. Yahiko was worried that Namikaze Minato would be deceived by Danzo's one-sided words, so he looked very anxious. At this moment, their only hope rests on this sudden fourth Hokage. Namikaze Minato turned his head and smiled softly. Don't worry, two junior brothers, I will definitely seek justice for you. Master, junior brother. Minato's title made Yahiko and Nagato slightly stunned. Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, is also my teacher. After hearing Minato's explanation, Yahiko suddenly realized. Ah, it turns out you are the outstanding senior brother the teacher mentioned. The teacher often mentions you. He said that any genius will be eclipsed in front of senior brother. I didn't expect that senior brother would be the fourth Hokage of Konoha village. It's really amazing. Yahiko said while giving a thumbs up. At this moment, the boulder in his heart completely fell to the ground. People who are close to Jiraiya can never go wrong. Chapter 8 Save the Akatsuki organization and kill Danzo. After comforting Yahiko and Nagato, Minato turned his attention to Danzo on the top of the mountain. Elder Danzo, I have confirmed that this is a misunderstanding. Okay, you can take people back to the village first, I will handle it here. Minato spoke lightly, but these words made Danzo's face darken like dark clouds before a storm. Go? He is only one step away from the legendary Eye of Samsara, how could he be willing to give up just like that? Minato Namikaze, do you mean that with just a few words from you, the lives of the Rain Country ninjas will be wasted? Danzo still clings to the fictitious crime and never forgets the Akatsuki organization. Seeing that Danzo is still biting this matter with this unfounded reason, Namikaze Minato's face immediately turned cold, and he was merciless. He didn't even call him elder, but called him by his first name. Shimura Danzo, I don't want to talk nonsense. You know best how Rain Shinobi died. Now, as Hokage, I order you to take people back to Konoha immediately. This was tantamount to directly tearing apart the piece on the surface, and Danzo's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He glared angrily at Hanzo next to him. You so-called demigod, people are acting wild in front of your house, but you don't even dare to say a word. He wants to win over Hanzo and attack the Akatsuki organization together. Just as Hanzo was about to speak, Minato's voice sounded softly again. Lord Hanzo, this is an internal matter within Konoha. It's best for you not to get involved. These words are full of warnings. You can just watch, but you have to pay the price if you take action. Hanzo waited up and decided to protect himself wisely. I also think this is a misunderstanding, so I'll take my leave now and you can handle the rest on your own. Having said that, Hanzo decisively led his men away without any hesitation. Danzo couldn't believe it. Is this still the demigod who was so powerful in the ninja world? He was so scared that he was cowed by a junior? Hearing Danzo's voice, Hanzo just snorted. Just kidding, I originally thought the Akatsuki organization was a small organization with few powerful people, and could be pinched. After all, they have the support of 4th Hokage, so why fight? Just for the lives of a few so-called rain shinobi? It's just talk, don't take it seriously, brother. Once Hanzo left, Danzo had to face Namikaze Minato alone. But he obviously overestimated his own strength and underestimated Minato. Don't use the name of Hokage to suppress me. You are just a junior who climbed to the throne of Hokage with some merits. I am going to punish the evil today. The Akatsuki organization must be eliminated. Danzo said. Minato lowered his eyes slightly and only uttered one word, "Oh." Before he finished speaking, a sharp kunai was quietly pressed against Danzo's throat, ready to open a path of blood for him at any time. What? Danzo was stunned. Obviously he has been vigilant, how could it be possible? Doesn't the Flying Thunder God need to be marked in advance to teleport? He was clearly on guard against this move. Lord Danzo, the attendant exclaimed. The surrounding root organization members were all shocked. They were completely unaware of Namikaze Minato's silent approach. After waking up, everyone drew their swords and pressed towards Minato step by step. Their eyes were full of sternness and they did not take the Hokage to heart at all. Don't move! Danzo shouted sternly to stop his men. Damn these idiots, are you trying to kill me if you come here at this time? When did you? Danzo gritted his teeth and looked directly at Minato, his words filled with disbelief. But Namikaze Minato obviously had no intention of explaining, and his face was as cold as ice. Shimura Danzo, you are blatantly disobeying Hokage's orders. I have the right to kill you on the spot. I'll give you one last chance, leave immediately, otherwise you'll be responsible for the consequences. Feeling the cold murderous aura on his neck, Danzo couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Since Minato Namikaze became the Hokage, he always had a smile on his face, and Danzo had never seen such a terrifying murderous intention emerge from him. Despite this, Danzo still had a trace of luck in his heart, believing that Minato did not dare to attack him. I am an elder of Konoha, I don't believe you really dare to kill me. Danzo's face was ashen, but he remained stubborn to the end. Namikaze Minato chuckled and directly responded to Danzo's question with action. The sharp kunai went straight towards Danzo's throat. Danzo's pupils shrank suddenly and he dodged. You! Danzo held his bloody throat, his eyes filled with disbelief. If he hadn't reacted quickly, the kunai would have penetrated his throat. He really dares to take action. Lord Danzo! All members of the root organization immediately gathered around Danzo and aimed their weapons at Namikaze Minato. As long as Danzo gives the order, they will attack the nominal leader without hesitation. However, Danzo stopped them. This was not a discovery out of conscience, but he knew that even if they all mobilized, they would never be a match for Namikaze Minato. This is the true power of golden glitter. Retreat! Danzo glared at Namikaze Minato fiercely, with resentment in his eyes. Because of this, he had to give up the reincarnation eye that he was about to obtain. Danzo led the root organization and others away. Namikaze Minato only glanced lightly and did not interfere too much. He took back his kunai and turned around to help the purple-haired girl. Are you okay? Namikaze Minato's signature smile returned to his face. No. It's okay, Thank you, Hokage-sama. Konan was a little flattered. The person in front of her was the shadow of a country, aloof, yet he treated her so kindly. Konan, Konan. Excited Yahiko pulled Nagato over in a hurry. I originally thought that I would definitely die today, but I didn't expect Brother Hokage to unexpectedly appear. Frighteningly powerful. Just standing there scared the so-called demigod Hanzo to death. Thank you, Brother Minato. Yahiko thanked him again. Minato nodded slightly and chuckled. Compared to me, I think she may need your company more than me. Konan. Yahiko, Nagato. Akatsuki Organization Trio reunited. Looking at this warm scene, Minato didn't bother him, he just left silently. He took out the flying thunder god Kunao and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. It's time to deal with Danzo. The reason why I didn't take action directly before was: first, too much chakra was used up due to the rush and it took time to recover. Second, through Yuzuki's video, Minato learned that Danzo held a trump card called the URI 4 Elephant Seal. If he is pushed too hard, it may bring disaster to Yahiko and the others. Therefore, Minato temporarily let Danzo go. But even if it allows you to live for a few more minutes, so what? Somewhere in the land of rain, a secret trail runs through the dense jungle and connects the Leaf Village. Danzo and his team were like Tarzan, jumping quickly among the tall trees, eager to return to Konoha. Namikaze Minato. Danzo gritted his teeth, the anger in his heart almost bursting through his chest. Just wait for me. He swore secretly that he would never be a person who could endure hatred without repaying it. Hey, no matter what your purpose is, you dare to take action against the elders of Konoha. Even if you are a Hokage, you can't stop me from going to the daimyo to seek justice. Danzo thought in his mind, perhaps this is the opportunity to make him fall from the Hokage throne. Orochimaru defected, and Jiraiya and Tsunade are not in the village. When the time comes, in the entire Konoha, besides me, who else can stand up and take on the responsibility of Hokage? Thinking of this, Danzo couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. This series of changes seems to be a blessing in misfortune, not necessarily all misfortunes. Just as he was indulging in the fantasy of becoming a Hokage in the future, the subordinates in front suddenly stopped. What's going on? Danzo frowned. And when he stopped, he was shocked to find that Namikaze Minato had already stood on the top of the giant tree in front of him, staring at them expressionlessly. Danzo felt alert and looked around suddenly. As expected, flying thunder god Kunao were scattered all over the nearby trees, and they were already in the center of a circle surrounded by these deadly weapons. Cold sweat slid down Danzo's forehead. He had a terrible thought. Namikaze Minato, you. Before he could finish speaking, everything came to an abrupt end. Danzo's twisted face drew a cruel arc in the air, and death came, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't accept that Namikaze Minato was so decisive. How dare he do this? Do you really think that he can cover the sky in Konoha with one hand? Danzo closed his eyes forever with endless unwillingness. In front of the golden flash, everything seemed too fragile, and there was not even a chance to resist. Lord Danzo! The surrounding root members' eyes were about to burst, and they immediately drew their weapons and attacked Namikaze Minato. But just for a moment, golden light flashed, and 80% of the people fell to the ground. The remaining few trembled and did not dare to move anymore. Hokage, how dare you attack Lord Danzo? Lord Third Generation will not forgive you, a root member shouted almost crazily. Namikaze Minato glanced at him lightly and said in a calm tone, "It's very simple, if no one can get out alive here, no one will know the truth." The man's pupils suddenly dilated. Did such words come from Minato Namikaze? Is he really the legendary hero? Blame it on Danzo, the cancer. Namikaze Minato's voice sounded from behind, and then, the root member became silent forever. After witnessing this, the remaining root members completely lost their will to fight and fled in all directions. Minato raised a kunao, flying thunder god jutsu. Soon after, there was no sound in this forest, and all the breath of life disappeared. After Minato cleared the battlefield, Shimura Danzo, the root of Konoha, completely disappeared from this world. Chapter 9 Your Golden Retriever is now online. Jingle bell. As soon as the alarm clock started ringing, a lazy hand suddenly reached out and killed its noise instantly. Then, Shinomiya Yuyu turned over and continued to be immersed in dreamland. Time passed slowly, and the sun gradually climbed to the center of the sky. Until... Dong dong dong! Gate of opening! Gate of opening! Hey! Are you still sleeping? It's already been 3 hours a day. Knocks on the door and shouts followed. Shinomiya Yuyu suddenly opened her hazy eyes and muttered. Well. Although she was extremely unhappy, Yuyu got up with her lazy body and completed her morning routine of washing and brushing her teeth. Just when the knocking outside the door was about to turn into a slamming, he leisurely opened the door bolt. A full 10 minutes. If you had been slower, I would have thought something happened in your room. When the door opened, a small face as delicate as jade jumped into view. Her green eyes are sparkling and her long golden hair is tied high into a ponytail. Although she is a little childish, it is undeniable that Yamanaka Ino is already a little beauty. As neighbors who grew up together, Yuyu's home is above Ino's flower shop. Naturally, they had known each other very early. Ino, don't you know it's a day off today? You're here to disturb people's dreams. Yuyu dropped these words and turned around to go back to the house. Ino followed closely, closed the door behind her, and said helplessly. The graduation exam is just around the corner. How can you graduate if you don't even know the most basic techniques of substitute, transformation, and clone? Yuyu slumped on the sofa with a leisurely look on her face. Why are you so anxious? Naruto is still at the bottom. Ino shook her head helplessly. Why are you comparing yourself to him? His father is. When the words came to her lips, Ino suddenly realized that she had made a mistake and quickly stopped. Anyway, don't lie down, get up, and practice. I thought of a little trick last night that will definitely help you better understand the three-body technique. Just as she was getting excited, Ino's face fell, because she realized that Yuyu was not listening at all. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Ino grabbed Yuyu's collar. But before Ino could get angry, Yuyu grabbed her hand, with a strange light shining in her eyes. SHH, don't make trouble, I'm rich again. What nonsense are you talking about again? Come, sit down, I'll tell you later. Yuyu pulled Ino and sat back on the sofa, while she stared intently at the empty air in front of her. It's really baffling. Yuyu turned a deaf ear to Ino's complaints. His attention was completely focused on the virtual chat screen in front of him. Just now, a message popped up in the group. Ding, you have new unread messages. Member Namikaze Minato significantly changed the course of history. Reward the member with gold coins *100000. The group leader will receive the same amount of rewards. Wonderful. Shinomiya Yuyu was overjoyed, and her wallet that had just been empty suddenly bulged. It was all thanks to Minato. Shinomiya Yuzuki at Namikaze Minato in the chat group. 4th generation, what good things did you do last night? The group chat suddenly exploded with a lot of gold coins. Konoha 48 years. As soon as he stepped out of the boundary of Omegakure village, Namikaze Minato was followed closely by Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Minato made a decision to take the three of them back to Konoha village. After all, Konoha not only has a superior environment and rich resources, but is also a leader in the ninja world, where their safety and growth can be best guaranteed. As a result, the Akatsuki organization was naturally disbanded. After this series of events, Yahiko's dream of achieving peace through nonviolent means was almost shattered, and he simply chose to believe in Minato's arrangements. The original members of the Akatsuki organization fell under Hanzo's command. Hanzo lost his competitors and gained this group of fighting power, so he was naturally happy to see the results, and took this as an opportunity to form an alliance with Konoha. "Brother Minato, what's wrong?" Yahiko asked curiously when he saw Namikaze Minato stop suddenly. "It's okay, let's move on." Minato responded with a gentle smile, but his heart was slightly startled by Yuyu's at. Seeing the inquiries from the group, Minato thought for a while and decided to tell the truth. After all, this prediction was all thanks to Yuyu. "Namikaze Minato, Master Yuzuki, thanks to the future revelations in your video, I rescued Yahiko in advance and dealt with Danzo smoothly." Yuyu couldn't help but marveled when she saw the reply. "Shinomiya Yuzuki, wow, your mobility is at its maximum. No wonder the reward is so generous, it turns out it's because you saved Yahiko. Once Yahiko dies, it means that pain is about to enter the stage of history and affect the plot of the entire ninja world. He survived, but changed more than a little. As for that old guy Danzo, you just wanted to say die well, this guy never did good things. Shinomiya Yuzuki, Minato, have you figured out how to spend those 100,000 gold coins?" "Namikaze Minato, gold coins? Where did you get the gold coins?" "Shinomiya Yuzuki, just check your mailbox and find out." Soon, Minato figured out the origin of the gold coins and couldn't wait to open the gold coin mall. Even as a Hokage, he was shocked by the dazzling array of products in the mall. While browsing, Minato discovered a shocking product. This Nine-Tails Demon Fox Kurama, and the other 8-tailed beasts. "Can you buy tailed beasts?" Minato found it unbelievable. Obviously, he needs to re-evaluate the ability of this group leader. It was already magical enough to establish a cross-time and space chat group, but now even tailed beasts that symbolize disaster can be traded as commodities. "Namikaze Minato, Master Yuzuki, if I buy a tailed beast, won't there be 2 identical tailed beasts in my world?" "Shinomiya Yuzuki, that's right." Namikaze Minato could only sigh it's unbelievable and then exited the mall. At the moment, he doesn't want anything in particular. The conversation came to an end and Yuyu returned to reality. When he raised his head, a pair of delicate feet almost touched his face. At some point, Ino also lay down on the sofa, leaning her head on the armrest at the other end. Yuyu lies in the middle, naturally becoming a human foot pad. Yuyu looked at it for a while, grinned and said, "Hey, why haven't I noticed before that your feet are quite pretty?" "Tisk, Yuzu." Hearing this, Ino lowered her head and glared at him fiercely, then lightly kicked Yuyu. He said angrily, "You are so perverted." Yuyu straightened her back suddenly and suggested, "Hey, I have an idea. You have 2 feet, and I happen to have a mouth. How about we?" Ino quickly pulled her legs back, with a look of disgust on her face. "Hey, I'm really disgusting with you." I'm talking about getting some sauerkraut to eat. After all, sauerkraut needs to be stepped on to be authentic. I won't let you down. There's nothing formal about it." Ino rolled her eyes. Chapter 10 Cheating, Times, Genius. Ino sat up straight, not because she was worried that Yuyu would do something weird. She just wondered why Yuyu seemed to be a different person in just a short while. "You have changed so much, it feels like your soul has been exchanged." Ino looked at Yuyu up and down with doubts in her eyes. In the past, when the two of them stayed together, Yuyu was always very reserved. Most of the conversations are led by Ino, with Yuyu occasionally chiming in. Such a proactive and relaxed atmosphere as today is simply unprecedented. Shinomiya Yuyu grinned and said half-jokingly, "Actually, I have always been like this. It's just that you were young before. I was afraid that Uncle Anbu would take you away if you said this." Ino rolled her eyes and murmured in her mind, "Only a ghost can believe it, who can pretend for more than 10 years. Only Yu knew in her heart that this change came from her confidence. In the days when there were no plug-ins, he was a real jack of all trades. And Ino is the golden branch of the Yamanaka family, a typical white and rich beauty. He knew that Ino was interested in him, but he had neither talent nor background. Why delay other people's bright future? But things are different now. With the plug-in, if nothing else, it is still possible for a little ninja world to become king and dominate. So when facing Ino, I naturally no longer felt uneasy. Okay, stop talking nonsense, come on, let's practice the basic three-body technique first. Ino stood up and reached out to Yu who was nestled on the sofa, trying to pull him up. Yu smiled and stretched out a hand and placed it on Ino's palm. At this time, he suddenly said, "Ino, watch." Ino looked confused. The next second, Yu started to form a single hand seal with her other hand, and her movements were as fast as lightning. There was a soft bang sound. A perfect clone appeared beside him. Ino was completely stunned. She looked at Yu's calm smile, and then at the clone that was exactly the same as Yu. Shocked and speechless. 1. Single hand seal. One-handed hand seal can only be achieved by being extremely familiar with a ninjutsu. Yu, hasn't he always been the last person? Suddenly, Ino felt a tap on her shoulder. She turned back instinctively. What caught his eye was Yu's handsome smiling face. "Hey! Why are you here?" Then, Ino turned her head and realized that the hand in her hand had turned into a piece of wood at some point. Yu also disappeared on the sofa. Substitute technique? When was it used? I didn't even see the bonding seal. You. Ino turned back to ask what was going on, but found that there was no one behind her. At this time, there was a warm feeling in her palms, and she turned her head again. The wood in her hand had disappeared, and Yu's hand returned to hers. Shinomiya Yu was still lying there, looking at her with a sly smile on her face. Hiss! Ino jerked her hand away and rubbed her cheek in disbelief. She was so excited that she actually saw Yu become a genius of Grandmaster 3-body technique. You can do all the clone arts, substitute arts, and transformation arts. And you're so skilled at it. Yu raised her eyebrows and said proudly, "Of course." He just spent a small 100 gold coins to increase his proficiency in the transformation and substitution techniques. You are so proud of yourself. Ino slapped Yu on the forehead. Then why are you pretending to be a fool? Are you happy being laughed at in class every day? Yu spread her hands. You misunderstood, I don't care about Naruto's feelings. Naruto is very lonely to begin with. I stay with him to make him feel less lonely. As for those who make jokes, just let them go. In the future, when Naruto and I's names shock the entire ninja world, they may still be wandering in the circle of unknown people. Of course, the existence of the chat group cannot be disclosed, so Yu casually made up a reasonable-sounding reason. A genius who has hidden his talent since childhood is always easier to accept than a loser who suddenly strikes back. And Ino actually believed it. She knew that Yu and Naruto had been good friends since childhood, but she didn't expect that he could do this for Naruto. She looked at Yu who was picking her nose leisurely at this moment. The image of hiding talents to avoid hurting the self-esteem of her friends gradually became clear in her mind. I can't believe that you have such a careful side. Ino was touched. But is it worth it? Sacrifice your reputation for your friends. Yu sat upright from the sofa and said with a relaxed smile. Whether it's worth it or not, I know in my heart. Naruto, that boy, although he is usually careless, his dream is hotter than anyone else. I just help him resist those cynicism before he shines. Moreover, Yu's eyes became profound. A truly strong person will not mind temporary gains and losses. The person I am today is no longer the last person I used to be. It's time for everyone to see my true strength. Shinomiya Yu made a slow fist-clenching motion, as if the world was in the palm of his hand. Ouch! Before she finished speaking, Ino's feet were already on Yuyu's butt politely. Look how beautiful you are. Come on, since you don't need to practice ninjutsu, let's go out and play. You can't stay at home all day long. Jumping out of Yuzuki's house, Shinomiya Yuzuki pulled Ino and went straight to Naruto's den. Hey, Naruto, what are you doing? Let's go out and have some fun. Yuyu stuck her head out and peeked in from the window. At this moment, Naruto was tinkering with his lunch well, a bucket of instant noodles that was about to expire. Hearing Yuyu's call, Naruto raised his head and a big smile instantly broke out on his face. Yuyu! Why are you running here? I'm having fun with you. Hey? Why is it instant noodles again? Come on, don't eat that. I'll take you to make a good meal. Yuyu frowned and then said hello. Okay. Long live Yuyu. Naruto immediately threw down the instant noodles and jumped out of the room happily. Shinomiya Yuyu looked at Ino and then at Naruto. You two are very familiar with each other, so I won't be the intermediary. That's right, Ino-san is the top student in our class, God tier. Naruto grinned and gave a thumbs up in approval. That's all. Ino waved her hand sheepishly, looking very humble. Yuzuki hugged Naruto's neck. While walking, I discovered a newly opened restaurant. It's very interesting. Let's go try it. Also, Naruto, you keep eating these non-nutritious things, be careful of getting upset. Naruto rubbed his nose. Hey, it's mainly because it's cheap. 500 yen can make a lot of money. Yuyu stared at him seriously. Don't touch these things anymore, come to my house for dinner. Before turning on the plug-in, Yuyu really didn't dare to get too close to Naruto. After all, these two old guys, Danzo and the stubborn third generation, are really capable of ruthlessness. If they misunderstood that Yuyu had any evil intentions in approaching Naruto, then he would have to walk away with nothing to eat. Maybe one day while walking at night, he will completely disappear from the world. Chapter 11 Reach out and beat the smiling man violently. But now, the situation is very different. He had completely ignored those two old men, and naturally he would not treat him badly. The first day to obtain wood style, I want to protect Konoha. The day after obtaining wood style, I want to protect my Konoha. You can do whatever you want, as you please. This is not appropriate. They all call me Fox Monster. While Naruto was excited, he was also a little hesitant. It's okay to go there once in a while. If you always run to his house, what if you are seen by those with ulterior motives? Will they also start to exclude Yuyu? He didn't want his only friend to end up like him and be criticized. However, Shinomiya Yuyu said disapprovingly. To me, there are two kinds of people in this world. Do you know which ones they are? Which two? Naruto asked curiously. Ino also pricked up her ears. She seemed to have never heard Yuyu say that. Yuyu showed a smile. One is an insignificant ant, and the other is a friend. Do you think I care what the ants think? As soon as these words came out, Ino and Naruto were stunned on the spot. Chuji is dead. You guy, who taught you this rhetoric? Ino yelled in collapse, with goosebumps all over her body. Naruto also twitched, and the corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably. Not a buddy. When Uchiha Madara said this, I thought he was quite handsome. Why did he become a junior high school student when he came to me? Yuyu felt helpless in her heart. However, both Ino and Naruto in front of them looked a little embarrassed. Okay, don't play deep anymore, let's go eat. Yuyu quickly changed the topic and walked ahead as if running away. Ino sighed. Yuyu has now transformed into a funny person. Naruto covered his mouth and snickered from behind. 10 minutes later, the three of them stopped in front of a popular restaurant. The store's name is By Eye Bird. What is striking is that most of the customers here come in pairs, and few people come to dine alone. There is no other reason. The specialty of this restaurant is that couples can enjoy a 20% discount on dining. This is it. Although I haven't tried the taste yet, it's already great to get a discount. Yuya was quite satisfied with her choice and didn't notice the subtle changes in the faces of Ino and Naruto behind her. Ino crossed her arms and spoke in a slightly teasing tone. They said there's a discount for couples. Do you have a partner? Singles don't get this benefit. The lonely Mr. Yuzuki Shinomiya. Yuya turned around suddenly and stared at her with an indescribable look. How do you know I didn't? That look made Ino feel uncomfortable. What are you doing? Do you want to attack me? I tell you, it's a good idea. Ino snorted and looked away. When Yuya saw Ino's awkward appearance, she couldn't help laughing. Okay, then you stand here and continue to be arrogant. Naruto and I will go in first. Naruto was stunned. Let's go, Naruto, don't be stunned. Yuya winked at Naruto. Let's go eat. Just follow along. Yuya dragged Naruto, who looked embarrassed, into the restaurant together. Ino's eyes widened. You. She couldn't believe that these two people were serious. In the restaurant, the two of them sat down, and the waiter gently placed the menu on the table. What would you like to taste? The waiter asked with a smile. Please give us 2 copies of the 1 heart and 1 heart set meal, thank you very much. The meal Yuya ordered was the set meal that was specially discounted for couples. You have to order this as a couple. The waiter looked at the 2 immature boys, Yuya and Naruto, and gave a kind reminder. Obviously, we are. Yuya took advantage of the situation and hugged Naruto in an intimate manner. The waiter was speechless and left silently. Soon, the store owner was invited out, and the 2 of them were unceremoniously invited out. Kids, don't cause trouble here. Woohoo! Take off. Yuya and Naruto crossed the sky in a perfect parabola, landing squarely in front of Ino's feet. Yuya raised her head and forced out a slightly embarrassed but still polite smile. Hi, Ino. A number symbol appeared on Ino's forehead, with a look of displeasure on her face. She grabbed Yuya's shirt. This is so embarrassing. Naruto huddled aside and snickered. Even though her body was shaken from side to side, Yuya still did not forget to use her clever mind and become the king of ideas. I have a new idea, I guarantee it will work this time. Naruto, don't you know some kind of transformation technique? Just change, this time there will be no problem. Naruto was a little shy after hearing this. Well, let's forget it. As soon as Ino heard Yuya's new suggestion, her eyes suddenly darkened. What bad idea are you thinking of again? How can you say this is a bad idea? Naruto's transformation technique is recognized even by the 3rd generation. Get out of here. Ino helplessly held up her forehead. I really can't do anything to you, so I'll go in with you, that's it. In order to prevent Shinomiya Yuya from having another embarrassing idea that would cause her to have 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, Ino had no choice but to bite the bullet. Hearing this, Yuya's eyes lit up. It would have been over already. Ino said nothing, just gritted her teeth and kicked him. Yuya patted her butt, stood up, dusted herself off, and walked in the opposite direction to the restaurant. Yuya, you're going the wrong way. Naruto reminded. No, there's nothing wrong. I've done it here. Now it's time to solve your problem. Yuya smiled slightly and strode forward. And at the end of the road he was walking straight forward, was the residence of the famous blood succession limited family in Konoha village, the Hyuga clan who are good at Ijutsu and White Eye. Naruto is a very slow boy when it comes to things like love and love. Hinata had already made it very obvious, but he still couldn't react. It wasn't until the 4th Ninja War was over that he knew how to express his feelings. But now that Shinomiya Yuya is here, of course he has to add fuel to the flames, just as a favor to his good brother. Ino and Naruto were confused and didn't know why, but they could only follow closely. The three of them arrived at the gate of the Hokage clan. In front of the grand door, a Hokage ninja on duty was sitting bored. Yuya greeted politely, with a smile on her face, "Hello, we are here to see Hinata." "Looking for Hinata?" Ino was confused for a moment. Naruto seemed to have remembered something and was a little at a loss. "This guy Yuyu. Are you looking for Hinata to come and pretend to be a couple with me for dinner?" Although he and Hinata met several times when he was a child and helped each other several times, he felt that Hinata and he didn't have such a good relationship, right? Just when Naruto was considering whether to give up Yuyu's idea, suddenly, a disdainful voice sounded, interrupting his thoughts. Go, 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 you little brat, is Miss Hinata something you can see whenever you want? Go back where you came from." After saying that, the Hokage ninja kept waving his hands to signal them to get out. Shinomiya Yuyu's smile froze. "Didn't I promise not to hit the smiling person? Why is it that when you come here, you reach out and hit the smiling person violently?" Chapter 12 First Shot. What? What the hell? Did I go to the wrong set? Could it be that this place has become the territory of the Uchiha clan? Why are you so crazy when you speak? Your ancestor also gave birth to the powerful Uchiha Madara in the ninja world? Hey, what a coincidence, I just learned the wood style. Can I bear this anger? Yuyu smiled without smiling, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to show this Hokage ninja what the god of ninja young man is. At this time, Ino grabbed him suddenly and persuaded him in a low voice, "Calm down, I'll ask." With that said, Ino took a step forward. "I am Yamanaka Ino. We are Hinata's classmates. We came to play with her. Can we let her come out to meet us?" However, the Hokage ninja looked impatient. "How many more times do I need to say this? What about the Yamanaka clan? Miss Hinata has so many classmates, does everyone who comes to visit require her to come forward? If nothing happens, get out of the way and don't block the way." Ino's face darkened. They were both from a famous family in Konoha, but the Hokage clan could be so arrogant and rude? Yuyu narrowed her eyes slightly. Hokage and Uchiha are known as the two major pupil families in Konoha, but for a long time, Uchiha has always dominated Hokage. Now that the Uchiha clan has been destroyed, the pressure on Hokage's head has been relieved, and the arrogance that have been accumulated for a long time have begun to be revealed. "I'm here to talk to him." Yuyu pulled Ino behind her, rolled up her sleeves, and stared at the Hokage guard maliciously. When the guard saw this unknown kid coming forward again, his disgust was palpable. "I told you, hurry up." The word "go" didn't come out of my mouth. In his white pupils, the pattern on the sole of one shoe suddenly enlarged. Bang! Ah! With a scream, the guard was kicked away by Yuyu and penetrated directly through the door, leaving a human-shaped hole. Ino and Naruto's eyes widened. They didn't expect that Yuyu would actually take action. Moreover, the person was knocked away as soon as he took action. The speed was so fast that they could hardly see Yuyu's movements clearly. This guy is so powerful. Yuyu, you've stirred a hornet's nest now. Get away from me quickly and hide in my house first. Ino came back to her senses, hurriedly picked up Yuyu, and prepared to retreat to the Yamanaka clan's territory to take shelter. The Hokage family is now the largest family in Konoha village. Yuyu's quarrel is like a slap in the face to the Hokage family in public. The Hokage family will never let it go. Yuyu gently pressed Ino's anxious hands with a calm smile on her face. "Don't worry, nothing will happen, trust me." But before Ino could say anything, he was interrupted by a sudden roar. "Who dares to hurt us, the Hokage clan?" In the blink of an eye, the afterimage flickered. Several ninjas from the Hokage clan seemed to appear out of thin air and surrounded Yuyu and his party. Hokage Kingchi glanced at the destroyed door, anger welling up. The gate was destroyed, which was a disgrace to the Hyoga family. Even if they can get compensation afterwards, their branch house will inevitably have to be reprimanded by the Zong family. Who did it? Hyoga Kingchi shouted angrily. I did it. Yu took a step forward calmly and replied. You. Hyoga Kingchi cast a confused look. What the hell, kid? Go and cool down. Hyoga Kingchi obviously didn't believe what Yu said. Hyoga Shi, as the guard of the Hyoga family, even at the lowest level, has Chunin level strength. With Yu's appearance, she probably hasn't even graduated from the ninja academy, let alone the ability to hurt a guard. Unless he is a genius like Kakashi or Uchiha Itachi, but how is that possible? Hey, are you looking down on me? Yu never expected to get such a reaction. At this moment, the injured Hyoga was helped out by someone, with a very obvious red shoe mark on his face. Hyoga Kingchi hurriedly greeted him. Azzy, who did it? What does the other party look like? He thought that the attacker had fled after injuring Hyoga, and did not regard Yu and others as suspects at all. Hyaga's fingers trembled and he pointed at Yu with an angry look. That's him. The kick just now almost knocked him into the palace of hell. He never dreamed that this half-grown boy could be so powerful. Hyoga Kingchi's face was full of astonishment, and then he became angry. What a rare genius! But no matter what your reason is, I must take you down today, otherwise where is the majesty of the Hyoga family? Do it! Hyoga Kingchi gave the order, and the people behind him immediately took the gentle fist stance and surrounded Yu from all directions. Yu, be careful! Ino warned loudly. Naruto even rushed forward, wanting to help. Boom! Boom! However, in the blink of an eye, those Hyoga clan ninjas flew backwards like meteors, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. There are several more big holes in the door of Hyaga's house. Everyone looked at Yu in shock. What exactly is this strength? Defeat Fortunen in the blink of an eye? Ino's eyes sparkled with admiration. This guy is too strong. Naruto opened his mouth wide. Is this still the one who has been competing with me for several years? You arrest people without asking any questions? This is the way big families like you behave. Isn't it too overbearing? Yu brushed off the dust on her shoulders, raised her head and looked directly at Hyaga's clear pond. Hyoga Kingchi raised his eyebrows. He had a hunch that today's matter might not be solved easily. He took a deep breath and softened his tone. Who can tell me what exactly happened? As soon as this sentence came out, it showed that his attitude had softened. Geniuses get preferential treatment. Hey, uncle, we just wanted to play with Hinata. That guy was rude and insulted us. Yu couldn't stand it, so she taught him a lesson. Naruto stood up and told the truth. Yet, Hyoga Kingchi cast his gaze and confirmed the truth with Hyoga Shi. Facing the attention of everyone, Hyoga blushed and said harshly, "Fart. When did I say such a thing? Really? Then it seems necessary for me to help you recall memories." Shinomiya Yu is gearing up and has a bad look. Wait. Seeing this posture, Hyoga was immediately frightened and took a few steps back in fear. I admit that I said a little bit, but you can't do it directly. Well, seeing Hyoga Shi like this, Hyoga Kingchi knew what was going on. Originally, if the other party was a commoner with little strength or background, they could explain this matter in a black and white light, and they would naturally handle it casually. But now that the other party has both a member of the Yamanaka clan and a young genius like Shinomiya Yuzuki, this matter can only be the fault of their Hyoga clan. Hyoga Kingchi suppressed the anger in his heart and asked Hyoga to admit his mistake. I'm sorry, this is my fault. It's not enough, that guy has to apologize too. Shinomiya Yuzuki points to Hyoga Kingchi. You. Hyoga Kingchi's eyes widened with anger. Isn't this a bit too much? Hurry up, you come up and take action without asking why. If I didn't have some strength, would you have taken me down? Shinomiya Yu urged. Sorry. Finally, Hyaga Kingchi gritted his teeth and said reluctantly. That's pretty much it. Okay, then I will forgive you this time. Shinomiya Yu smiled generously. Chapter 13 The Sun is Not Dead, 7 Wolves. At the moment when things were about to end. What's going on here? A powerful voice suddenly sounded, interrupting the tranquility of the scene. Everyone turned their heads and focused their attention on the dilapidated door. They saw a dignified and steady middle-aged man walking out, followed by 3 small figures. He is none other than Hyaga Hayashi, the leader of the Hyaga clan. Along with his 2 daughters, the gentle Hinata and the lively Hanabi, as well as the branch house genius boy Hyaga Niji. Clan leader. Hyaga Kingchi and others quickly saluted respectfully, and then described the incident in detail. At this time, Hinata's eyes quietly fell on Naruto behind Yu, and from that moment on, her eyes never left. Naruto seemed to have a tacit understanding, and happened to turn his head to look, and their eyes met. Naruto grinned, as bright as the sun, which made Hinata's cheeks suddenly dyed with 2 red clouds. Naruto-kun. At the same time, Hyaga Hayashi has also heard the whole story. His eyes turned to Shinomiya Yu, who was similar in age to his daughter, with a flash of appreciation in his eyes. The power of one person can instantly defeat fortune with outstanding physical skills. This strength should not be underestimated. I secretly thought that maybe an elite Jonin who could rival Hitoki Kakashi would be born in the future. I am the leader of the Hyaga clan, Hyaga Hayashi. Can you tell me your name? Hyaga Hayashi walked forward slowly, forcing an unnatural smile on his face. It was obvious that he was not used to smiling. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Yu answered succinctly. He didn't know that the Hyaga clan leader actually rated his potential as 1 card. Hyaga-kun, I already know what happened. We are in the wrong. I apologize to you. Hyaga Hayashi looked sincere. Clan leader Hyaga is too polite. You don't need to apologize personally. It's those 2 guys' problem. Sagong Yu smiled and said, he has always been a soft-spoken person. I heard that you are here to invite Hinata to go out to play? Of course there is no problem. At your age, you should go out more and enjoy the joy of youth. After saying that, Hyaga Hayashi pulled Hinata and asked her to stand in front of everyone. Come on, Hinata, this is your classmate, right? Since we are in the same class, we need to communicate more in the future. Hyaga Hayashi nudged Hinata, who stepped forward shyly. Yu, on the other hand, made a quick move and made Naruto appear in everyone's sight. Hinata, long time no see. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment, looking very naive. Hinata walked up to Naruto, too shy to raise her head, so she lowered her head and whispered Naruto's name. Haha, everyone is here, let's go. Let's go eat. Yu waved her hand and walked towards the restaurant first. Ino followed closely, it finally ended successfully. Today is really exciting and tense. Naruto and Hinata followed. Hinata was quiet most of the time, only occasionally nodding in response to Naruto's words. As the 4 people gradually moved away, Hyaga Hayashi suddenly waved to Hyaga Kingchi on one side. Chief, what are your orders? Go check out that Shinomiya Yu. How come I haven't heard of such a genius before? Find out more about him. Hyaga Kingchi's eyes lit up. Chief, are you planning to find an opportunity to take revenge? Hyaga Hayashi's face darkened. And he slapped Hyaga Kingchi away with his backhand. Idiot. I naturally want to make friends with such a genius. Maybe I will have the opportunity to invite him to join the Hyaga clan in the future. Don't screw it up for me. After the explanation, Hyaga Hayashi turned around to leave, but stopped again when he passed the gate. Find someone to repair the door immediately. The cost will be paid by your branch house. The responsibility this time lies in your own improper handling of the problem. Looking at Hyaga Hayashi's leaving figure, Hyaga Kingchi fell to the ground, wanting to cry without tears. Not only was he slapped innocently, he had to pay for it out of his own pocket. Anger welled up in his heart, and he walked towards the instigator, Hyagashi, with a livid face. "Brother Kingchi." Hyaga didn't understand why, but still smiled brightly. "Elbow, come into the house with me. I have something to say." Hyaga Kingchi unbuckled the belt around his waist as he walked. Today, the famous ninja technique in the ninja world, the art of the 7 wolves, is about to reappear. Yuyu and his party, escorted by the restaurant owners "Don't cause trouble for me" look, found a place to sit down. Coincidentally, it was still the same waiter who served them. 4 pieces of the 1 heart and 1 mind set meal, thank you. This should be no problem. Shinomiya Yuzuki smiled and handed back the menu. The waiter rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Soon, the table was filled with sumptuous dishes. The hungry Yuyu immediately showed off her foodie nature and started devouring the food. During the break, Yuyu finally had the opportunity to browse the news in the group. As expected, Minato and Obito, the master and apprentice pair, were busy scrolling through the group, and the screen was full of their messages. Yuyu flipped through the messages one by one and finally discovered that Obito was causing trouble again. Seeing that Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato have both taken action to change the future, Obito is also ready to take a hand. Unfortunately, his strength does not allow him to be willful. Both Hashirama and Minato are Hokage. Not only are they powerful, but their personal strength is also leveraged, so things go smoothly. And Obito is just an inconspicuous little genin now. Even if he activates the Manjiki Sharingan, his combat power is far from sweeping the ninja world. The Third Ninja World War was still in full swing, and he was unable to even end the war early. At this time, he caught a glimpse of his Manjiki Sharingan being sold in the Gold Coin Mall. With a flash of inspiration, he planned to buy a pair and upgrade his Manjiki to an Eternal Manjiki. This can not only avoid blindness caused by excessive consumption of pupil power, but also allow unlimited use of Kamui for blurring. Not to mention, Eternal Manjiki can also unlock Suzanu's complete body, so his combat power soars. This idea does sound reasonable. After all, to obtain Eternal Manjiki, 2 relatives of the same bloodline and both of whom have opened Manjiki are required to fuse their eyes. However, Obito is an only child, and his parents died in the war at an early age. Logically speaking, he has no chance of Eternal Manjiki. The emergence of the Gold Coin Mall seemed to open a window for him. What's more, these are my own original eyes. And the fusion level must be many times higher than others. But here comes the problem. This guy has no money. Uchiha Obito's Manjiki was priced at 300,000 gold coins, but he was short of money and didn't have any coins. So, he started his journey of borrowing money in the group. Minato was so interested that he directly lent out all his wealth, 100,000 gold coins, but there was still a shortfall of 200,000 gold coins. At this juncture, a man who had been diving for a long time spoke. "Senju Hashirama, do you need to borrow money? I just have 200,000 here, you can use it first." Uchiha Obito, "Ah. Really, Shode, I'm so grateful." Senju Hashirama, "Haha, you're welcome." After learning about Obito's needs, Hashirama transferred the gold coins to him without saying a word. Yuyu silently commented in her heart, "The boss is so arrogant." Chapter 14 Roots. While Hashirama was online, Shinomiya Yuyu couldn't help but asked curiously. "Shinomiya Yuzuki, Hashirama, how are you doing recently?" Senju Hashirama, "Not bad. Madara and I made a plan together to find Black Zetsu and seal it to prevent future troubles. Konoha 2 years. Brother, what's wrong? What's the matter with calling me over? Tobirama, please pass this document on." Senju Hashirama, who had just replied to the message in the group, handed a document to Senju Tobirama, who had just walked in. "What's this?" Tobirama opened it and took a look, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. "Good guy, this is actually a document that identifies Uchiha Madara as a traitor. From now on, Madara is officially on the wanted list, and all Konoha ninjas who see him must capture him." "Brother, where does this song come from?" Tobirama threw the document back on the table with an expressionless expression. "Capture Uchiha Madara? Who can handle him except you, my eldest brother? Doesn't sending this document mean to publicly declare that we are powerless? If this file is really executed, the Konoha ninjas will be in luck, and the enjoyment will be over. Also, what's going on between you and Madara? Why did you say we broke up? Weren't you two close buddies before?" Although Tobirama doesn't like Madara, his desire for peace is sincere. Madara's existence is like a sea-fixing needle, making the entire ninja world afraid to act rashly. Senju Hashirama sighed softly. "Hey, I can't explain this for a while. You just do it first, and I will explain it in detail later." Seeing that his eldest brother didn't want to talk more, Tobirama shook his head slightly, took the betrayal document, and left in an instant. Hashirama didn't mean to hide it, but before the matter was completely resolved, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. That black is by no means a trivial matter. It can possess people and escape from the ground, but its whereabouts are still difficult to detect. If you are not careful, secrets may be leaked. Now Madara has secretly gone to the kingdom of Whirlpool to learn sealing techniques. Only sealing techniques can work on special beings like Black Zetsu. During this time, Konoha must keep a distance from Madara, and even pretend to be in opposition. In this way, Black Zetsu might encourage Madara and Hashirama to go to war for the sake of awakening the Samsara Eye. And once Black Zetsu gets close to Madara, what awaits it is the fate of being sealed. Chat Group Dynamics. Senju Hashirama: "Next, I can only wait for good news and see if it will take the bait." Shinomiya Yuyu: "This move is really brilliant." Hashirama: "After defeating Black Zetsu, have you ever thought about pursuing the victory and killing Kaguya?" Senju Hashirama: "I'm afraid Madara and I are no match for her. Even the wooden golem's technique cannot resist that level of power." Shinomiya Yuzuki: "Stupid, can't you or Madara become 10 Tails Jinkraki? You two find a way to bring out the Samsara Eye and summon the Gedo statue. Anyway, catching a tailed beast is as easy for you as clamping a doll in a claw machine. Although Kaguya is strong, she lacks actual combat experience. With your strength, under the same conditions, you have a great chance of winning. Besides, Kaguya is a great beauty." Uchiha Obito: "Why does it feel like something insignificant has been inserted?" Shinomiya Yuzuki: "Oh, don't worry about these details. She is actually quite naive. She launched Infinite Tsukuyomi just to resist future Tsutsuki invasions. If you can convince her, she will be a powerful ally. When Tsutsuki comes again in the future, the three of you will fight side by side. Even Tsutsuki will be confused." Senju Hashirama: It sounds like a good plan, but we'll talk about it later. Even Black Zetsu hasn't been settled yet." Shinomiya Yuyu smiled and exited the group chat and continued eating. The four of them ate this meal from the high sun at noon to the willow branches above the moon. There were countless dishes on the table. No one expected that Hinata's seemingly petite body actually hit a bottomless pit, and that one person monopolized half of the dining table. "Everyone, did you enjoy your meal?" Shinomiya Yuzuki returned from the checkout and saw that Naruto and Hinata were getting closer and closer. She felt relieved. It seemed that her busy work today was not in vain. Everyone in the chat group is rewriting the chapter of destiny in their own way, in big or small ways. As the leader of the group, Yuyu is naturally unwilling to be left behind. It's time for him to take action and add a few strokes to his script. Although compared to Hokage big names like Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato, Shinomiya Yu is just an inconspicuous little character, unable to change the world. He could only proceed step by step and advance slowly. Today's turmoil in Hyaga's family is just the prologue and is far from over. You're full, Yu. Thank you for your hospitality. Naruto's face was full of joy. He had eaten delicious food, and he had gained a new friend who did not reject him. It was a double happiness. And I'm also very grateful, Yuzuki-kun. Hinata whispered, shyly thanking you. Hey, you want to show your attitude. Yu lowered her head and looked at Ino, who was picking her teeth leisurely. I'm so grateful. Ino rolled her eyes and said perfunctorily. This is too insincere. Okay, it's getting late, let's go back to our homes. After saying that, the four of them walked out of the restaurant. But as soon as they went out, a black shadow stopped in front of everyone like a phantom. Shinomiya Yu, come with me. The visitor was dressed in standard Anbu attire, with a mask covering his face. People who don't know the truth may mistakenly think that this is Anbu from the Hokage order. But Shinomiya Yu could tell at a glance that he was a member of the Root organization. Anbu and Root masks are slightly different. In other words, he has been targeted by Danzo. Yu, why is Hokage looking for you? Ino's head was full of questions. Oops, today's incident must have been revealed to the Hokage by the Hyaga family. You will suffer a lot now. With Yu's potential, Ino is not worried that he will be punished, but a scolding is inevitable. However, Shinomiya Yu led everyone and walked past the Root members calmly, as if they didn't hear anything. Ignore him, let's go. Yu's actions confused his friends, but no one asked questions and they all followed his pace. Only the Root member was left, staring at their backs with deep eyes and drifting away. After Yu sent everyone home one by one, she slowly walked towards the forbidden place, the Forest of Death alone. In this deserted place, even if there is any trouble, no one will know about it. The moon shines like a ray of light, and the Forest of Death is covered with a layer of silver frost. Shinigong Yu suddenly stopped, with a hint of sarcasm on her lips. Yo? Are you going to have such a big battle against a little guy like me? Are you determined to capture me? As the words fell, 12 figures suddenly emerged from the surrounding tree trunks and the grass beneath their feet. Shinomiya Yu, this is your last chance, follow us obediently. A Root member said coldly. If you don't want me to accompany you, it's already late at night and I'm going back to get some beauty sleep. How dare you disobey the Hokage? Hokage? Ha ha ha. Yu laughed when he heard this, and he almost turned over with laughter. Chapter 15 Wood-Style Wooden Dragon, First Kill. The Root members present looked at each other. Is it that funny? You guys, what are you laughing at? Is it funny? A member of the Root organization shouted harshly. Shinomiya Yu laughed so hard that she almost shed tears. After finally stopping her laughter, Shinomiya Yu raised her head with a playful smile on her lips. You just said it was Master Hokage's order. Oh, when did that one-eyed old reptile who hides in the dark all day long and covets the light become a Hokage? He canonized it himself? Haha, isn't it funny that a coward who wants to be the Hokage is crazy enough to issue orders in the name of the Hokage, everyone? Oh? Why don't you laugh? Shinomiya Yu looked at everyone with interest, while the members of the Root organization were already filled with murderous intent when they heard the first sentence. A pair of eyes seemed to be able to penetrate Sagong Yu and look directly at death. A member of the Root organization slowly drew out his knife. You know the existence of Root, so you shouldn't insult Lord Danzo. Originally, as long as you reveal how you learned about the Root and how much you know, you still have a way to survive. But now, we have no interest in interrogating a dead man. Base. Before the words were finished, several people drew their swords and rushed towards Sagong Yu like thunder. Wind escape wind blade. Lightning style ground walk. Almost at the same time, 2 members of the root organization activated ninjutsu, and the sky and the ground were covered with ninjutsu, blocking all escape routes for Shinomiya Yuzuki. Faced with a desperate situation, Shinomiya Yu remained calm and composed, and calmly said 2 words, "Wooden dragon." The next moment, a giant dragon whose whole body was made of trees suddenly burst out of the ground. The deafening roar of the dragon echoed through the sky. The dragon head raised Shinomiya Yu high, and the hovering dragon body blocked all attacks for him. What's this? Didn't the intelligence show that he only knows physical skills? Shinomiya Yu stood on top of the dragon's head, overlooking the stunned members of the root organization. In just a thought, Wooden Dragon's huge body rolled up and strangled all the enemies who drew their swords at him. Ah! The continuous screams quickly dissipated. At this moment, only the 2 members of the root organization who had no close attacks were left alive in the field. Wood style. The 2 were horrified. They could never imagine that Shinomiya Yuzuki would use wood style. And it's such a powerful scale. So this is what it feels like to kill. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Shinomiya Yu whispered, this was the first time in his 2 lives that he ended his life with his own hands. It seems that he is adapting well. Okay, you 2 should go down and accompany your teammates. Don't let the team disperse. Sagong Yu waved her hand, and countless sharp wooden spears suddenly shot out from the ground. Penetrate the 2 people through the body and hang them high. Until the last moment of their lives, their faces were still full of disbelief. I didn't expect that I would one day be a piercing man. Yuzuki Shinomiya landed on the ground while driving the wooden dragon. The moment it touched the ground, the traces left by the wooden dragon and all the wood style disappeared without a trace. Leave no trace behind. Except for people who also have wood style, ordinary ninjas can't tell what killed them. Then, Shinomiya Yu walked leisurely towards her hut with her hands behind her back, humming a little tune. However, this night was destined to be anything but peaceful. After experiencing the incident with the Hokage clan, Shinomiya Yuzuki's files were quickly placed on the desks of major forces. The mansion of the Hokage clan. Are you sure this is his file? Hokage Hayashi frowned. The information in his hand was completely different from the Shinomiya Yuzuki he saw today. Hokage Kingchi lowered his head and answered affirmatively, it was obtained directly from the Ninja Academy. That would be so weird. Hokage Hayashi is puzzled. 6 years of crane tail. Either I made a mistake today, or there is a special reason. But I think it should be the latter. Hokage Hayashi put the file aside. In any case, we will not intervene in this matter and wait and see what happens. If necessary, we can give Shinomiya Yu some help at the appropriate time. Yes. Hokage Kingchi nodded and responded. Hokage Building. Sarutobi Hiruzen also received a document from Anbu on his desk. In this peaceful era, it was quite a disturbance for the Hokage clan to be broken into. Not to mention that it also involves Shinomiya Yuzuki, a suspected genius, which Hokage has to pay attention to. Defeat 4 Hyogachinen instantly with Taijutsu. Are you sure it's him? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his old pipe and looked surprised. He was also filled with doubts, but he knew Shinomiya Yu and knew his identity. What shocked him now was that Shinomiya Yu had hidden such strength. The Hokage clan specializes in gentle fist, and is even better at physical skills, but Shinomiya Yuzuki defeated them in their areas of advantage. Judging from his age, which has not yet graduated, it is really an exaggeration. This is the record we got from Hokage, there shouldn't be much discrepancy. Anbu replied. This is strange. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was immersed in his thoughts, the door to the office suddenly opened, and Shimura Danzo stepped inside with a solemn expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen winked at the Anbu member and signaled him to exit the room. After the man left, he turned to Danzo and asked, Danzo, what do you do for me? Shimura Danzo walked to his desk and threw down a pile of documents. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked it up and saw that it was information about Shinomiya Yuzuki. Show me, what's the point of this? I just happened to have this on hand. Don't you think there's something fishy about this Shinomiya Yuzuki? Danzo said. It's true, but... Before Hiruzen Sarutobi finished speaking, he was interrupted sternly by Danzo. This person has a close relationship with Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He seems to be hiding a secret at the moment. I think he should be brought back for interrogation. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. This move is unnecessary. I will talk to him tomorrow. Shimura Danzo disagreed. Hiruzen, you are always so indecisive. This is related to the safety of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Could it be that you want the Nine-Tails rebellion to happen again? Danzo's righteous and awe-inspiring words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression cloudy, and he took a deep breath from his pipe. Finally, he said in a deep voice, we might as well slow down this matter. After all, he is Naruto's friend. We don't need to get into a tense situation. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes, a hint of ridicule flashed in his eyes. I knew you would say that. But you don't have to wait. I have sent someone to invite him. The truth will come out soon. After saying this, Danzo turned around to leave. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became furious and slammed the table. Danzo! Do you still see the existence of me, the Hokage, in your eyes? Shimura Danzo paused, but did not reply. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at his back and made a decision in his heart. From now on, you will be relieved of your status as Hokage's assistant, and your root organization will be dissolved with immediate effect. Danzo, you are not too young, so you should not interfere too much in affairs. The future of Konoha should be left to those outstanding young people. I will send someone to take over root tomorrow. Please prepare to hand over. Also, release the person immediately after returning. Don't let me come to beg for help in person. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed rare toughness. Shimura Danzo turned around suddenly, his eyes full of disbelief. Hiruzen, just for a person of unknown origin, you want to treat me like this? He is different. He is Naruto's only friend. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look up at the bright moon in the night sky. I promised Minato that I would take good care of Naruto, but I broke my promise. Shinomiya Yuzuki is Naruto's friend and has been by his side for many years. She is almost his half-brother. How can I face Naruto if something unexpected happens to him? How will I face Minato and the others after I go down? Shimura Danzo's face was livid with anger. It was originally just a random arrest operation. But I didn't expect it would cause such a strong backlash. He understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen had been looking for opportunities to restrain himself, but he never expected that it would happen so quickly. In the end, Shimura Danzo sneered and left angrily, returning to the gloomy root organization base. Without waiting for Danzo to take a breather, one of his men brought another good news. Sir Danzo, the 12-man team sent to arrest Shinomiya Yuzuki has been out of contact for half an hour. Danzo's eyes darkened when he heard this, and he almost fainted from anger. How could two Jonin and Tenshinin make mistakes against a kid who hadn't even graduated from ninja school? A bunch of trash. Recall those losers. Mission cancelled. Shimura Danzo ordered. At the moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly wants to protect Shinomiya Yuzuki, and he cannot directly conflict with him yet. This matter had to be dropped for the time being. As you command. The men took the order and left. Within 10 minutes, the root member returned in panic. Something bad happened, Danzo-sama. They are all dead. Danzo had just poured himself a cup of hot tea, and when he heard the bad news, the teacup shattered in his hands. He glared at the subordinate. What did you say? The 12 people who went to arrest Shinomiya Yuyu, none of them survived. The place where they last appeared was not Shinomiya Yuyu's residence, but the Death Forest. It seems that someone deliberately introduced them and killed them. Take me there. Now. Shimura Danzo stood up suddenly. Soon. Shimura Danzo led many members of the root organization to the death forest. What came into view were the 12 horrific corpses lying on the ground. However, for Danzo, this is just a small scene. His face was as heavy as water, and he stepped forward to examine the body carefully. After some inspection, his pupils suddenly shrank. Wood style. Chapter 16 Rebirth. I am Uchiha Sasuke. In the early morning, as soon as dawn broke, Sagong Yuya was awakened by a rapid knocking on the door. Outside the door, Yamanaka Ino was carrying a steaming bun. After knocking on the door to no avail, he quickly took out the spare key and pushed the door open. Stepping into the bedroom, the curtains were tightly closed, barely letting in any light. Shinomiya Yuya was immersed in a sweet dream with no sign of waking up. Still not up yet? Ino's voice contained a hint of disbelief. Are you going to school today or not? As she spoke, she took gentle measures and forcefully invited Yuya out of bed. After some tugging, the two finally stepped out of the house and officially started a new day's journey. During the march, Yuya was chewing steamed buns while casually thinking about whether she should do something sensational today. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them like a ghost. Your Excellency Shinomiya Yuzuki, Master Hokage has summoned you. Please come with me. The visitor wears the iconic Enbu mask, and his words reveal unique politeness and rigor, making his identity self-evident. Yuzuki looked at it for a moment and confirmed that this was not Danzo's secret route, but a real Enbu member. However, he refused the call. I'm sorry, I'm rushing to school. Why don't you come find me after school in the afternoon? That's it, I'll convey it to the third Hokage, excuse me. After saying that, the Enbu members disappeared into the air instantly, leaving behind a series of faint afterimages. That's it again. Why don't you take the time to go to the Hokage office? It's not good to have people knocking on your door every day. Ino looked towards the direction Enbu left and suggested to Yuya. Having someone come to my door 2 days in a row is really a headache. Yuya smiled and waved her hand. It doesn't matter, just let it go for a while. Okay, now that you've decided. Ino had no objection to Yuya's decision, and the two continued towards the Ninja Academy. At this moment, a strange slogan came from behind, breaking the morning tranquility. Yuya stopped and asked, "What's going on?" Soon, 2 figures in green tights flashed past in a strange posture of running upside down. They are none other than the dynamic Metki and apprentice Rock Lee. Woohoo! This is youth, Xiao Li. Run 5 more laps, hold on, let our youth burn. Yes, Teacher Kai. Metkai's passionate shouts inspired Rock Lee, making his already tired body seem full of strength. Hey, it's you, Kai, Xiao Li, good morning. Yuya said hello in a friendly manner. He had longed for the 8 Gates Dunjia and believed that even if he did not have the talent to become a ninja, specializing in taijutsu would be a good way. Therefore, he once took the initiative to find Metkai and asked to train together. Metkai readily agreed, accepting all comers, and soon, Yuya joined their high-intensity training. Pity. The intensity of the training was extraordinary, and Yuya only lasted 3 days before surrendering. Despite this, the relationship between them became quite harmonious. It's you, the struggling young man. Yuya, do you want to join us in our exciting special youth training? Metkai raised his thick eyebrows and extended the invitation enthusiastically. Yuya smiled bitterly. Well, I'd better forget it, I have to rush to school. It's a shame, but going to school is also important. Come on, boy. Xiao Li, let's move on. Leaving words of encouragement, Metkai took Rock Lee and continued their journey of burning youth. Looking at the back of the current strongest man in the ninja world fading away, Yuya touched her chin thoughtfully. I was thinking about whether I could make a trick for Metkai, such as giving him the 6 paths yang power. It was an unparalleled life energy. Naruto once opened the gate of death in Metkai when his life force was about to be exhausted. Just a little bit of this energy can save it, and even reduce the cost of life to only losing one leg. If Metkai possesses the power of 6 paths Yang, can he use the 8 gates armor without restriction? It's a good idea, and it's worth a try if conditions permit in the future. If successful, it means gaining constant 6 paths level strength, a power that even 6 paths Madara will find difficult to match. Let's go. Yu Yu greeted Ino, and the two set off again. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the Ninja Academy, and Uzumaki Naruto was already waiting at the school gate, with Hyuga Hinata standing beside him shyly. Yu Yu! Naruto shouted excitedly, waving his hands. Yu Yu-kun! With a smile on her lips, Yu Yu said softly, "Go in." The 4-person team slowly stepped into the academy gate. For Yu Yu's current strength, the courses at the Ninja Academy have long lost their appeal. His eyes wandered, looking around the classroom curiously. Graduation is imminent, Xiaoqiang 12 is about to be divided into classes, and a keynote in the Hokage story is about to begin. But this time, the addition of Shinomiya Yuzuki is destined to make this ninja world deviate from the original script. At this moment, Yu Yu's eyes stayed on the cool Uchiha Sasuke. The young man who has experienced the night when his family was wiped out is more precocious and calm than his peers. As one of the protagonists of the story, if I can do something with Sasuke, maybe gold coin rewards will come rolling in. Yu Yu thought in her mind. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through my mind. Why not have a rebirth drama that travels through time and space? He remembered seeing a product called Memory Crystal in the Gold Coin Mall. I quickly opened the mall and searched, and sure enough, the product was listed. Memory Crystal, Uchiha Sasuke version. Contains copies of all memories of Uchiha Sasuke from birth to adulthood. After use, Uchiha Sasuke's memories can be completely inherited. Price, 30,000 gold coins. That's it. Yu Yu said nothing and bought it directly. He still has a deposit of 110,000 gold coins, which is not a problem for him. Hey, Sasuke, get ready to meet your new destiny. Yu Yu couldn't help but smile like an ant. Sasuke, who has returned from the era of the Legend of Boruto, will make waves when he appears in this era? He is full of expectations. You will definitely be able to blast the gold coins of the chat group by then. Finally, after class was over, Yu Yu went straight to Sasuke. What's the matter? Sasuke asked coldly. I have news about Uchiha Itachi here, don't you want to know? Yuzuki directly threw out a bait that Sasuke could not ignore. Sure enough, when Sasuke heard Uchiha Itachi's name, he clenched his fists instantly. Don't mention him in front of me! Sasuke yelled uncontrollably. And this sudden change immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the class. Chapter 17 The cold wind blows in the valley of the end, and the cicadas chirp and the young boy returns. Are Yu and Sasuke arguing? Naruto was chatting animatedly with Hinata, but he quickly turned his head when he heard the movement here. Oh, it's so annoying. Shikamaru wanted to take a nap during the break, but was frightened by this sound and lost all sleep. Chiji was happily chewing potato chips on the side, while Ino continued to carefully trim her nails as if it was nothing to do. She knows Yu Yu's abilities very well. He must be up to something weird again. Do you want to know everything? If so, follow me to the back mountain. Yu Yu's words seemed to have magic power, completely arousing Sasuke's curiosity. Seeing Yu Yu leaving the classroom, Sasuke followed closely without thinking. He must know how the class leader learned that name, and how much he knew. Sasuke, don't go, class is about to begin. Sakura tried to stop her, but Sasuke pushed her away. Leave me alone. On the back mountain. When Sasuke arrived, Yu Yu was standing on the edge of the cliff, her hands behind her back, her robes fluttering and rustling in the wind, looking so handsome. However, Sasuke is obviously not a person who can appreciate this artistic conception. He gritted his teeth. Shinomiya Yuyu, no matter where you heard this name, if you dare to tease me, I will make you regret living in this world. Tell me what you know. Sasuke said eagerly. Yuyu shook her head slightly and muttered in her heart, at this time, Sasuke is really flammable and explosive, and his words are not pleasant to listen to. He turned around and gently threw the memory crystal in his hand towards Sasuke. Catch it. What is this? Sasuke frowned. Crush it, the answer you want is inside. Yuyu pretended to be mysterious. Sasuke looked at him deeply, seeming to weigh the possibilities. How could a mere unknown person have information about that S-class traitorous ninja? He was dubious. Don't look at me like that. What can I do to you, someone who is always in trouble? Don't play tricks on me. Sasuke warned. Finally, he made up his mind and no longer hesitated. Sasuke grabbed the memory crystal and refined it instantly. Suddenly, memories flooded into his mind like a torrent. You shameless cicada, take me through the long river of time again. Well. Decades of memories flooded into my mind, and the unbearable pain surged over me. In order to protect himself, Sasuke immediately passed out. The cold wind blows in the valley of the end, and the cicadas chirp and the young boy returns home. In the morning light, the sun gradually climbed up, and its blazing light was dazzling. 2 hours passed slowly, and Uchiha Sasuke finally began to wake up. His eyelids trembled slightly and he slowly opened them. The dazzling sunlight made him instinctively block it with his hands. Sakura, where is the roof of our house? Sasuke remembers that he was lying down at home. After the fierce battle with Satsuki Ishiki, Boruto, who was possessed by Momoshiki, blinded his Rinnegan. During this period of time, he had been recovering in Konoha. Of course I should sleep at home. It's not a wilderness, so how could I be exposed to direct sunlight? At this time, an enlarged version of his face came over from above, looking at him curiously. It seems that the fusion was quite good. I even blurted out Sakura's name. Which you couldn't avoid before. Uchiha Sasuke. Who are you? Sasuke sat up suddenly, his body instantly entering combat mode. Hey, is this how you treat your benefactor? I spent a lot of effort to bring you back from the future, and you're going to do it as soon as you wake up. Yuyu said displeased. You. Before Sasuke could say anything, Yuyu's words seemed to trigger some kind of mechanism. A memory suddenly appeared in his mind, which was the memory fragment of young Sasuke. Soon after, all the memories merged perfectly, and a new Sasuke was born. Not only did he retain memories from the future, but he also understood the current situation, and was not simply fed a bunch of replicas of memories. It can even be said that he was reborn and returned to the past. The shady cicada plan is complete. Sasuke's eyes darkened. Did the crystal you gave me just now allow me to return to the future? That's right. Shinomiya Yuyu nodded to confirm. What kind of technique is this? In addition, Shinomiya Yuyu? In my memory, this name does not exist. You seem to have appeared out of nowhere, and you have mastered the art of controlling time. You shouldn't be an unknown person. In Sasuke's memory, there was no such person as Shinomiya Yuzuki since the ninja school. But in the current time and space, he is extremely active and even became friends with Naruto. The incongruity in this is difficult to ignore. Uchiha Sasuke slowly stood up, his dark eyes gradually filled with red halos. A Megatama. 2 Megatama. 3 Megatama. In just a few seconds, Sasuke's single Megatama Sharingan quickly evolved into a triple Megatama. This is due to his decades of experience in using Sharingan. Except that Manjiki cannot be directly advanced, ordinary Sharingan can quickly open to the 3 Megatama state under his control. Aren't you going to explain? Faced with Sasuke's guarded posture, Shinomiya Yuzuki felt helpless. Are you so nervous? Are you from the Tsutsuki clan? Suzuki asked. Aliens like Tsutsuki Urashiki can open a passage back into the past. He and Boruto have indeed experienced it, but it was a physical time travel, and history cannot be overly interfered with, otherwise it will lead to unexpected consequences. But Yuyu's technique is obviously more advanced. Not only can he intervene in history, but he can also create an effect comparable to rebirth. Do you think I look like it? No way. Suzuki shook his head. Tsutsuki's appearance is too distinctive. Shinomiya Yuzuki indeed looks like a pure human being. That's right, my existence goes far beyond the scope of the Tsutsuki clan. For now, the ninja world is a lot of fun for me. I really like it and the people here. You don't have to be wary of me all the time. I'm sure I can bring you back. Instead of thinking about attacking me all day long, it's better to think about how to get rid of Danzo and bring Itaka home. Suzuki looked at him deeply for a moment, seeming to weigh something. After a moment, Suzuki nodded and stopped his confrontational attitude. What Shinomiya Yuyu said makes sense. In any case, he has not yet fully returned to his peak state, and even if Shinomiya Yuyu has an agenda, he is unable to stop it. After countless ups and downs, Suzuki is no longer the young boy who just hits the wall. He has learned to think and consider a more far-reaching plan. Isn't this solved? Let's go, Suzuki, we've already missed 2 classes, and Mr. Irika is probably furious. Shinomiya Yuzuki put her arm around Sasuke's shoulder in a familiar manner. You. Suzuki seemed a little uncomfortable. They didn't seem that close, right? Chapter 18 Sakura becomes the biggest beneficiary. Byte. Confirmation of current world line changes. Congratulations on winning 100,000 gold coins. Hiss. 100,000 gold coins. Shinomiya Yuyu glanced at Suzuki next to her. This guy is worthy of being a member of the protagonist group. He is a walking gold coin making machine. Since Suzuki is so valuable, Naruto must be no different, and he has much more money now. We have to find a suitable time to give Naruto a gorgeous turn. As for what cheat to prescribe to Naruto, he still had to think about it. The two of them slipped back to the classroom from the back hill. It was time for class, and the two of them walked across the podium and returned to their seats under Irika's resentful eyes. Irika looked at Yuzuki and Suzuki and sighed softly. One is a genius from the Uchiha clan, who is too busy to say anything. The other is the end of a 10,000-year crane, which is useless to say. Forget it, I'm tired. So, Irika continued his lecture. Suzuki, this is the content of the first 2 sections. Do you need me to supplement it for you? Sakura quietly came over with her notes and asked Suzuki in a low voice. Although she knew she might be rejected, who made her like this handsome guy from Uchiha? Unexpectedly, Sasuke's answer made Sakura feel as if she was in a dream. He said gently, "Thank you, but I don't need it." Sakura was extremely surprised. Is this really Suzuki? It feels like his whole being is different. Although she still refused, her tone was so gentle that she couldn't believe it. Uchiha Suzuki glanced at Sakura, who was blushing, and sighed helplessly. He himself knew very well that this change in attitude towards Sakura was indeed surprising. But what can be done? After all, she will become his wife in the future, so she can't still look cold now. Stop staring at me and pay attention. Suzuki said in a low voice. Yet. Sakura nodded repeatedly as if she had been given a shot of blood. But in fact, her mind had already wandered away, and she would peek at Suzuki from time to time. Suzuki took this opportunity to carefully observe the students in the class. Inyazuka Kaiba, Abarame Shino, Nara Shikamaru, Akim Ichichi, Yamanaka Ino, familiar faces are all there. Everything is business as usual. But in the blink of an eye, Suzuki discovered that Naruto was no longer at his original position. Wait, why did Naruto go and sit next to Hinata? Shouldn't he be next to me with Sakura? Seeing that the two of them were chatting secretly during class, it was obvious that they had become familiar with each other. The future is already changing. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes turned to the sleeping boy in the corner of the classroom, Shinomiya Yuzuki. All the changes happened because of him, this mysterious and weird guy. Sasuke shook his head slightly and decided to ignore these trivial matters for now. Instead, he began to plan how to get rid of Danzo's cancer. At the same time, Shinomiya Yuya was actively communicating with her friends in the group. Shinomiya Yuzuki, I'm on the right track here. The only thing missing from the group is that you haven't done anything, at Uchiha Obito. Obito, don't just sit around. Only by taking action can you gain something and become stronger. Uchiha Obito, wait a minute. Eternal Mangeki is almost finished merging. After sending the message, Obito went diving. Probably to work on his Mangeki evolution. But the busy man Hashirama was not around, so Yuzuki had no choice but to chat with Minato Namikaze. Shinomiya Yuzuki, Minato, do you want to see how Naruto is doing? Konoha 48 years. Senior brother Minato, we are here. Yahiko led Konan and Nagato into the Hokage office. Minato smiled, here are your ninja files and forehead protectors. From today on, you are part of the Konoha family. Namikaze Minato took out 3 documents and a forehead protector and placed them neatly on the table. Really? That's great. Thank you so much, senior brother Minato. Yahiko could not hide his excitement. The procedures were completed surprisingly quickly, and he knew clearly that there must be Namikaze Minato's help behind this. Otherwise, how could these 3 outsiders obtain Konoha household registration so easily? You're welcome, enjoy your time in Konoha. Minato said with a smile. After bidding farewell, Yahiko and the other 3 embarked on their return journey. Not long after they left, the office door opened again. Namikaze Minato looked up, and the person who came was actually the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. 3rd generation, what's going on? Minato quickly stood up and stepped forward to greet him. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip from his pipe and frowned, there has been no news from Danzo for many days. Minato, have you seen him during this time? Namikaze Minato pretended to be surprised, Elder Danzo disappeared? When did this happen? Just a few days ago, I heard that he took a group of people to the country of rain and has not returned yet. Minato, do you have any clues? The old 3rd generation looked directly at him with deep eyes. The old 3rd generation has been in power for many years and naturally has his own eyes and ears in Anbu. Minato's leaving the village that night was soon known to him. In addition, Minato brought back 3 people from the land of rain the next day, so it was obvious that he had also visited there. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not doubt that Minato would deal with Danzo. After all, there was no enmity between the two, and Minato was not that kind of person. Even if he was told that Danzo was hit by a meteor, he would never believe that Minato would take action. He was just worried that Danzo would be caught by Minato when he was doing evil, which would cause a gap between the two. In this way, when Danzo was in danger, Minato might not have come to his aid. After all, they were in the Kingdom of Rain at the same time, so the possibility of meeting them was not small. Namikaze Minato shook his head, without revealing any trace on his face. That day I received an urgent message from Mr. Jiraiya, saying that Yahiko and the others were in danger and needed my help. I came back after rescuing people, and I haven't seen Elder Danzo. That's it. Hiruzen Sarutobi took another puff of his pipe, nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. Looking at the departing figure of the old 3rd generation, the smile on Minato's face gradually faded and became calm. He once respected this old man very much and devoted his whole life to Konoha. But some of the other party's actions really made him disagree. In the original world line, he turned a blind eye to Danzo's private activities, and many of Konoha's talents fell as a result. For the sake of the samsara Danzo did not hesitate to frame Yahiko and the others. In the past, the White Fang of Konoha had a great reputation and was expected to become the Hokage, but due to Danzo's behind-the-scenes calculations, he fell under the blade of public opinion. Uchiha Shisui, and even the entire Uchiha clan, are victims of Danzo's desire for Sharingan. These are just the tip of the iceberg. What he did is too numerous to describe. Not to mention, his death during the Nine Tails Rebellion and Danzo's absence on that fateful night. Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly entrusted him to take good care of Naruto, but in the end he only agreed verbally. He has made many enemies in the ninja world, and it is understandable that he concealed his identity as the son of the Hokage in order to protect Naruto. But why is the label Nine Tails Jinchuriki so well known to the world? But Naruto has barely enjoyed the legacy he left behind as a Hokage. What the old third generation did made Namikaze Minato extremely disappointed. Minato returned to his desk, ready to continue working. At this moment, he received a message from Shinomiya Yu in the group. After clicking on the group chat and reading Yu's message, Minato was slightly startled. Go and see Naruto? Chapter 19 The first team building plan of the chat group. Namikaze Minato thought for a while and replied. Okay, I also want to know Naruto's current situation. However, we are in different timelines, is this really possible? Minato found it incredible to be able to communicate through time, so why did he jump from one timeline to another? This sounds absolutely ridiculous. Shinomiya Yu, don't underestimate the power of plugins. Such small things are easy for me. Whenever it's convenient for you, I'll just pull you over. Namikaze Minato, the leader of the group, is really powerful. Then tomorrow, I need to take care of some work, and I have to tell Kushina, otherwise she will be worried. Shinomiya Yuzuki, wouldn't it be better to bring Kushina with us and reunite the family of three? Namikaze Minato, is that possible? That would be great. Shinomiya Yu, then it's settled. I'll see you in the group tomorrow and I'll drag you over. Namikaze Minato, okay, I'm going to prepare some things first. I'm a little nervous talking about it. Uchiha Obito, what happened? You didn't take me with you for such a good thing. It's too much. If I hadn't come up to take a look, could it be that, Minato-sensei, you were going to leave me alone? At Namikaze Minato. Shinomiya Yuzuki, aren't you busy working on the Eternal Mangeki? You finished it so quickly. Besides, you and Naruto are not familiar with each other, so why are you running over to join in the fun? Uchiha Obito, small Eternity Mangeki is not simple to me. Picture.jpg. He sent a selfie in which the patterns of Mangeki Sharingan were subtly changing in his eyes. Apparently, his Eternal Mangeki Sharingan evolution is complete. Also, who said I don't know Naruto? When he was born, neither Kakashi nor Lin were there, only me was there, and I even blasted him. Namikaze Minato. Shinomiya Yuzuki, 6. I made one hell of a joke. Senju Hashirama, hey, everyone is still chatting so late, aren't you sleeping? Shinomiya Yu's eyes lit up when she saw this big boss. If Namikaze Minato and Obito can come, why not bring the first generation as well? Imagine what kind of sensation it would cause if the god of the ninja world came to Konoha alive. Shinomiya Yuzuki, we are discussing tomorrow's team building activities and are planning to come to my place to play together. First generation, do you want to come and join in the fun? By the way, is it night time there? It's noon here. Uchiha Obito, noon? Evening? It's just getting dark here. Namikaze Minato, it's 10 o'clock in the morning here. Shinomiya Yu, what's going on? The time doesn't match up. Only then did he realize this special setting in the group. He thought for a moment and quickly asked a key question. Everyone, how long has it been since you joined the group? Senju Hashirama, about a month or so. Uchiha Obito, more than a week. Namikaze Minato, it's the 12th day. I'll go, the time difference is too big. Time is really amazing, I have only been here for a few days. But it seems that chatting in a group is not affected by the time difference. Otherwise, if Yuyu sends a message, Hashirama will have to wait several days to see it, but Hashirama always replies in seconds. Yuyu discussed the conclusion she reached in the group. The three of them suddenly felt strange. Shinomiya Yuzuki, strange knowledge has increased. At Senju Hashirama, are you coming to join our team building? Stop by and see the prosperity of Konoha in the future. At first, Yuzuki just wanted Minato to come and see Naruto, maybe he could change something, and earn some gold coins by the way. Now Obito is coming too, and there is only one person left in the group, Hashirama, so we simply invite them together to have a happy reunion. Senju Hashirama, okay, I can go. Shinomiya Yuyu, then it's settled. According to my time, I will formally invite everyone in the group tomorrow. Don't forget to check the group messages. After receiving confirmation from the three people, Yuyu exited the chat interface. Back to the real world. Yuyu looked at Naruto, who was chatting animatedly with Hinata, and smiled inwardly. Little brother, are you ready? The surprise is about to be delivered. Naruto suddenly shuddered and scratched his head, feeling like he was being stared at by something. Finally, when the school bell rang, the students poured out of the classroom one after another like little beasts that had been unsealed. Several familiar faces gathered around Yuyu, planning to go home together as usual. You guys retreat first, I have to report to Hokage. Yuyu waved to them and said with a relaxed look. Naruto and his companions nodded knowingly, said a brief farewell, and then dispersed. As soon as he stepped out of the school gate, the mysterious Anbu member was already waiting there quietly, as if time had stopped specially for this moment. It was the one in the morning. He didn't say anything when they met, and approached Yuyu directly. Shinomiya-san, is it convenient now? Yuyu gave a simple and powerful look with her eyes. Let's go. Anbu personnel took the order and were about to move forward, but unexpectedly, Yuyu's voice came from behind. Just walk over slowly like this. Hey! Anbu was startled, and was about to turn around to ask, when his eyes flashed, and Yuyu's figure had moved in front of him like a ghost. Too fast. Anbu was stunned and didn't even see how Yuyu moved. Yuyu left a sly smile. I'm in a hurry, you can follow me slowly. As he spoke, his figure turned into an afterimage and gradually disappeared at the end of his field of vision. This speed! Anbu was shocked, unable to believe that such an ability came from a student who had not yet graduated from the Ninja Academy. He quickly regained his composure, formed a seal and used the technique of instantaneous body, and followed closely behind. She secretly murmured in her heart, just now, Yuyu didn't seem to have any seals at all. Was it purely due to her physical speed? Inside the Hokage building, knocking on the door was clearly audible. Dong dong dong. Shinomiya Yuyu stood outside the door, and Anbu moved to his side almost instantly. The speed is pretty good. Yuyu raised her eyebrows, slightly teasingly. Anbu was slightly out of breath and didn't know how to respond, so he had to remain silent. A calm invitation came from the door at the right time. Please come in. Anbu obeyed the order and pushed the gate of opening, respectfully reporting, Sir Hokage, Shinomiya Yuzuki brings you. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and signaled Anbu to step back. Facing this master of the ninja world, Yuyu was neither humble nor overbearing. Master Hokage, what do you want from me? Sarutobi Hiruzen's kind smile was reassuring. Don't be nervous. I just want to witness with my own eyes the star of hope for Konoha's future. Sit down first. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and looked gently. Yuyu, what do you think of Naruto? Can you share your views? Yuyu was a little surprised, but still told her frankly, he is my best friend. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed very satisfied with the answer, and then took out a file and placed it in front of Yu. Chapter 20 I love telling the truth. Yu, this is your record at the ninja school, but I found that it doesn't seem to match your actual performance. Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately showed a confused expression. The corner of Yu's mouth twitched, knowing that this was an insinuation of what happened to the Hokage clan yesterday. But he was undaunted and reiterated what he had said to Ino before. A good reason can be used all the time, and it won't be exposed anyway. After hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked surprised. So that's it. What a sensible child. It is precisely because of outstanding talents like you that Konoha can pass on the flames and continue to prosper. It seems that yesterday was just a misunderstanding. I will communicate with the Hokage family and explain clearly. He didn't ask why Yu had been hiding for so many years or if she had any other purpose. Instead, he praised Yu fiercely. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction was hard to fathom. How could the old fox's thoughts be easily guessed? But Yu doesn't care. Regardless of trust or not, as long as you have strength, you can survive any storm. He responded, then please leave it to Hokage-sama. Hey, if nothing happens, I'll leave first, right? The family is still waiting for me to cook. Then, Shinomiya Yu said with a smile and a relaxed look on her face. Let's go? Where do you think you can go? If you don't explain your whole story today, you won't be able to go anywhere. Suddenly, a gust of cold words blew past like a cold wind. Shimura Danzo pushed the gate of opening hard and strode in. Before Shinomiya Yuzuki could speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Danzo, what do you mean? Shimura Danzo sneered, Hiruzen, don't be fooled by this boy's innocent appearance. Last night, he brutally killed 12 people in my root circle, and his methods were extremely ruthless. I seriously suspect that he is a spy sent from other villages. He must be arrested and interrogated immediately. Shimura Danzo knocked him down and slapped him with a big hat. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked a little helpless. This was Danzo's usual frame-up trick. But Yu grew up in Konoha, so how could she be a spy from another village? He said, Okay Danzo, I'm afraid there is a misunderstanding. Although Danzo is not a good person, the selection of the route is extremely strict. Each of them is a leader among ninjas, similar to Anbu. He looked at Shinomiya Yuzuki, who was only 12 years old. Even if he was a genius, he could not believe that Yuzuki could kill 12 of Danzo's subordinates. After all, age is there. Kakashi back then couldn't do this either. He instinctively felt that this was Danzo's casual frame-up. Hiruzen, you guy. Shimura Danzo was so angry that he almost exploded. Why do you always assume that this kind of thing can't happen? Can you open your eyes and see the world? If he hadn't wanted to monopolize the secret of wood style, he would have made the news that Shinomiya Yuzuki suspected of mastering wood style to the public long ago. But at this moment, to the surprise of Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shinomiya Yuzuki himself recognized it. That one-eyed strap-on weirdo, are you talking about the 12 people who called themselves Anbu who tried to take me away last night? Well, I did kill him. Danzo Shimura was ecstatic, and he was worried that he couldn't find any flaw in Shinomiya Yuzuki. But he didn't expect him to come to his door. Hiruzen, did you hear that? He admitted it himself, and you still haven't ordered his arrest. Danzo Shimura suppressed his laughter and asked in a deep voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yuzuki in shock. He could actually kill 12 root members? This talent is even more outstanding than Kakashi's back then. But doubts followed. He did not attack directly, but patiently asked. You must be responsible for what you say. Have you really done such a thing? Yes, that's right. Why are you doing this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was puzzled. Shinomiya Yu put on an innocent posture of I didn't know about it at the time and said slowly. They said they came under the orders of Lord Hokage, but those people are obviously not members of Anbu. You can see it in their masks. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and glanced at Danzo with displeasure. He didn't expect that Danzo would be so bold as to act in private under the guise of Hokage. Isn't this tarnishing the honor of the title Hokage? The ninja who bears the name of Kage is the most respected being in the village. If Danzo is allowed to act like this, the Hokage's reputation will be ruined by him sooner or later. Danzo's face darkened. Weren't he asking Shinomiya Yuzuki now? Why does it feel like he is the one who is hurt? Seeing that her words had an effect, Shinomiya Yuyu continued. At that time, I thought there were spies from the enemy country sneaking in, so I killed them easily. Yuyu turned her head and looked directly at Shimura Danzo. It turns out that these are all your subordinates. In other words, the so-called Hokage order was actually given by you. Hey, this strapping weirdo, which generation of Hokage are you? Why haven't I seen your statue on Hokage Rock? When can I see the Hokage Rock carved with your face? Shinomiya Yuyu pretended to be confused on her face, as if she really didn't know anything about it. Of course, he was by no means sarcastic about Danzo. Shimura Danzo's breathing gradually became faster, and a surge of anger rose in his chest. You sound like a weirdo with a strap on, and you still talk in that tone. Do you really think I can't hear that you're being weird? Danzo leaned on his cane and yelled angrily, Boy, show me some respect. I am the Hokage assistant of Konoha, how do you think it is inappropriate for you to call me that? You don't count yesterday. Sarutobi Hiruzen said leisurely from the side. Oh, it turns out that he is the assistant of the previous Hokage, but he is still not the Hokage. Can he still do things under the banner of the Hokage? Shinomiya Yuyu deliberately emphasized the volume of the word front, which is meaningful. Kid. Seeing that Danzo was almost red hot, the atmosphere was on the verge of breaking out. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen came out in time to smooth things over. Okay, that's it for today, Danzo. It's best not to let me hear similar things in the future, he said with a warning. Danzo snorted and didn't respond. Clearly, his desire for the Hokage position will not be easily extinguished. Yuyu, can you tell me how you got those 12 root members? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously. According to his understanding, Shinomiya Yuzuki has never learned any particularly powerful ninjutsu since he was a child. How did he manage to defeat 12 root elites by himself? Danzo on the side became nervous after hearing this. Could it be that the secret of wood style can no longer be hidden? Then wouldn't I have missed the opportunity to seize the opportunity? Judging from the traces left at the scene, Shinomiya Yuzuki should have used a large-scale and surprisingly powerful wood-style ninjutsu, which eliminated all root members in an instant. This is something that even Yamato can't accomplish. Does it mean that the wood style mastered by Shinomiya Yuzuki is stronger than Yamato? He had to figure out how Shinomiya Yuzuki obtained the blood inheritance limit of wood style. He shouldn't be stupid enough to expose himself. Danzo thought to himself. However, the facts did not go as expected, and Shinomiya Yuyu frankly told the truth. It's wood style. I used the wood style wooden dragon technique. Those trash fish under the bandage monster were all gone in the blink of an eye. Shimura Danzo. Chapter 21 Give Naruto a little break. A big question mark appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, with a look of disbelief. Is there something wrong with his ears, or did Shinomiya Yuzuki let something slip? Wood style? In Konoha village, how could anyone besides Yamato master this secret technique? On the face covered with traces of time, his brows furrowed slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a drag on his pipe and asked slowly, Yuyu, are you sure it's wood style? How about seeing is believing? It is useless to talk more. It is better to demonstrate directly. Shinomiya Yuyu clasped her hands together and whispered, wood-style tree binding technique. Immediately afterwards, the Hokage building began to tremble subtly. In the blink of an eye, a large number of trees grew wildly around Shimura Danzo, penetrating the floor, and tightly restraining his entire body in the blink of an eye. This! Shimura Danzo exclaimed. There is no suitable candidate here, so I have to ask Mr. Bandage to be a model. Mr. Bandage won't be angry, right? Shinomiya Yuzuki cast a playful look at Danzo with a teasing tone. You! Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth. Put me down quickly. However, Shinomiya Yuzuki pretended not to hear anything and turned directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, you saw it, this is wood style. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely stunned. It's actually a real wood style. After a while, he returned to his normal state, with eyes filled with wonder. I'm afraid that the blood of the Senju clan once flowed in your family and has awakened in your generation. Shinomiya Yuzuki's parents obviously do not belong to the Senju clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very sure of this. But going back a few generations, the situation becomes unclear. The ninja world during the Warring States period was in chaos. He might really be a lost descendant of the Senju clan. After all, in the previous experiment of implanting Hashirama cells, Shinomiya Yuzuki's name was not included, which means that his wood style ability was self-awakening. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath from his pipe, with excitement in his tone. Great, wood style has reappeared in Konoha. This is great news for us. With young people like you here, Konoha's future can be entrusted with confidence, and I can rest assured to relieve myself of the burden. First Hokage relied on wood style to conquer the ninja world and laid a solid foundation for Konoha. Now that wood style has reappeared, it heralds that Konoha will usher in a more glorious era. You, apart from us, does anyone else know about your ability to use wood style? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. No, it's just us. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, pondered for a moment and then suggested. You, it's best to keep this matter secret for now. When your strength becomes stronger and your wings become more mature. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, and after a brief deliberation, he said firmly, by then, you will become Konoha's fifth Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen also realized that his decision was a bit abrupt. But this is the naturally awakening wood style. Unlike Yamato's incomplete form that was implanted later in life, Shinomiya Yuzuki's potential is limitless. In order to ensure that talents do not drain out, sufficient temptation must be given first, which is commonly known as painting the pie. Tie Shinomiya Yuzuki firmly to Konoha's worship. What? Shimura Danzo on the side had his eyes widened. Is the position of fifth Hokage already decided? And he is the holder of wood style, so isn't it completely hopeless for him? Hiruzen, are you doing this too much? Shimura Danzo reluctantly wanted Sarutobi Hiruzen to change his mind. But he was interrupted by Hiruzen Sarutobi sternly scolding, shut up. That's how it's decided. Then, he put on a kind face, you, didn't you just say you wanted to go home and cook? Then I won't keep you any longer. Remember today's conversation. Shinomiya Yuya forced out a smile, then I'll take my leave first. After that, he turned and left. After Shinomiya Yuzuki left, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile gradually faded. He turned to Danzo, did you already know this? Know what? Shimura Danzo understood that he was referring to wood style, but he could not admit it, so he denied it. Looking at Danzo's pretended puzzled expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, sighed, and took another puff on his pipe. Forget it. After saying that, he shook his head and left the Hokage office. At this moment, he has more important matters to deal with. With Hiruzen Sarutobi leaving, Danzo Shimura was the only one left in the office, who was restrained by wood style and unable to move. Wait. Hiruzen, call that boy back to unlock this technique. On the other side, Shinomiya Yuyu, who was rushing home in a hurry, suddenly felt as if she had missed something. I can't remember, forget it, it's probably not that important. Back home, Shinomiya carried 2 large bags of ingredients and planned to prepare a sumptuous dinner. However, at the gate of opening, it was discovered that Naruto was not in the house. "Hey? Didn't you agree to come to my house for dinner? Did you go back early?" After putting the dishes in the refrigerator and walking into the living room, Yuya discovered a note on the table. This is a note left by Naruto, saying that Sasuke came to see him for something. Sasuke looking for Naruto? Hey, this is quite new. A smile appeared at the corner of Shinomiya mouth, thinking secretly in her heart. Did Sasuke, a man of action, start stirring up the future so quickly? I wonder what kind of medicine he was looking for to be sold in Naruto's gourd. Was he to reveal the secret in advance, or to turn on the mentor mode early? Yuya didn't want to think too much. Anyway, whatever Sasuke did was a good thing. After all, the blame would be placed on him in the end. At that time, no matter what Sasuke rewrites, the golden avenue of profit will always point to himself. Wood-style clone technique. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 wood clones came out to take charge of the dinner, while she herself enjoyed the bath time leisurely. Time goes by and the night gets darker. I'm here to see you off, little Naruto. Looking at the full moon outside the window, Yuya jumped lightly and disappeared into the curtain of the night. On the other side, in Naruto's den. Ouch, my A. Naruto had just put on his pajamas and lay down, but he accidentally touched the scars left by the training. That was the trophy from the special training at Sasuke's house. Sasuke, this guy looks like a completely different person. When school was over, Sasuke took him to a secret training camp without saying a word. He said that for the sake of Konoha and his own future, he couldn't continue to be a salty fish. He also said a bunch of confusing words, and the result was that he and Sakura practiced intensely with Sasuke for several hours. From basic physical skills to advanced ninjutsu, to chakra control, everything is covered. When Sakura heard that she could train with Sasuke, she was so excited that she almost fell down from exhaustion. Speaking of which, Sasuke knows a lot. I wonder if he can compare to Yuzuki. Naruto waved his fists a few times, feeling like he was indeed a little stronger. But tiredness came over him immediately, and after a big yawn, he turned off the light and fell asleep. Shinomiya, on the other hand, sat quietly on the roof, patiently waiting for Naruto to fall asleep. After making sure that Naruto was asleep, he quietly sneaked into the house. Chapter 22 I, Kurama, am also reborn. Sasuke has one, I have to arrange one for you too. Let's have something special. There is no need for Naruto to be reborn, Sasuke is already the key to change. However, it would be a good choice to add some ingredients to the Kurama in Naruto. Kurama has been with Naruto all his life. As his plug-in, he is not overly powerful but also extremely practical. Enjoy it, Naruto. Yuya chuckled and took out a piece of memory crystal. Kurama's memory crystal. He gently placed the crystal on Naruto's abdomen, and after a while, the crystal blended in quietly. It's done, withdraw. Shinomiya disappeared instantly without a trace. Dash. Is this the power of Satsuki? Sasuke said weakly. He fell to the ground. Boruto's arm was broken, his spine was damaged, and his life was hanging on by a thread. And Naruto was also suppressed by the huge power of Satsuki's style and was in danger. Naruto. I have a way for you to defeat him, but at the cost of your life, are you willing? On the edge of confusion, Kurama appeared in Naruto's spiritual world. Kurama seemed to have made some kind of decision and told Naruto that there was another ultimate secret skill. Naruto smiled calmly, Kurama, from the moment I determined to become a Hokage, my life already belongs to this village. Hearing this, Kurama laughed heartily. So, Naruto, get ready to meet this power. Kurama put his hands together and fused chakra with Naruto, creating an unprecedented new energy. In an instant, Uzumaki Naruto's whole body was wrapped in red chakra light, and his momentum suddenly increased. The giant cube that suppressed him was instantly overturned. Heavy particle mode activated. Even the defense of Satsuki first style became futile in this mode, and he could only let Naruto attack like a storm. After a arduous battle, Satsuki Ishiki was finally eliminated. Kurama, it's great to have you on this journey. From now on, the village will be protected by you. After Naruto said this, he collapsed from exhaustion, thinking that he who had used the heavy particle mode was about to die. Why say such depressing words? You still have a long way to go. This little bump in the road can't do anything to you. Hey? But you clearly said that turning on that mode will deplete your life force. Kurama's figure gradually blurred. Who told you that it would cost you your life? Seeing this scene, Naruto suddenly understood even though he was still ignorant. Kurama. Don't cry, you are Hokage, Naruto. After saying these words, Kurama completely disappeared. Just when Kurama's consciousness was about to drift away, it suddenly came back together. The surrounding environment seemed to have changed accordingly. Hey? Why do you feel so wet? A look of human curiosity appeared on Kurama's furry face. When he opened his eyes and took a look, the scene in front of him gave him a strong sense of déjà vu. It was dark, wet, and there were countless thick chains wrapped around his body, making it impossible for him to move. There was a huge iron fence in front of him, which surrounded him tightly, as if he was in a dungeon. Here it is. Kurama's pupils shrank suddenly. Isn't this Naruto's sealed space? How could Kurama forget this place? But why does he appear here again? Shouldn't it be the road to hell after death? Could it be that something unexpected happened to Naruto too? No. Kurama looked at the chain behind him. He and Naruto had already connected with each other and got rid of the constraints of the past. Not only do you not have to be limited by chains and fences, you can also stretch your chakra at any time and sense everything in the outside world. But the layout here. No matter how you look at it, it feels like you have gone back to the time when Naruto had not yet connected with his soul more than 10 years ago. Wait, more than 10 years ago. Kurama woke up from a dream. He quickly mobilized the remaining chakra to check the person who sealed him. Although the chakra is limited when sealed, it is still possible to identify one's own Jinchakra key. At this glance, he saw little Naruto sleeping on the bed. This moment was like thunder in the clear sky. What the hell is going on? Kurama was shocked. Did Naruto really turn back into a child? No, that's not right, he should have traveled back in time. From Konoha 83 to Konoha 60. Naruto was exactly this age at this time. What the hell? Kurama was confused for a moment. At this moment, Naruto suddenly frowned and touched his stomach with a painful expression. Upon seeing this, Kurama immediately put away the leaked chakra. Because of the existence of 8-sign seal, too much chakra will make Naruto miserable. Naruto, this guy. Kurama sighed helplessly. Forget it, let it be as it comes, Kurama slowly lay down. In a sense, this is also a good thing, right? He who was supposed to die was not only alive, but also returned to the past. But this place was really oppressive, and he was used to a free life. It was really uncomfortable to suddenly return to this kind of restraint. We have to find a way to get him to break this seal as soon as possible. Kurama thought about it in his mind. In the blink of an eye, the sky turned white. Naruto's door was knocked hastily. Naruto, get up and train. Uchiha Sasuke's call came from outside the door. Well. Naruto rubbed his sleepy eyes. I looked at the alarm clock and saw that it was only 5 in the morning. Sasuke, this guy is crazy. Naruto was extremely eager to continue meeting Duke Joe, but the door seemed to be about to collapse due to Sasuke's knocks. Sighing, Naruto got up and washed up. Coming. Pulling up the gate of opening, Uchiha Sasuke stood outside the door ready to go. Let's go, hurry up and practice a little longer before class. After saying that, Sasuke took Naruto and went straight to the training ground. Hey? What happened to Sasuke? I remember their relationship was very tense at this time, wasn't it? Kurama looked at the outside world and felt a little strange. But he knew that it was because of his poor memory. At that time, he was imprisoned in the sealed space all day long and did not peek into Naruto's daily life. Maybe that's how their relationship is? Arriving at the training ground, Harano Sakura was waiting there in advance. She prepared breakfast for 3 people, and after finishing the meal, they began their morning exercises. There was nothing special about it at first. Until Sasuke and Naruto kept discussing Shinomiya Uzuki. Shinomiya Uzuki. Kurama scratched his head. Are there such figures in Naruto and Sasuke's circle of friends? How unimpressive it is. But judging from the conversation between Naru and Sasuke, they seemed to be very familiar with Shinomiya Uzuki. Naruto was full of praise for him, while Sasuke was both fearful and respectful. It's so strange, so strange. Chapter 23 Chunin Examination. Konoha 47 years. Ha! Uchiha Obito yawned widely. Lin, why did you drag me up so early in the morning? The door creaked open, and Obito squinted his eyes, rubbing his hazy sleepy eyes with his hand. Nohara-rin grabbed Obito's hand and smiled as brightly as the sun. Hurry up, Minato-sensei is calling us to gather. As soon as he saw Lin's healing smile, Obito's sleepiness was immediately driven away without a trace. 100 times more energetic. Let's go. After a while, the two came to a small bridge over a gurgling stream. Kakashi has been waiting there for a long time. Hey, it's strange that I'm not late today. I think this must be Lin's contribution, otherwise someone would have slept until midnight. When the two brothers met, they couldn't help but tease each other. Kakashi, do you want to practice with me? Obito was so angry that his teeth itched with hatred. The someone in Kakashi's mouth is obviously Obito. I didn't name anyone, so don't be sentimental. Kakashi spread his hands pretending to be innocent. Whoa. If Lin hadn't held him tightly, Obito would have rushed over to give Kakashi some color. Okay, you two are really serious. Lin looked helpless and stood in the middle to act as a peacemaker. Humph, for Lin's sake, forget it this time. I won't be so lucky next time. Obito has a habit of saying harsh words. Kakashi chuckled, I don't think there's any need to wait for next time, why not do it now? Obito is really eager to try and compete with Kakashi. Before, he was indeed no match for Kakashi, but now he has opened Manjiki Sharingan. And evolve smoothly into eternity. With the skill of infinite virtualization alone, he is sure to win, not to mention that he can suck Kakashi into the Kamui space with just one touch. The outcome was uncertain, but in the end they didn't really fight. With Lin mediating in the middle, they could just have fun. At this moment, Namikaze Minato finally appeared. With a teleport, Minato appeared in front of the 3 of them. Minato-sensei, the 3 of them greeted. Minato smiled and nodded, taking out 3 documents from his arms. I have good news for everyone. Namikaze Minato prepared Chunin exam application forms for them. As long as they are willing, they can challenge the Chunin exam at any time. Once they pass, they can become Chunin. The 3 of them chose to participate without hesitation. The first level of the Chunin exam is the written test. For Kakashi, it's a piece of cake. He was the first to hand in his papers and leave the examination room. In contrast, Obito was so anxious that he couldn't answer the questions at all. In the end, I managed to pass the test by relying on the answers secretly passed on by Lin. After the written test, the practical test a few days later will be the second level of the Chunin exam. Time flies. On the day of the practical test, outside the examination room, Kakashi and Lin are still waiting. Because Obito hasn't arrived yet. Only 5 minutes left. If it exceeds the time limit, it will be considered as automatically giving up the qualification. The teacher in charge of the exam explained the rules to the two. Wait a little longer, I believe Obito will come. Although Nohara-Lin was a little nervous, she still trusted Obito. Kakashi said with some regret, we are afraid that he will drag us down. No. Obito will definitely arrive in time. Lin's tone was firm. As soon as he finished speaking, a black vortex suddenly opened in the void in front of him. Uchiha Obito turned his eyes white and came out. Hey, Kakashi, I heard you talking bad about me behind my back. Kakashi was stunned by Obito's appearance. You have learned the same space-time ninjutsu as sensei. Kakashi almost thought he hadn't woken up. Although time and space ninjutsu is powerful, it is also twice as difficult to learn. He tried to learn Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God, but he couldn't get into it at all. He simply couldn't imagine that Obito had secretly learned a space-time ninjutsu. Obito proudly raised his thumb and pointed at himself. You have seen the power of Uchiha, you have already said that I am a genius. This is nothing. I guarantee it will be an eye-opener for you when you take the exam later. Although Nohara-Lin was frightened, every second counts now. She quickly pushed Obito and Kakashi and said anxiously, Okay, don't be poor now, the exam is about to start. Within the examination room, in the blink of an eye, each candidate's opponent was determined. Obito ran into the blue beast of future Konoha village. Met Kai. This guy Kai. You really can't underestimate a person. His potential is so terrifying. Uchiha Obito squinted his eyes and looked at the dumb-looking boy in tights across from him. The forbidden art of 8 Gates dungeon was used to such perfection in Kai's hands that even Uchiha Madara was full of praise for it. The competition begins. Following the examiner's order, the battle suddenly opened. Aha! Met Kai shouted loudly, and then a whip like a sudden storm came. He was about to kick Obito, but he seemed to be stunned and stood still. He looked caught off guard. Obito. On the sidelines, Nohara-Lin was worried. Hey! Minato Namikaze, who was watching the battle with third Hokage in the monitoring room, couldn't help but hold his forehead. Obito is going to lose. However, the scene that followed left both Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen stunned. What's going on? The two looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. At this time, Obito has won the game. The decisive moment is only a moment. Guy's attack didn't touch Obito at all, it seemed to penetrate his body. The two of them passed each other, and where Obito stood was like a phantom. Nani? Kai, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, was shocked. Met Kai, who revealed a huge flaw, was naturally defeated by Obito in one blow. This magical scene naturally opened the eyes of the audience. Minato, it seems like your disciple has never seen this ability before. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously. Namikaze Minato shook his head in confusion. I don't know, I've never seen Obito use this ability before. Is it possible that you just mastered it recently? Third generation guessed. Maybe so. Minato's eyes flashed with relief. Obito had finally grown up. Hey, I'm not that good. After the game, Obito ran to Nohara-Lin with a proud look on his face. Super awesome, Obito. Nohara-Lin clasped her hands behind her back, tilted her head slightly, and responded to Obito with a bright smile. Linear. Looking at Nohara-Rin's adoring eyes, Obito felt like he was in a state of ecstasy. You are simply my angel. But at this moment, Kakashi's voice sounded from behind. Hey, what was that move you just made? Kakashi's opponent was Ebisu, who was easily defeated by him. He also returned to the audience and asked Obito curiously. Annoying Kakashi, I finally got a chance to be alone with Lin for a while. Although Obito felt unwilling, he still turned around and replied. That's the eye technique, a natural ability of the Uchiha clan. Tongjutsu? Have you opened Sharingan? Kakashi suddenly realized. But didn't Obito open his eyes before? Why did he open them suddenly? Moreover, I have never heard that turning on Sharingan will have such a powerful ability. Chapter 24 Complete Susanoo. Of course, with my talent, opening your eyes won't be a piece of cake. I'll show you Uchiha's power later. Obito and Kakashi each defeated their opponents and successfully advanced to the next round. In fact, he has been promoted to Chunin so far. But continuing to compete can lead to a higher ranking. Although it has some meaning, it is not too big. Obviously, both Obito and Kakashi are eyeing the number 1 spot. Soon, Obito and Kakashi went through all the obstacles and defeated the opponents in front of them. In the end, on the stage of the actual combat assessment, only the two of them stood facing each other. Hey, Kakashi, why don't you just admit defeat, so as not to be embarrassed if you lose later? Hehe. Regarding Obito's provocation, Kakashi just smiled indifferently and didn't take it to heart. The game begins. With the examiner's order, the battle officially began. Kakashi took the lead, and the 3 sharp shurikens were like thunder, heading straight for Obito. However, Obito, who has the ability to blur, is indifferent to such temptations and can easily let the attack pass through him, as illusory as a reflection passing through the water. Hehehe, Kakashi, is this all you have? Obito smiled triumphantly. Tisk. Kakashi glanced at him disdainfully, then tensed up his whole body and entered a state of full strength. He began to carefully consider Obito's abilities. You can see it, but you can't touch it. Could it be Genjutsu's trick? Kakashi secretly forms a seal and uses the gesture to understand Genjutsu, which can break the general Genjutsu trap. Then, he threw the shuriken again as a second test. However, these attacks were still easily avoided by Obito using his virtual blur. It's not Genjutsu. Looking at the shurikens scattered on the ground, Kakashi made a judgment in his mind. It seems to have no entity. What kind of ability is this? Kakashi fell into thought. At this moment, Obito has launched an offensive. Hey, no more fighting? Then it's my turn to attack. Obito dashed forward, coming straight at him with a swift flying kick. Escape or fight back? Kakashi quickly formulated 2 strategies. Considering Obito's elusive status, could this attack just be a decoy? The real attack may be lurking, waiting for the opportunity. Thinking as fast as lightning, Kakashi's eyes narrowed and he decided to put defense first. At the same time, he secretly prepared the substitute technique. Once it was confirmed that it was a fake move, he could immediately change positions. With a snap, Obito's attack was easily neutralized by Kakashi. It's the real body. Immediately afterwards, the two started a fierce physical contest. Kakashi gradually fell into passivity, because Obito seemed to be able to predict his every move, making it impossible for him to gain the upper hand. But Kakashi was not frustrated by this, but his eyes became sharper. There is an entity. He thought to himself. Too slow, Kakashi. Obito's Sharingan turned slightly, and Kakashi's movements seemed to be slowed down several times in his eyes. Every punch and kick was easily neutralized by Obito, without any threat at all. Kakashi remained silent, concentrating on looking for the other party's flaws. After 30 rounds, Obito seemed a little tired and his movements stopped for a moment. Kakashi took advantage of this opportunity and struck out with a whip kick, pointing directly at Obito's chest. However, the hit that he was determined to win actually passed through his body again. How come? Kakashi looked stunned. What on earth is going on? During the fight, it was clear that the power was really being transmitted, and the Obito in front of me could not be a phantom. Just when he was stunned, Obito caught his carelessness and knocked him away with a punch. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, your cleverness cannot fool me. Want to catch the gap after my attack? I am a zero delay blur. Kakashi dusted himself off and stood up again. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Obito carefully. In this case, could he be able to freely switch between entity and virtuality? Suddenly, Kakashi had a flash of inspiration and a new idea. According to the previous confrontation, Obito can be contacted when attacking. But as long as he stops attacking, he can escape into a virtual state at any time, making all attacks in vain. I see. Try again. Kakashi suddenly threw a smoke bomb and hit the ground hard. Bang! Thick smoke spread instantly, covering half of the venue. Hey, Kakashi, these little tricks don't work on me. Although he said so, Obito did not relax at all. After all, the person standing opposite him was Kakashi. Obito's eyes were as sharp as a hawk, and he accurately captured that figure even in the swirling smoke. Although his eyes are not as capable of seeing through everything as the Byakugan, as a pair of precious and eternal Mangeki Sharingan, how can a mere smoke stop them? Kakashi did not respond verbally, and the tension in the air suddenly increased. Then, a swift figure suddenly jumped out of the smoke with a fierce attack. Obito reacted quickly, flexed his body, and deflected the blow with superb physical skills. Immediately, the two were fighting together again, and the situation was tense. During the fierce exchange, Obito raised his lips slightly and said with a somewhat relaxed smile, "Aren't you going to admit defeat? Continuing this stalemate is just a waste of time. I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve that are useless." Hearing this, Kakashi proposed, half jokingly and half seriously, "How about this, you admit defeat, and then I treat you to a big barbecue." Hearing this, Obito raised his eyebrows and responded with faint dissatisfaction, "You want to get rid of me after just one barbecue? You underestimate me, at least 3. Come on, just one meal, no more." Kakashi responded helplessly. Before he finished speaking, he seemed to be delayed due to distraction, unable to defend Obito's sudden attack in time. "Hey, Kakashi, try this." Obito's eyes lit up, and he took advantage of the situation, carrying wind and electricity with his fist, and went straight to Kakashi's door. However, just when the punch seemed to be about to hit, another figure suddenly emerged from the ground. Kicked Obito with lightning speed, interrupting his attack. Ouch! With a cry of pain, Obito flew out like a kite with its string cut off, and rolled on the ground several times before stopping. He climbed up in embarrassment, and there was a bright red footprint on his face, which was full of disbelief. My Kamui was actually discovered. Obito turned his eyes to his opponent and saw that the one he had knocked away was just one of Kakashi's lightning clones. The real Kakashi had already sneaked underground under the cover of smoke bombs, waiting for the best opportunity. The Thunder clone deliberately exposed its flaws, but it was actually to create an opportunity for the underground body to fight back. "Obito, it seems that your ability is not impeccable," Kakashi said with a bit of joking tone. "Damn Kakashi!" Uchiha Obito's face turned red, secretly surprised by Kakashi's insight. Unexpectedly, in such a short encounter, the opponent discovered the weakness of Kamui. "Do you want to continue?" Kakashi asked with a smile, a challenging light shining in his eyes. "Damn it, don't get too complacent. If you hadn't been unable to use those overly powerful moves, you would have lost by now." Obito gritted his teeth angrily. So far, he has only shown the skills of virtualization, and the real power of Kamui has not yet been revealed, such as the Kamui that can distort space. Once used, I'm afraid Kakashi will become stuck, because he may only be half of his body. "Kakashi, please keep an eye on me." Obito's Sharingan spun sharply, and a terrifying power surged within him. Susanoo. Of course he has to be careful about his special moves, after all, it was not his intention to let Kakashi get into trouble. So, without any hesitation, he directly used Sharingan's third power. In an instant, the world seemed to be shaking. "Susanoo! This is the ultimate secret of the Uchiha family. The light blue chakra skeleton quickly wrapped Obito's body like a shield. But this is just the beginning. With the continuous release of pupil power, flesh, blood, muscles, and bones gradually merge into this huge skeleton, followed closely by skin and even indestructible armor. Susanoo stood up slowly, his figure reaching a height of 100 meters, as if a god had descended into the world. The top of the stadium instantly cracked, and gravel fell down, provoking a scream from the audience. In a moment, a Tengu warrior with 2 wings on his back in an imposing manner, like a god of war, stood in the center of the arena. This is the complete Susanoo. What is this? Oh my god, what is this ninjutsu? In the audience, everyone's jaws almost dropped in shock. They were stunned, staring straight at the tall Susanoo, their mouths wide open. Uchiha Fugaku was sitting in the audience, staring at Obito in the field, and squeezed out a few words from his throat. Complete Susanoo. There was unconcealable shock in his words, and the calmness of the past was gone. Among the people present, perhaps he was the only one who could deeply understand the terrifying power of this technique. But the key point is, how could Uchiha Obito have the ability to perform such stunts? According to the records of the Uchiha family, no one else can control this power except Uchiha Madara back then. Kakashi stared blankly at the behemoth in front of him. After a long time, he sighed and his eyes became vacant and lifeless. What a scumbag! The virtualization was already difficult enough before. Although it was tricky, at least there were ways to deal with it. But what is the situation now? Even if Kakashi tried his best, the best result would be a 40 to 60 result. Obito just punched him and he got A4, and then he lay on the ground and made A6. Kakashi, how's it going? Obito tried his best to force a smile on his swollen, pig-headed face. I surrender. Kakashi simply raised his hands in surrender. The winner is Uchiha Obito. The examiner announced the result with a trembling voice. The referee's stand was not far from Susanoo's feet, and Obito's transformation almost crushed it. This is... In the monitoring room, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up in shock, not even realizing that the pipe in his mouth fell. Chapter 25. The first group building begins. Look, it's Uchiha Obito, a young man shouted excitedly. Is it really him? Should we go up and ask for an autograph? The other's eyes were shining with admiration, and he was eager to give it a try, but in the end he still didn't have the courage to step forward. The Chunin exam came to an end, and Obito and his team were able to leave. On the way back, countless pairs of eyes recognized this influential figure and cast different glances at him. There is fear, shock, and even more endless admiration. Obito's Susanoo, who is like a god descending, is nothing short of a storm across the ages in this era that relies on ninjutsu and resourceful struggles. Obito responded happily to the attention from all around him. Being in the spotlight for the first time, his heart was filled with freshness and enjoyment. What was originally a 10-minute journey home turned into a half-hour journey due to the communications along the way. Finally returning home, Obito threw himself into the sofa comfortably. I finally defeated Kakashi once, although the method is a bit cunning. I wonder if doing this counts as changing my destiny. With doubts, Obito opened the mailbox according to the guidance of the seniors in the group. Hey! There's really a reward. But then he frowned. Why are there only 20,000 gold coins? This is too little. He thought to himself, Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato could easily earn 5 figures, so how could he have shrunk so much? Is it because my influence is not far-reaching enough? He touched his chin and pondered. Just as he was planning his next big move, a message from the group interrupted his thoughts. It's the leader of the Yuya group. Is it time for group activities? Obito was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly opened the group chat. The screen lit up, and Shinomiya Yuyu's message came into view. Everyone, I'm ready and can come over at any time. Immediately afterwards, a prompt popped up in the group. Shinomiya Yuzuki invites you to visit his timeline. Accept/reject. It seems that the group activities have really begun. Obito was about to accept it happily, but suddenly he had an idea. Yuya group leader seems to have mentioned before that he can bring people with him. Let Lin go and have fun too. Thinking of Nohara Rin, as for that stinky Kakashi, it would be best if he didn't come. In this way, no one could disturb his and Lin's time. With a flash of thought, Obito activated Kamui, his figure instantly twisted and disappeared, and the next second he appeared in front of Nohara Lin's house. Knocking lightly on the door slowly opened, and Lin's curious face poked out. Obito. Recognizing Obito, Lin immediately opened the gate of opening with a smile on her face. But Obito did not enter directly. He scratched his head and said with an embarrassed smile, "Lin, some of my friends have invited me to go to a super magical place. I want to take you with me, okay?" As he spoke, Obito's eyes were filled with anticipation. Lin tilted her head and smiled, her eyes full of tenderness. "Okay." Obito cheered, took Lin's hand, and quickly confirmed his acceptance in the group. In the blink of an eye, the two people turned into a ray of clear light, penetrated the barrier of time, and flew towards the era where Shinomiya Yuya lived. Konoha 2 years. "Brother, are you really not sick?" Senju Tobirama asked with a worried look on his face. During this period, Hashirama behaved strangely, often talking to himself and pointing in the air. And now, what's even more outrageous is that he said that someone invited him to go to the future to see Konoha, and he even wanted to take himself with him. Go to the future to see Konoha. Tobirama muttered to himself, this seemed like crazy talk. "Are you still insisting that you're fine?" Senju Hashirama said helplessly, "How should I explain to you? Hey, no matter how you say it, something is wrong. Come on, come with me and you will understand. Come on, put your hand on my shoulder, and we'll set off. You'll understand everything when you see it with your own eyes." Senju Tobirama sighed lightly, he himself is an expert in time and space ninjutsu. How could he still not understand how complicated time is? But the eldest brother is as if he has been hit by an ecstasy soup, and he has to figure it out whether he lives or lives. There was no other way. Tobirama had no choice but to nod, put his hand on his elder brother's shoulder, and embark on this seemingly crazy journey together. "It's up to you, but brother, I hope that after this time, you will listen to me, take a good rest, and take good care of yourself." "Haha, let's go." Senju Hashirama's hearty laughter revealed unquestionable determination. Konoha Village 48 years. "Kushina, let's go." Namikaze Minato smiled softly and took Uzumaki Kushina's hand. "Minato, does the different world you mentioned really exist?" Kushina's beautiful face was full of curiosity. "Yes, we have talked many times." Then Obito and Rin. Kushina's eyes were full of expectation. "They are all safe and sound over there. You will be surprised when the time comes." Minato smiled, tapped his finger lightly, and also chose to set off. Konoha Village 60 years. At Shinomiya Yuzuki's home. Today, he simply skipped school and stayed at home waiting for the arrival of senior ninjas from different time and space. I saw a light ray of light coming from nowhere, and after landing, two figures appeared. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama arrived first. The two were stunned for a moment, then woke up. They looked around at their new surroundings with astonishment on their faces. "Shode, Nidame, welcome to Konoha Village for 60 years. Shinomiya Yuzuki greeted them with a smile on her face. Yuyu's voice sounded, and the two of them looked for it. "Hey? Are you the leader of the Yuya group? So young." Senju Hashirama blinked, unable to believe that such an amazing power was hidden in this young body. Not only can they communicate across time and space, but they can also be brought here directly from different eras. This was a feat that not even Sage of Six Paths could accomplish, but he, Shinomiya Yuzuki, did it. It's true that heroes have emerged from youth since ancient times. You are the first to arrive, sit down for a while, the others will be here soon. Shinomiya Yuzu stood up and walked to the refrigerator and asked, by the way, would you like something to drink? As soon as the refrigerator door is opened, there is a dazzling array of drinks. It's up to me. Hashirama replied. Tobirama, what about you? Tobirama. Senju Hashirama yelled several times before Tobirama came back to his senses. It's actually true. Senju Tobirama whispered. Someone actually can take them into the future. The surrounding furnishings and furniture were of novel styles that he had never seen before. Looking out from the window, the bustling scene of Konoha can be seen in full view. Further away, Hokage Rock comes into view. The four faces on it silently tell that Konoha has experienced the changes of the fourth Hokage. One is Hashirama, the second is himself, and the third is Sarutobi. Although I don't know the fourth one, he must be a pillar of Konoha if he can become Hokage. All of this told him without a doubt that they had arrived in the future. Chapter 26. Let me show you Konoha. Tobirama, what are you thinking about? Hashirama walked to his brother's side and patted his shoulder gently. I just thought it was so unusual. Tobirama smiled bitterly and thought to himself. Before, he was wondering if his elder brother had a fever and was confused. But now it seems that his vision is obviously not broad enough. You too, come and try this drink that traveled through time and space. I guarantee your satisfaction. Shinomiya Yuzu proposed with a smile while carrying 2 bottles of Coke. You are the one that Big Brother often mentioned. It seems to be called, the leader of the group. Senju took the Coke from the door and stared at Yuzu with curiosity in his eyes. That's right. Is there anything you want to discuss, Nidame? Shinomiya Yuzu smiled gently. Discuss? Haha, your attainments in time and space far exceed mine. I would like to ask you a few questions. Senju Tobirama said sincerely. Tobirama, it's rare for you to be so humble. The 2 people immediately sat down on the sofa, and just as their conversation began, a clear light flashed, and 4 figures appeared instantly. Minato Namikaze and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, appeared together with Uchiha Obito and Rin Nohara. Everyone is welcome. As the host, Yuzu stood up to greet him enthusiastically. Lord of the Yuzu group. Yuzu-kun. Minato and Obito responded with smiles on their faces. Obito, linear. Before he finished speaking, a red figure suddenly jumped out from beside Minato and hugged Obito and Nohara Rin tightly. It's great that you guys are alive. Kushina burst into tears, but couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. Oh, Master Kushina, you are going to strangle me. Obito stuck out his tongue and gasped exaggeratedly. Kushina was amused and let go of her hand. In fact, she didn't use any force. Master Kushina. Nohara Rin was confused for a moment. Obito said he would take her to a wonderful place, so he meant Minato-sensei's home? Kushina took her hand and sat on the sofa next to her. Xiaolin, it's so nice to see you. Facing Nohara Rin's confused eyes, Kushina slowly revealed the truth that they came from different time and space. Ah, will Obito and I die fighting? Nohara Rin's face instantly turned pale and suddenly turned red. Although she is much more mature than her peers, she is still a little girl after all. Facing the ultimate proposition of life and death, she will inevitably feel fear. Kushina hugged her and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid, Minato and I will protect you. We will not let the tragedy happen again this time. And that boy Obito, I heard that he has become particularly powerful at your place. Speaking of Obito, Nohara Rin thought of the Susanoo shown by Obito during the Chunin exam. That kind of power that seemed to be able to shake the world brought her an incomparable sense of security. Well, Obito is really strong now. The girls chatted animatedly on the sidelines, while the men gathered together and each took their place. Shinomiya Yuzuki handed everyone a can of Coke. Several people drank heavily. This feeling? A bit subtle? The Hokage generation, second generation, and fourth generation gathered together, but what they were served was Coke. Okay, it's quite unconventional, but they seem to enjoy it. Namikaze Minato ruffled Obito's hair. After you left, Kushina was the saddest. She has always treated you as her biological brothers and sisters. Uchiha Obito grinned. Don't worry, teacher, I will never let tragedy happen again this time. I want to end this troubled world and bring eternal peace to Konoha. Obito's powerful oath made Senju Tobirama couldn't help but pay attention. He lowered his voice and said softly, Brother, I like this Uchiha boy. Hey, Tobirama, it's rare for you to express your stance like this. Hashirama put down the Coke can in his hand, looking a little surprised. Humph, brother, don't look at me with that look. Aren't we all trying our best for the peace of Konoha? The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan put aside their old grudges and joined hands to create Konoha, not just to pursue this moment of peace and harmony. At this time, Shinomiya Yuzuki suddenly interjected, then, please take a personal look at the second generation to see if this future Konoha meets your expectations. Okay, everyone, let's go for a walk. After saying this, Shinomiya Yuyu stood up first, with a leisurely posture. Everyone looked at each other and smiled, stood up one after another, and stepped out of the door. Walking into the streets of Konoha, people were coming and going, and it was very lively. Let's split up so we can observe more comprehensively. Shinomiya Yuyu suggested. Immediately, everyone divided into two teams, one with Yuzuki and the Hashirama brothers, and one with Minato, Kushina, Obito, and Lin, and set out to explore from two directions. The bustling scenery came into view, and they walked on the street, attracting the side glances of passers-by from time to time. But no one seems to be able to recognize their true identities. At most, they only feel a little familiar, but they do not think of those deceased Hokages of all generations. There are many shops on both sides of the street, offering food, clothing, ninja tools, and bookstores. Pedestrians of all ages are passing through, most of them smiling, obviously far away from the haze of war. Senju Tobirama's face was filled with a satisfied smile, and he was sincerely pleased with the future prospects of Konoha. Isn't this the ideal that their generation pursues throughout their lives? Children no longer have to go to war, and the elderly can enjoy their old age in peace. Brother, our dream has really come true. Tobirama stared at Senju Hashirama. Hashirama was silent for a moment. As a person who understands the history of the ninja world, he is well aware of the crisis hidden behind the short-term peace. What is coming is not only the Fourth Ninja War, but also the Konoha collapse plan that is just around the corner, which will be another bloody storm. As long as desire exists, the shadow of war will be difficult to eliminate. Speaking of which, why don't we see any Uchiha people? Tobirama muttered. As a big family in Konoha, Uchiha should have a lot of talented people on the street, but he didn't see any of them. Uchiha people are easy to identify. They usually wear clothes with family logos like table tennis rackets, and most of them are handsome, with dark eyes and hair. I can't see it anymore because the Uchiha clan has been exterminated. Shinomiya Yuyu said lightly, holding the fried tofu she just bought from the stall in her hand, tasting it with satisfaction as she walked. Genocide. Tobirama looked shocked. Is it because of the war? The price is too heavy. Tobirama frowned. With Uchiha's power, what kind of battle can bring them to the point of annihilation? Is the entire ninja world against Konoha? Yuyu took a bite of tofu and said slowly, no, it was Danzo who did it. He planned to strengthen Danzo's image. Danzo. This name is no stranger to Tobirama. Among the new generation of outstanding young people in Konoha, Danzo is indeed one of the best. He has already begun training these young people, hoping that they will become the mainstay of Konoha in the future. Would Danzo do such a thing? Is he so capable? Tobirama could not imagine that that boy who once had good qualifications would be so powerful that he could destroy the Uchiha clan in the future. That's not the case. He himself is not powerful, he just relies on external forces. That night, Obito wiped out the entire security force alone. All Uchiha members who resisted were killed at his hands. Let me tell you, Hashirama said. Then, he described in detail the content of the video that Yuzuki played before, and related to Tobirama unchanged. After hearing about Danzo's bad deeds, Tobirama couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Danzo, he. Senju Tobirama closed his eyes. I didn't educate him well. I can't blame you entirely. People's hearts are complicated and unpredictable. Some people, no matter how hard they teach, are hardwired to change their nature, while some people, without needing to say anything, become recognized talents by everyone. Keep walking and look at another place, Yuyu suggested. The three of them set off again. At the same time, in Hokage's office, one person was completely stunned by the sudden appearance of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi. On this day, he learned that Shinomiya Yuzuki was absent from class, and his heart suddenly tightened, fearing that Danzo was doing something behind his back again. After all, this child Yuyu has always followed the rules and is never absent without any reason. Fortunately, he was smart and secretly memorized Yuyu's chakra characteristics earlier. Thinking of this, he quickly used his signature ninjutsu, telescope technique. Anxiously, he checked Yuyu's condition through this mysterious vision. Fortunately, this was just a false alarm, and Yuyu was seen wandering leisurely on the street. Oh, I was really scared. It turned out that I was shopping with first generation and second generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted his chest gently, closed the crystal ball that looked into the future, and felt a little at ease. But in an instant, an unusual breath made him stop suddenly. Wait a moment. First generation. Second generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were so wide that he could hardly believe his own eyes. Could it be that I saw it wrong? Without thinking too much, he once again activated the art of clairvoyance, and this time, the two familiar faces were indeed in the picture. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, those two figures were deeply imprinted in his memory. Yes, it's the two of them. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen confirmed without a doubt, his heart was in turmoil. Chapter 27 Danzo, you are going to be in trouble soon. Although this trip to Konoha had a few hiccups, overall, Tobirama was quite satisfied. As the three of them strolled, they unknowingly left the bustling streets of Konoha and entered a relatively private area. This is the former territory of the Senju clan in Tobirama's memory. Logically speaking, as the founders of Konoha, the Senju clan should occupy the core area. However, Hashirama declined this honor. He explained that the Senju clan had a large population. If they were to live in the center, they would inevitably occupy too much space, which would be detrimental to the balanced development of the village. Although Tobirama felt regretful about his brother's selflessness, he could not argue with it. In the end, the Senju clan settled in a corner of Konoha. Tobirama's face was filled with anticipation, and he was eager to get a glimpse of the current appearance of the Senju family. But as they went deeper, the sight before them was shocking. It was a deserted place, with abandoned houses covered with spider webs and weeds growing wildly. It had obviously been neglected for many years. They stopped at the broken door. Tobirama stared at the half-collapsed door with confusion on his face. He turned to Yuyu and asked, "Master of the Fourth Palace, have the Senju clan moved away?" Yuyu took a bite of tofu leisurely, and her understatement answer was like a bolt from the blue. "No, they have become the dust of history just like the Uchiha clan. The clan has been exterminated." That's right. Tobirama was silent for a long time, feeling heavy. Is it Danzo's work again? He asked. Most likely, but Hiruzen Sarutobi may not be able to escape the involvement. After all, he is the Hokage. Without his acquiescence, this would not be possible. Yuzuki's words only made Danzo more guilty. It seems that Tobirama's anger towards Danzo is about to reach its peak. Hashirama looked at his brooding brother without disturbing him. He knew that Tobirama needed to be quiet at this moment. He already knew the truth in the video, but he never expected that the seemingly loyal Sarutobi would behave like this. Fortunately, this is not the era he belongs to, and he has the opportunity to correct all misfortunes. As for the Senju clan in this time and space, there is only silence. Well, let's go and look somewhere else. After a while, Tobirama spoke, his face expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. But it is certain that Danzo is probably going to be in big trouble. How about meeting the current Hokage? Yuya deliberately fanned the flames. Zhu Jian cast a silent glance, his eyes full of helplessness. The leader of the Yuya group is really good at causing trouble. If he goes to find Sarutobi now, the other party will definitely not be able to take advantage of him. Go, I just want to ask him what he has done with the protection of Konoha entrusted to me and my eldest brother. Tobirama said with a chill. Just as the three were about to leave, a hobbling old man slowly walked out of the ruins of the Senju clan. The sound of subtle footsteps made the three of them startled. Then, the old voice came from behind. Hey! It's rare for someone to visit. Are you here to burn incense and remember the first generation and the second Hokage? Maraboshi Kasuke asked with a smile on his face while holding the basket, hunched back. He comes here regularly to burn incense for first generation and second Hokage and clean the cemetery. This habit has continued for decades. In the past, he was always alone, but today he was lucky enough to meet a visitor. In his understanding, these people should have the same mood as him, otherwise who would set foot on this long-abandoned old land? I still have some incense here, so I'll give it to you. Kasuke Maruhoshi approached slowly. At this time, the three people in front turned around. When Kasuke Maruhoshi saw the faces of the two of them clearly, the smile on his face suddenly solidified. Snap! The basket in his hand fell to the ground silently, but he ignored it and stepped forward tremblingly, his voice filled with disbelief. Shode? Nidame. Maraboshi Kasuke's eyes covered with traces of time suddenly widened, as if in disbelief. The two long-dead Hokage stood before him as alive as if they had traveled through time and space. The Senju brothers exchanged glances. Could it be that the old man recognized them? However, they had no impression of the old man, at least no knowledge of his youth. As a result, the two people's eyes coincidentally fell on Shinomiya Yuyu. His name is Maraboshi Kasuke, Tobirama, one of your disciples, and the most filial among all your students. Yuzuki introduced simply. Maraboshi Kasuke. Senju Tobirama whispered the name. After a moment, his face suddenly became enlightened. Remember, in addition to several outstanding disciples such as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, he also paid attention to a child with mediocre qualifications. Although he was not officially accepted as a disciple, he also taught ninjutsu to him privately. That child was none other than Maruhoshi Kasuke. You, Arguji? Are you already that old? Senju Tobirama's tone was full of emotion. Just half a day ago, he still remembered the lively and active Maruhoshi Kasuke who looked like a little leopard in the forest. In the blink of an eye, time flew by and he was already in his twilight years before his eyes. Nidame. It's really you. Maruhoshi Kasuke's face was filled with excitement. When Senju Tobirama called his name, he seemed to have returned from a dream, and the mentor in his memory overlapped with the person in front of him. He was convinced that the person standing in front of him was Senju Tobirama himself, not an illusion or someone else's disguise. Nidame, didn't you and Shode? Kasuke Maruhoshi approached them, looked at Tobirama, and then at Hashirama. The two of them were indeed alive. After getting closer, he could even feel the suffocating pressure emanating from Hashirama's body. That is the unique shock of the ninja god. Well, it's a long story. Maruhoshi Kasuke nodded silently and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he lowered his head with a bit of guilt. Nidame, I'm sorry for your teaching, I didn't protect the Senju clan. The desolate scenery around him seemed to reflect his heavy mood at the moment. Guji, this is not your fault, there is no need to worry about it. You have tried your best. As for those who are behind this, my eldest brother and I will deal with it ourselves. Senju Tobirama's eyes flashed, and a trace of chakra escaped inadvertently. The ground beneath your feet cracked. At this moment, a dry laugh came from behind. Shode, Nidame. Everyone looked back and found that Sarutobi Hiruzen had arrived quietly at some point. Behind him were a large number of Anbu, who were surrounding the scene in a subtle gesture. Are you two really? First generation and Nidame. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly stepped forward, wearing a Hokage robe, and his face looked a little embarrassed under the hat. Senju Tobirama glanced around calmly and snorted, Monkey, what do you want to do with so many people here? As he spoke, Senju Tobirama's fingertips rose slightly, which was a sign of launching the Flying Thunder God technique. Once something changes, he can erase all lives present in just an instant. At this time, Senju Hashirama also cast a glance. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Senju Hashirama's gaze frightened him even more than Tobirama. This is definitely the real Senju Hashirama without a doubt. Teacher, there's a misunderstanding. I'm just worried that someone will use evil forbidden techniques like earth reincarnation to desecrate the souls of our ancestors. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly explained. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, and the Anbu behind him quickly dispersed and disappeared without a trace. But those left a lingering doubt in Anbu's mind. Those two people just now were really first Hokage, second Hokage, reincarnated in dirty soil. As the inventor of this technique, Tobirama is naturally familiar with it. He nodded, accepting Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, they are indeed dead long ago, and it is reasonable to have doubts. Come here, monkey. Senju Tobirama waved with a straight face. Tobirama rubbed his hands. Although the reason was barely justified, he did not forgive Sarutobi Hiruzen for it. What has happened is irreversible. Then for the sake of the Senju clan in this world, let's give the manipulators behind the scenes some color. Tobirama casually broke off a stick, and with a grasp, a perfect wooden stick came into being. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. The teacher was going to. Memories from my childhood suddenly came to mind. They made mistakes at that time, and Tobirama did the same. Oh, there's a good show to watch. Shinomiya Yuya hurriedly swallowed the last bite of tofu and quickly took out a camera to record the next scene carefully. Chapter 28. I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. Other side. Minato and his team were walking through Konoha village, and when they inadvertently turned a corner, they discovered an unusual place. Is this a cemetery? Obito stared at the sign in front of him, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. He pretended to be mysterious and said to Minato, Teacher, there may be our tombstone here, right? Minato touched his nose and replied with a slight embarrassment, in this time and space, I guess such a thing really happens. Obito, could you possibly want to? Right. Let's go take a look and burn incense for ourselves over there. Obito looked excited and made this unique suggestion. Minato chuckled upon hearing this, feeling a little amused by Obito's whimsical thoughts. Kushina and Nohara-rin looked dumbfounded. What a strange idea. Before anyone could react, Obito had already grabbed Nohara-rin and rushed into the cemetery excitedly. Obito, slow down. Despite her helplessness, Nohara Lin was infected by Obito's enthusiasm and entered together. In front of the tombstones of Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin, Hatake Kakashi stood quietly, staring at the stone monument, with many thoughts in his heart. After a long time, he sighed softly, put down 2 bouquets of flowers, and sat down in front of the tomb. Obito, 12 years have passed in the blink of an eye. If you are still here, you may have become a Hokage. I failed to protect Lin, you must be very disappointed with me. I know, you must be secretly talking about me down there. Kakashi said mockingly. At this time, a figure was quietly hiding in the dark, his whole body covered by a hoodie, only revealing a face with a tiger-striped mask. Naturally, he also heard Kakashi's whisper. His fists were clenched in anger. Kakashi, what's the point of talking about this now? I will never forgive you. Wait and see, I will create a perfect world soon. You can explain it to Lin yourself then. The masked man was about to leave, but suddenly stopped, his exposed eye staring closely at the entrance to the cemetery. What's this? The masked man's body trembled slightly, full of disbelief. What did he see? He saw himself. And the girl I miss day and night. He saw himself holding her hand and running happily in the sunshine. The girl's face was filled with a smile, and her eyes were full of love and happiness. Am I hallucinating? The masked man staggered a few steps and whispered. He believes that as a mouse hiding in the shadows to escape reality, such a warm picture is too shocking for him. When she was alive, he didn't dare to pull her to run in the sun openly. Not to mention that she has passed away and died at the hands of Kakashi. He could only blame it on hallucination, and yes, it was just his hallucination. However, when his younger self ran past him with Nohara Lin, the masked man had to admit that he felt a little envious of this illusion. But for some reason, my young self glanced at his hiding place, and there seemed to be something strange in his eyes. It must be an illusion, after all, he is in Kamui space and no one can detect it. Forget it, forget it. Once the Eye of the Moon plan succeeds, I will also be relieved. The masked man sighed and was about to use Kamui to leave, but was stunned again. This time it was because he saw 2 figures that made him tremble inside. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. They are running too fast, Minato, let's catch up quickly. Okay. Seeing the Minato couple happily passing by, Mask's heart was filled with despair. Is this my imagination too? He can no longer distinguish between reality and illusion. I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. Namikaze Minato and Kushina finally caught up with Obito and the others, but Minato inexplicably turned his head to look at a nearby big tree, his eyes full of confusion. Is it my imagination? I can vaguely feel the presence of the Flying Thunder God's mark. Minato was wondering, since he came to this timeline, he had not used the Flying Thunder God technique yet, where did the mark come from? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, could it be? The mark of the Flying Thunder God, once left, will never fade away. Could it be left by another self in this time and space? Uchiha Obito walked closer and asked in a low voice, Minato-sensei, did you notice anything was wrong? Well, you feel this way too. Kamui space should be unique. When approaching here, I can feel that Kamui's power is being used, and someone is using the virtualization ability. But this person is not me. Obito smiled. Minato also smiled. What are you going to do? Intervene? But do you want to ask the Yuya group leader for his opinion first? Obito waved his hand. Forget it, after all, this is the group leader's territory. We are just guests and it is not appropriate to act randomly. The group leader didn't do anything to him, so there must be a reason. Minato nodded in agreement. A big shot like Shinomiya Yuzuki naturally has his own considerations when doing things. Forget it, leave him alone, let's go tease Kakashi. Obito suddenly felt naughty. Looking from where they were, they could just see Kakashi sitting alone in front of the tombstone, whispering to the two cold stone tablets, and occasionally giggling alone. "Hey, Mr. Minato, Mrs. Kushina, please wait here for a moment. Lin and I will go over and give him a little surprise." "Obito, this is not good." Nohara Lin seemed hesitant. Minato smiled bitterly, "You and Kakashi are really... I hope Kakashi won't be too scared." Kushina covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes full of tenderness. "Let me see how powerful that arrogant Kakashi becomes when he grows up. Lin, let's go." After that, Obito dragged Nohara Rin and quietly moved behind Kakashi with the help of Kamui's power. At this moment, Kakashi was unaware and was still talking to himself in front of the tombstone. "Well, it's getting late. I'll go back first and come to visit you next time." Just as he was about to get up and leave, Kakashi's butt was slapped twice when a voice came from behind. "You idiot Kakashi, you didn't bring anything I like when you came to offer sacrifices, just a bouquet of flowers. Do you want me to live by chewing the petals?" Kakashi's figure jerked. This voice. So familiar. He turned around slowly, eager to confirm the long-lost figure, but he was afraid that his auditory hallucinations were causing trouble. Finally, he turned around completely, and his face, always filled with optimism and vitality, came into view. Next to the boy, a girl was leaning on him tightly. Seeing Kakashi looking over, the girl smiled sweetly and called out, "Kakashi, long time no see." Obito. Linear. Kakashi can't tell whether all this is an illusion caused by excessive longing or a manifestation of the two souls. "Hey! Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me?" Obito approached the stunned Kakashi and waved his hand dissatisfiedly. What's wrong, Obito?" Kakashi came back to his senses and called out the name that had been forgotten for many years. "In any case, since it is rare to see each other, even if it is in a dream, we must have a few words first. I said, where is my offering? Just these 2 bouquets of broken flowers, do you think they are enough to fill the gap between your teeth?" Obito pointed to the flowers on the grave. "You heartless guy, you haven't brought us any delicious food for more than 10 years, leaving me down there drinking water from the yellow spring every day to fill my stomach. Look, Lin has almost lost weight due to hunger." Obito pinched Nohara Rin's arm distressedly, making her embarrassed for a while. The atmosphere was so awkward. What should we do if we are exposed later? Chapter 29. I'm going to be misunderstood. Ah! I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Kakashi scratched his hair, with a somewhat embarrassed smile on his face. "What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you right now. Sushi, ramen, takoyaki, grilled meat." Obito listed a list of delicious food in one breath, and each item was different. Obito was so focused on naming the dishes that he didn't notice that Kakashi was secretly making some small moves. He secretly pushed up the forehead protector that covered his eyes, revealing the Sharingan Obito gave him. In the scarlet eyes, 3 Megatama gradually appeared, eventually forming a unique pattern. Manjiki Sharingan. "Okay, go back quickly, I'll be waiting here." Obito finally finished announcing the menu and waved his hand towards Kakashi, signaling him to leave quickly. But Kakashi remained motionless. The Sharingan slowly rotated and locked onto Obito and Nohara Rin. "Hey, Kakashi, don't stand there, let's move quickly." Seeing that Kakashi didn't move for a long time, Obito urged. At this moment, Kakashi suddenly got angry. His hand goes straight to Uchiha Obito. The incident happened suddenly, and Obito did not expect Kakashi to do this. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He was discovered so quickly? As soon as his heart moved, Kamui automatically turned on, and the virtual state followed. Kakashi's hand passed through Obito's body. "Hey!" Kakashi reacted quickly, and immediately distanced himself without hesitation when his attack failed. His eyes were locked on Obito, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. No matter how slow he is, he should understand. With his current mental state, it is impossible to hallucinate. Then Obito and Nohara-rin are real existences in front of you. But they are no longer in this world. That means someone is impersonating them. He dared to pretend that the dead person was still his best friend, and the long-lost anger in Kakashi's heart arose. Who exactly are you? Kakashi asked coldly, slowly pulled out a kunai, and put his whole body into battle alert. I didn't expect that the secret would be revealed so soon. Alas, this guy is still so clever. Obito sighed secretly in his heart. Then he waved his hand to Kakashi. Okay, let's stop making trouble, look at how angry you are. We finally came to see you once. It's really sad that you are like this. Obito's words made Kakashi even more confused. What are you talking about? At this time, the fake Obito said something unexpected to Kakashi. Minato-sensei, come here, we were discovered by Kakashi. Minato-sensei. This name is like a key, opening the door of memory deep in Kakashi. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures appeared instantly. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, it was them. Hi, Kakashi. Namikaze Minato smiled and was about to say hello to Kakashi. However, what was unexpected was that what greeted him was a slash mixed with lightning. Raikiri. Kakashi was so angry that he directly used his trump card and rushed towards the Namikaze gate. He was completely angry. Just pretend to be Obito and just make a joke. He actually dared to pretend to be Konoha's hero, his mentor, the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. This is absolutely unforgivable. Although several people present were disguised extremely realistically, and their appearance, voice, and even some habits were exactly the same as themselves. But after all, they are people who have passed away, how could they be standing here alive? Therefore, no matter how similar they are, in Kakashi's perception, they must all be fakes. A look of helplessness flashed across Namikaze Minato's face. Obito, you see, it's too big. Kakashi no longer trusts us. The next second, Namikaze Minato counterattacked instantly. The last strike came first. The golden flash disappeared, Kakashi's arm was suddenly clamped by Namikaze Minato, and Raikiri, who was ready to go, stopped abruptly. Then, there was a sudden blow to the chest, but surprisingly it didn't hurt very much. The next moment, Kakashi flew out like a kite with its string cut off. The moment he landed, he supported the ground with his hands like a conditioned reflex and stabilized his body. But just as he was about to stand up, a sharp sound of wind suddenly sounded in his ears, and a piece of blue light suddenly surged in front of his eyes. Kakashi's eyes narrowed suddenly. At some point, a raised nan was close to the tip of his nose. With just a thin line between them, his head was almost separated from his body. Cold sweat slid down Kakashi's forehead quietly. Raised nan. Looking at the familiar moves, and then thinking of Namikaze Minato's fighting style just now. Could it be? A ridiculous idea grew in his mind. Have you calmed down a bit, Kakashi? Namikaze Minato's gentle voice rang in his ears, and the raised nan disappeared without a trace. He extended a hand and gestured to Kakashi. Kakashi hesitated for a while, and finally caught Minato's palm, and was easily pulled up by the other party. Are you okay? Minato asked with a smile. No. It's okay. Facing this extremely familiar face, Kakashi actually felt a little awkward. At this time, Uchiha Obito came over with a joking smile on his lips. Arrogant Kakashi, even if you bully me, you actually dare to challenge Minato-sensei. How do you feel? Have you recognized the gap? Speaking of which, your progress seems not obvious. What have you been busy with these years? Kakashi's eyes moved back and forth between Obito, Nohara Rin, and the approaching Uzumaki Kushina. Obito, Rin, Minato-sensei, Kushina-sensei. Kakashi looked around, his voice slightly trembling. Really, is it you? Nonsense, please give me my eyes back. It's a waste to give them to you. Obito said dissatisfied. Obito, don't speak so rudely, Kakashi didn't mean it. Nohara Rin stood between the two of them and smiled helplessly. This familiar scene was like a bolt from the blue, shocking Kakashi. Yes, these are Obito and Rin. Hey, Kakashi, forget it this time, next time. Obito was talking with his hands on his hips, but the next second, Kakashi suddenly hugged him into his arms and his words were interrupted. Obito. Kakashi's longing call came to my ears. Obito was stunned for a moment. If he read it correctly, Kakashi, the boy, was crying. Oh, it's really strange. His tone softened. Okay, seeing how you look, I'll let you hug me for a while. After a while, the two separated. Kakashi gave Minato another tight hug. Teacher, I miss you so much. Minato patted his back gently, just like he did when he was little. After a long time, they let go of each other. Then, Kakashi turned his attention to Nohara Rin. But Obito suddenly took a step forward, stood in front of Rin, and looked at Kakashi maliciously. You kid! You can't hug this one casually. You have to find one by yourself. Kakashi smiled suddenly with relief. Minato and Kushina were also amused. Obito. Nohara Rin's cheeks turned red and she patted Obito's back. The laughter died down. Kakashi finally plucked up the courage and asked his doubts. Teacher, what exactly is this? They were clearly people who had been lost a long time ago, so how could they appear here? Behind the joy of reunion, Kakashi is even more worried that this is some kind of terrible forbidden technique that will eventually harm others and himself. Well, it's a long story. Come on, let's find a place to sit down and talk slowly. The group of people left the cemetery and once again passed by the big tree where the masked man had been hiding. There was no one there now. Under the leadership of Kakashi, everyone came to a barbecue restaurant, booked a private room, and chatted while eating. Namikaze Minato slowly narrated, revealing the truth that they came from another time and space. The moment he learned the answer, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on? Minato asked curiously when he saw this. It's not a big deal. Compared to coming back from the dead, I think it's easier for you to come from another time and space. Kakashi responded with a smile, a flash of relief in his eyes. Minato and Kakashi exchanged glances, as if they had reached some kind of consensus silently. Minato suddenly laughed out loud. That's right, after all, you have met people from the future at the Dragon Vein in Lulin with me before. Kakashi nodded slightly, and his thoughts drifted back to his childhood, when he and Minato went on a mission together, and met Naruto and Sakura from the future in the Dragon Vein land of the ancient Lulin Kingdom. With such an adventure, the current level of acceptance is naturally not a problem. That's right. Although they did not travel through Dragon Veins, they still feel somewhat similar, right? During the banquet, everyone chatted while eating, the atmosphere gradually became warm, and the strangeness between each other quickly disappeared. Kakashi, you guy. Don't you have one in front of me? You have to steal my food. Also, Lin baked it specially for me. How could you eat it without permission? Well, is it stipulated that whoever's barbecue can only eat it? Besides, Lin didn't tell me not to eat it, right, Lin? Hey, it's true, you people don't even bother to eat. At the dinner table, a battle over the barbecue was quietly taking place. In his quarrel with Obito, Kakashi seemed to have regained the familiarity and fun of his childhood. On the side, Namikaze Minato and Kushina watched this scene with smiles, their eyes full of warmth. This barbecue meal was enjoyable and took a long time. Finally, everyone was full of food and wine and satisfied. After resting for a while, Kakashi suddenly said, "At this time, it's almost time for the ninja school to end. Teacher, mistress, do you want to see Naruto?" Although we learned from the previous chat that Minato-sensei and Kushina have not yet had Naruto, in a sense, they are undoubtedly the most suitable parent candidates, even if it is verified from a medical perspective. Go and see Naruto? Kushina, what do you think? Minato looked at his wife beside him, his eyes full of expectation. Okay. I also want to see our future son as soon as possible. He must be a very outstanding child. Kushina couldn't hide her excitement. Then let's set off. Hey, Kakashi, go and settle the bill. Why me? You kid, where did I get the money? Then you can stay and wash the dishes. Chapter 30 Kurama, what a surprise, 4th generation. Ha! Naruto yawned so hard that his eyelids were almost glued together. He barely opened his eyes and looked at Mr. Irika, who was talking endlessly on the podium. This morning, Sasuke forcefully pulled him out of bed, and the two practiced taijutsu all morning. Then, dragging himself exhausted, Naruto had to rush to the classroom for class. In the afternoon, sleepiness came over him like a tide, and he felt like he could fall asleep immediately as soon as he closed his eyes. No. Naruto didn't dare to lie down on the table to sleep. After all, that would definitely attract Teacher Irika's shock attack. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of Hinata next to him, and an idea flashed in his mind. Yes. Naruto came closer to Hinata, lowered his voice and said in her ear, "Hinata, can I lean on your shoulder?" Hinata's face turned red all the way to her ears. "Lean on my shoulder? Okay. Faced with this sudden request, Hinata, who had always been shy, somehow agreed. By the time Hinata came to her senses, Naruto had fallen into a deep sleep with his pillow on her shoulder. Naruto-kun. Hinata looked at Naruto's peaceful sleeping face, her cheeks flushed. On the podium, Irika was concentrating on teaching, and for a while he didn't even notice that there was one missing person in the class. On the other side, within sealed space. Hey? Where is this? It was dark and damp all around, and there were drops of water seeping out from the ground. Naruto scratched his head, wondering why he was here suddenly. Naruto, come here. Suddenly, a call as loud as thunder came into Naruto's ears, making him jump with fear. He was startled, and then he mustered up his courage and raised his voice a bit, as if this would embolden him. Who's calling me? Go forward. The voice came again. Go forward? Although Naruto was afraid, the thought of leaving here drove him to action. However, after searching all around, I couldn't find the exit. It seems that we can only go and see where the sound comes from. Naruto gritted his teeth and took steps. After taking only a dozen steps, the darkness in front of me seemed to be pushed away. A huge iron fence suddenly appeared in front of you, like a cage. What a big fence! Naruto was surprised. By the way, who is talking? Hey, I'm here, show up quickly. In order to find a way out, Naruto had no choice but to communicate with the mysterious voice. The words just fell. Inside the dark iron fence, a pair of eyes as big as lanterns lit up with red light. Naruto subconsciously took 2 steps back and said in surprise, something. You guys, Naruto, are finally here. A deep voice sounded, and the creature inside the iron fence revealed its true form. A huge fox. The 9-tails demon fox pointed to the seal on the iron fence. Naruto, unlock this seal and let me go out for some air. People always feel fear when facing the unknown, but when Naruto saw clearly that 9-tails was just a talking fox and not some terrifying unknown monster, his fear was significantly lessened. He looked at 9-tails with curiosity in his eyes. Who are you? Why are you here? 9-tails looked at the young Naruto, with a bit of human helplessness on his face. It seems that the bond between them needs to be re-established. Really, we are obviously the strongest team in the world. My name is Kurama, remember it for me. Kurama? What a weird name. Naruto whispered, but soon smiled again. Hello Kurama. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I know. So, can you unlock the seal? Ninetales reminded again. Seal. Naruto looked in the direction Ninetales pointed and indeed found a charm in the center of the iron fence. Are you being held here? Naruto took a few steps forward. That's right. That's too much. Who did it? How could it be so bad? Naruto was filled with indignation. Ahem, it's better not to say such things. Kurama coughed a few times, and Naruto's words were a sign of filial piety. Anyway, let's untie it quickly. Oh, okay, I'll come to rescue you right away. With that said, Naruto stretched out his hand to reveal the talisman. Looking at this scene, Kurama's heart was filled with emotion. This was too easy. In his previous life, he couldn't achieve this moment despite all his efforts. But here, a few simple words can solve the problem. It seems that as long as the communication is proper, Naruto is still very reasonable. Just when the sealing talisman was about to be unveiled, an illusory arm suddenly held Naruto down. Why? Naruto was stunned and turned around to look for the uninvited guest who had disturbed him. Naruto, this sealing talisman cannot be opened yet. A gentle smiling face came into view, with infinite tenderness in his eyes. It is the chakra remnants of Namikaze Minato, in this space and time. A trace of his chakra is hidden in the sealed space. Once the seal is loosened in the slightest, it will appear to reinforce it, ensuring that Ninetales cannot escape. Facing this man who looked like an elder brother with a smile on his face, Naruto blinked and felt an indescribable feeling of intimacy. Brother, who are you? Why are you here? My name is Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage of Konoha. He chuckled, also your father. Hey? Hey! My father! Naruto was surprised. Namikaze Minato frowned slightly when he saw this. Didn't third Hokage tell you? Grandpa third generation? Tell me what? Naruto looked confused. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath. Things seemed more complicated than imagined. If so, Naruto must have suffered a lot. He gently touched Naruto's head and sighed, Naruto, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? And, are you really my father? Naruto asked questions like a barrage. Having lost his parents since childhood, this was the first time he came into contact with information about his father. Naruto, your mother will tell you these things in person. I don't have much time. There is a lot of Kushina's chakra hidden in the sealed space, enough to last for a long time and enough to explain everything to Naruto. But for him, the chakra left behind was just to prevent Ninetales from escaping, and time was running out. Namikaze Minato turned around to face Kurama, expecting to be greeted with angry abuse and accusations. However, all Kurama can see is 3 parts helpless, 3 parts speechless, 3 parts confused. Plus 91 points of eye roll. Hey, have you had enough of the annoying 4th generation show? Kurama said calmly. Namikaze Minato. What's going on? He frowned slightly. Ninetales, you seem a little. After thinking for a long time, Minato couldn't find the right words to describe it. In the end, Kurama himself gave the answer, return from evil to righteousness. Well, that's quite a vivid description. Minato laughed awkwardly. The former Ninetales were violent, evil, and hated humans all the time. When I see someone, I want to get rid of him quickly. But now? It sat there like a harmless stuffed toy. He even rolls his eyes. What's going on? Namikaze Minato was completely confused. If Ninetales had been like this back then, he might not have had to sacrifice himself. That, father. Naruto wasn't quite used to this title, and wasn't even sure if the other person was really his father. Kurama is not a bad guy. He defended Kurama. Did you hear that? In the 4th generation, Naruto has recognized me. Letting me out will be good for you, Naruto, and me. I will help him become the perfect tailed beast Jinchuriki. Then who else in the entire ninja world can be our enemy? After saying that, Kurama winked at Naruto. Naruto understood and gave a thumbs up. Between you and my brothers, how can there be a general who can join forces? My brother is right. This. Minato hesitated for a moment. He couldn't tell whether Ninetales was deliberately pretending or sincere. However, his time is running out. Finally, he decided to leave the choice to Naruto. Naruto, this choice is left to you, it's up to you to decide. After all, this is your future and it should be controlled by you. Namikaze Minato still had that gentle smile on his face. Hey, why is your body getting lighter and lighter? Naruto looked at Minato, and at this time his body became almost transparent. I'm leaving, Naruto. You have to walk the road ahead by yourself. Why are you leaving? And, are you, really, my father? Naruto subconsciously reached out his hand. Minato stroked Naruto's head for the last time, and before he could say anything more, the figure gradually disappeared, and his chakra was exhausted. Looking at the place where Minato disappeared, Naruto couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Father. What a strange and distant title. He hasn't had time to say more words to him yet, and he hasn't yet poured out his feelings of longing for him for more than 10 years. Don't be stunned, Naruto, cheer up, I will always be with you. Kurama's voice came from behind, full of encouragement. Yet. Naruto nodded sharply, putting aside his frustration. He turned around, grabbed the ceiling talisman, and tore it off with all his strength. 1 gram away. Kurama. Chapter 31 Namikaze Minato, what a surprise Kurama! In the classroom, the students were immersed in the teacher's explanation. Suddenly, a breath of heart-beating breath flashed through the air, making everyone feel nervous. But this feeling was fleeting, as fast as an illusion. Most people did not think much and returned to their steady state. Only Sasuke frowned and his eyes were serious. This breath is from Ninetales. He turned his head suddenly and looked at Naruto, who was sleeping soundly, but Naruto seemed to be unaware of this and continued to be immersed in sleep. Sasuke knew it well, having fought with Naruto countless times. He was very familiar with the taste of Ninetales chakra and would never admit it. What's going on? Why did Ninetales' power suddenly fluctuate? This question was swirling in Sasuke's mind, but he couldn't find the answer for a while. Based on visual observation alone, there was no abnormality in Naruto's appearance, and the tailed beast clothes did not appear. It was obvious that the Ninetales chakra was not out of control. It's really weird. Sasuke murmured to himself and looked away, but still paid attention to the movement around him. At this moment, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. Naruto-kun, you're awake. When Hinata saw Naruto waking up, a gentle smile broke out on her face. Hey, thank you Hinata, I had a great sleep this time. I'm full of energy now. Naruto grinned, his whole body full of energy. The seal was lifted, the Ninetales chakra blended with him, and his whole person took on a new look. At this moment, the keen perception given by Ninetales made Naruto feel a burning gaze behind him. He turned around in confusion and met Sasuke's meaningful eyes. Naruto returned his blazing gaze, as if to say, I've become stronger, don't leave in a hurry after school, I'll see you on the training ground. Sasuke selectively ignored Naruto's challenge, his eyes wandering again. Strange, something seems different about Naruto. With his keen intuition, Sasuke felt that Naruto was like a lion ready to attack, dangerous and full of unknowns. Thinking of the fleeting Nine-Tails aura just now, Sasuke couldn't help but wonder, could Naruto already control the Nine-Tails chakra? But then he shook his head. This conjecture was unrealistic. Naruto had not returned from rebirth, and it seemed too early to control Nine-Tails with willpower alone. However, everything is possible. Since he can be reborn, there is no guarantee that a similar miracle will not happen to Naruto. Sasuke's eyes unconsciously drifted to the window seat in the last row of the classroom, but it was empty. Shinomiya Yuzuki was actually absent today. Time never stops for anyone. The bell rang on time, sweeping away the dull classroom. The students were instantly refreshed, as if they had been on stimulants. Get out of class is over. Cheers came and went. But in the midst of this excitement, Iruka tapped the blackboard lightly, drawing everyone's attention back. Students, the graduation exam is the day after tomorrow. You don't have to go to class for the next 2 days. You can go home and review ninjutsu. Okay, Iruka-sensei. With the announcement of the disbandment, the students couldn't hold back and rushed out of the classroom and rushed to the world of freedom. Let's go too. Sasuke and Sakura walked to Naruto and Hinata. And the 4 of them left the classroom leisurely side by side. At the school gate, as soon as they went out, someone greeted them. It was Hinata's father, Hyuga Hayashi, who came to pick her up. At the same time, Sakura's parents were waving to her. Sasuke, Naruto, let's go first. After the 2 girls said goodbye, they walked towards their families. Sasuke looked around. Other children were picked up and dropped off by their parents, but he was the only exception. He pursed his lips slightly, secretly feeling cruel. Doinzo, you old guy, just wait for me. The seeds of revenge are quietly planted, waiting for the time to mature. Let's go, let's not train today and go back and have a good rest. Sasuke suggested. No. I just got new power and I want to fight with you. Naruto looked eager to try. New power. Sasuke was stunned. If it's broken, he won't be allowed to play Nine-Tails, right? The development of things seems to be sliding in an unexpected direction. But before Naruto could nod to Sasuke, a voice suddenly sounded from behind, interrupting the tranquility. Naruto. Naruto said in surprise, "Hey." He turned his head in confusion, who would come to the door at this time? When he turned around, the familiar face he saw not long ago came into view again. The person who came was none other than Namikaze Minato. Naruto subconsciously exclaimed, "Dad, Dad!" Naruto's shout made Minato and the others stunned. Minato turned his head and looked at Obito and Kakashi next to him, his eyes full of doubts. Naruto knows me. Obito's eyes were also confused. According to the current timeline, Naruto should not know Minato's identity. As for Kakashi, he was even more confused. In the end, it was Obito who speculated, maybe the Yuya group leader revealed it to him in advance. Minato nodded, this guess made sense. While several men were still speculating, Kushina quickly stepped forward and walked up to Naruto, looking at him with some curiosity. Blonde hair and blue eyes, it's up to you, Minato. Kushina suddenly smiled. Big sister, what are you talking about? Naruto was confused. Before he could react, Kushina pulled him into her arms and fell into a warm and soft embrace. It's so cute, Naruto. Kushina said with a look of love on her face. Being hugged by Kushina, Naruto blushed. What on earth is going on? I met a strange big sister. At this time, not only Naruto was confused, but Uchiha Sasuke and Nine-Tails on the side also looked confused. In the sealed space, Kurama's eyes widened in disbelief. 4th generation Miwa Uzumaki Kushina. Still alive? Kurama's voice changed. He quietly observed the figures of Naruto and Sasuke again. Yes, this was the situation of Konoha for 60 years. Finally, it couldn't help but lower its head and examine its paws. The feeling that penetrated both of their bodies was still vivid in my mind. Didn't they die back then? But this doesn't make sense. During the Fourth Ninja War, the fourth generation's eyes were clearly reincarnated by the dirty earth. What's even more horrifying is that it senses another 9 tails from Kushina's body in front of it. 9 tails in its heyday. Unlike himself, Yin 9 tails was sealed, leaving only Yang 9 tails half-assed. 9 tails found that he couldn't keep up with the rhythm. At the same time, Sasuke also looked stunned. Minato Namikaze. His eyes fell on Obito involuntarily. And he could feel the familiar power of eye skills. How come this guy has the same eye power as Uchiha Obito? Who is he? As if sensing Sasuke's gaze, Obito suddenly turned around and grinned at him. Sasuke was slightly startled. Does he know me? What a mess. Chapter 32 on how courageous Danzo is. The appearance of Namikaze Minato and his team instantly turned the atmosphere into chaos. Minato noticed all this and smiled sheepishly. It looks like it's causing trouble for everyone. Just as he was about to explain to Sasuke and Naruto, the ground suddenly shook violently. The magnitude of the earthquake was so great that even everyone present could not stand still. Immediately afterwards, there was a roaring explosion and black smoke curled up. What's going on? Kakashi immediately sensed the location of the incident, jumped up on the roof of Jainin Academy, and looked into the distance. What's wrong, Kakashi? Minato asked from below. Kakashi looked through the black smoke with a solemn expression. There seems to be a battle in the village. After saying that, he lowered his head and looked at Minato. Sorry, Teacher Minato, I have to go check on the situation. Well, the village is the most important. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the place where the black smoke was rising. Obito, please protect them, I'll go see if they need support. Namikaze Minato turned to Uchiha Obito and solemnly confessed. Don't worry, teacher, leave it to me. Obito nodded firmly. Minato responded and disappeared instantly. With Minato and Kakashi leaving, only Kushina and 4 younger children were left on the field. Sasuke couldn't help but look at Obito again. The person who just looked like Minato Namikaze called him Obito? Finally, Sasuke asked, Are you Uchiha Obito? Obito was slightly startled. Why did this guy ask my name? But he still replied, It's me, what's wrong? Sasuke was speechless for a moment. Is this guy really Uchiha Obito? It didn't look like him no matter how he looked. He couldn't imagine that Uchiha Obito, who was unruly and single-handedly challenged the entire ninja world, looked like this when he was a child. While I was thinking about it, an even stronger vibration suddenly hit me, as if the world was being overturned. Rumble. Everyone quickly stood firm to avoid being jolted by the sudden shock. Soon, the earthquake-like turmoil finally subsided. What's going on over there? Several people looked surprised and looked into the distance. Is it possible that pain is attacking? Obito couldn't hold back and blurted out. Do you know pain? Sasuke raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of doubts. Hey, you guy, don't look at me like that. I'm your senior after all. Obito complained unhappily. Sasuke secretly murmured in his heart that this Obito seemed to be hiding many secrets and knew many things well. But the anomalies in this world are obviously beyond common sense. There is no need to guess too much. The man behind the scenes must be Yoyoki Shinomiya. Hey, forget it. I'd better go see if I can help. Sasuke dropped these words and rushed out like an arrow. Seeing that Sasuke had already taken action, Naruto was not willing to fall behind. He looked up at Kushina, his eyes full of expectation. Sister, I'm going too, please let go. No, Naruto, it's too dangerous over there. Kushina shook her head and refused, her eyes full of worry. In that formation just now, the battle must have been fierce. I will go even if it is dangerous. I will never let Sasuke be stronger than me. Naruto's eyes were extremely firm. Although he enjoyed the feeling of being hugged by his gentle big sister, he resolutely broke away from the embrace and chased after Sasuke's back. Sasuke! Wait for me! Although Kushina felt helpless, she was more pleased. Naruto is such a motivated and tenacious child. Let's go too, I know you must be curious. Obito held Lin's hand and said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Obito activated his Kamui, and the three of them disappeared without a trace in an instant. And at the other end, boom boom boom. Deafening explosions occurred one after another, resounding through the sky, as if they would never end. Faintly, one can see magical ninjutsu spells emerging out of thin air, and then bursting one by one. This is one of the forbidden techniques that Senju Tobirama is good at, tandem paper bombs. It can summon the detonating talisman prepared in advance to achieve the effect of continuous fixed-point explosions. Brother, how do you feel? Senju Tobirama carefully supported the slightly pale Senju Hashirama, his brows furrowed and worried. It's okay. Hashirama waved his hand weakly, looking a little weak. Today's experience was a small lesson for Hashirama. They had previously taught Hiruzen Sarutobi a lesson in the Senju tribe, and then went directly to Danzo to hear his motives for destroying Uchiha. Danzo, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, was initially extremely shocked by Hashirama and Tobirama's resurrection. However, when he realized that the Hashirama in front of him was real, he did not hesitate to use the power of the eyes he had taken from Uchiha Shisui. Distinguished heavenly gods. This is a kind of pupil technique that can forcibly tamper with the consciousness of others, which is extremely terrifying. Once successful, Shimura Danzo may really have to heaven-defying change his life, because he will have a ninja god who is absolutely obedient. The entire ninja world will be invincible. Unfortunately, he failed. If the target were someone else, even Senju Tobirama, he might be able to succeed. But he was greedy and chose Senju Hashirama, the reincarnation of Asura. Sharingan's power comes from the ultimate display of yin power, which is contrary to yang power. Asura inherited the yang power of the six paths passed down by the sage of six paths, and yin and yang are in conflict with each other. How can a mere yin power shake the yang power of six paths? Distinguished heavenly gods was naturally ineffective, but Senju Hashirama also suffered a lot of mental trauma. After the situation got out of hand, Senju Tobirama became furious, and in an instant, Shimura Danzo fell under his hands. However, an incredible scene happened. Danzo Shimura, who had been hanging on by a thread just now, stood up alive in an instant. No, to be precise, he never really died. He used the forbidden technique of the Uchiha family, Izanagi, to turn all injuries into illusory dreams. Years of experience against Uchiha allowed Tobirama to see through Danzo's dangerous move at a glance. Having obtained this information, Senju Tobirama decided without hesitation to use tandem paper bombs to completely finish off his opponent. The offensive of tandem paper bombs is continuous. Once the first detonating charm hits the target, it will continue to explode like a shadow until the target is wiped out. Even Izanagi was helpless in the face of such an offensive. The vibrations and explosions that shook the entire Konoha just now were exactly the storm caused by this duel. Don't worry, brother, I will get this debt back for you. Senju Tobirama said firmly. After properly placing Hashirama, Tobirama turned to look at the core area of the explosion. Along with the continuous roar, the murderous aura in his eyes became increasingly intense. At first, he just wanted to teach Danzo a lesson. After all, he did not come from the same time and space, but was still his student. He did not want to kill them all. But now that things have come to this, he doesn't have to be merciful anymore. Dead. Tobirama's eyes were slightly closed. The duration of Izanagi's effect varies from person to person, but generally lasts between 3 and 5 minutes. Moreover, Danzo, as a non-Uchiha, transplanted the Sharingan, but this would only shorten the duration of Izanagi. To make sure nothing went wrong, Tobirama's tandem paper bombs bombarded for a full 5 minutes. Even pure-blood Uchiha can't escape being shattered to pieces. Hey? What's going on? Shinomiya Yuya landed from the sky, with a face full of surprise. He just left for a moment and went to Ino's house. Why was it such a mess when he came back? The Lord of the Fourth Palace. Senju Tobirama answered, and then explained the ins and outs of the incident in detail. What? Use distinguished heavenly gods on Hashirama. Shinomiya Yuya was dumbfounded. This guy Danzo is really a coward. It can be said that you dare to think and do it. It does seem like something he would do, ambitious but foolish. Shinomiya Yuzuki nodded, remembering that the feat of piercing Susanoo with kunao was also done by this man. In the end, the 4 elephants sealed a bridge. Oh no, half of the bridge. Extremely stupid. So what's the situation now? Yuyu turned her eyes to the center of the explosion and asked. I wanted to kill him with one blow, but he seemed to use Izanagi to turn the damage into illusion. So I changed my strategy and used tandem paper bombs. Izanagi can't last long, I should have taken care of him by now. Senju Tobirama said coldly. However, Yuyu shook her head. No, that old guy transplanted an entire arm of Sharingan, a total of 10, plus the Shisui eye in his right eye, a total of 11. Izanagi has been able to drive for a long time. What? Tobirama frowned. Danzo was so crazy that he transplanted so many Sharingans? How did he resist the rejection reaction? Tobirama couldn't help but ask. 1 transplant is the limit for non-Uchiha people, but you have done 11 transplants? Is this a human being? I used your brother's cells. Someone used Hashirama's cells to build an arm for him, which helped him withstand the rejection. Which BD is doing these studies? It's really unforgivable. Senju Tobirama was furious. Behind such research results, Senju Hashirama was probably the source. He couldn't imagine what kind of desecration and torture the big brother of this time and space had suffered. It seems the battle there is over. Shinomiya Yuzuki's voice interrupted Tobirama's anger. He followed Yuyu's guidance and saw that the offensive of tandem paper bombs gradually stopped and the detonating charms had been used up. Chapter 33 Professional Gonghuo. The smoke caused by the explosion slowly dispersed, revealing Shimura Danzo's unharmed figure. His face was livid, and there was an unwilling twist on the corner of his mouth. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Why does distinguished heavenly gods not work? Damn it! Now instead of being able to control Senju Hashirama, he has put himself in a dilemma. Just 1 tandem paper bomb's technique cost him 5 Sharingans to deflect damage, and his Sharingan reserves were suddenly reduced by half. Even if the remaining Sharingan can still hold on, Danzo is not even sure about defeating Senju Tobirama. Hey? It's him. At this time, Shimura Danzo noticed Shinomiya Yuzuki, who appeared next to Tobirama at some point. He rolled his eyes and suddenly had a plan in his mind. Danzo's face suddenly changed and he shouted anxiously, "Nidame, please be careful about the person around you. He is a spy from another country. He was the one who threatened me to do this, and since he can use wood style, he must have been transplanted with Shodei's cells, which is a heinous crime. He has also been close to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki in the village for a long time. For the safety of Nine Tails, I just wanted to ask him to assist in the investigation, but he brutally murdered 12 of my subordinates. Those are all the elites of Konoha. This is an immeasurable loss. Nidame, please take him down." Danzo's expression changed extremely quickly, and his face was full of anxiety and worry. The acting is almost perfect, the role of the victim is vividly played, and the words are so mixed that it is difficult to tell whether they are true or false. And Shinomiya Yuzuki, who was originally watching the battle leisurely, was instantly portrayed by him as a Konoha rebel with ulterior motives and unscrupulous means for his goals. My sin is extremely evil. Yuya pointed at herself. After this brief moment of confusion, he finally couldn't bear it any longer. Ha ha ha. Shinomiya Yuya laughed so hard that she burst into tears. You want to dump the blame on me? Isn't this obviously asking for trouble? The two Senju brothers couldn't help but find it funny. Oops. Danzo Shimura's heart tightened, and when he met Shinomiya Yuzuki's teasing gaze, he realized that he might have made a bad idea. How many of them are acquaintances? How could this happen? They clearly don't belong to the same era, so how could these two Senju Hashirama and Tobirama, who suddenly appeared, have any intersection with him? The original plan was to label Shinomiya Yuzuki as an enemy of Konoha and then work with the Senju brothers to get rid of him. Then he used his master-disciple relationship with Tobirama to mediate and gradually downplay the matter. Who would have expected? Shimura Danzo's face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. This can't go on like this. Looking at Senju Tobirama's increasingly murderous aura, Danzo knew that he had to take action, otherwise his life would be in danger. So he refused to give up and said, Shode, Nidame, there is a misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding? Then tell me, what is the misunderstanding? Shinigong Yuya crossed her arms and asked with interest. Unexpectedly, Shimura Danzo suddenly became angry. Where did you come from, kid? Go away. I am talking to second generation, you have no business to interrupt. Doinzo, watch your words. His words are what I mean. Senju Tobirama's faint warning was like cold water that extinguished Danzo's anger. He looked at the two of them in disbelief. Their relationship was so close. Tell me, one-eyed weirdo, I have nothing to explain, so I'll send you on your way. Shinomiya Yuzuki's provocative voice sounded again. Danzo clenched his fists and finally endured it. Danzo took a deep breath. I didn't mean to use the eye technique on Shode. It was Sharingan's rejection reaction that was too strong, and you were too excited to see the teacher, so I couldn't suppress the power of this eye. I almost made a big mistake. I beg you, teacher, to forgive me for this oversight. Shimura Danzo called Tobirama teacher directly in an attempt to use this relationship to impress him. But Senju Tobirama was indifferent, but Shinomiya Yuzuki chuckled. Then, he turned his eyes to the Senju brothers and spread out his hands. See how good this guy is at making up stories. You just open your mouth and say everything without using your brain, and you're so stupid. Just think of us as air. If you dare to say this, don't you think we are fools? That's true. Senju nodded in agreement, feeling deeply. Senju Tobirama's face was filled with murderous intent, and several kunai were ready in his palms. Shinomiya Yuzuki. Shimura Danzo was furious. This damn brat did something bad again. And he keeps fanning the flames. Anger filled his chest, and he secretly vowed that as long as he could survive this time, he would eradicate Shinomiya Yuya at all costs. But as soon as his anger arose, a sharp sound broke through the air, interrupting Danzo's thoughts. Looking up, several kunais rushed towards him like lightning. Danzo hurriedly dodged left and right to avoid the sharp edge of kunai. With a few tinkling sounds, kunai stuck into the ground around him. While dodging, Danzo glanced out of the corner of his eye and noticed strange symbols engraved on the kunai. That's Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God mark. Danzo was shocked and was about to use the teleportation technique to escape. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a kunai accurately slashed across his throat, and Tobirama stood quietly behind him. Danzo's eyes widened, he trembled and covered his neck, but the blood flowed out like a fountain and could not be contained. Bang! Then there was another loud noise. Tobirama kicked him hard, and Danzo's body flew out and hit the wall hard. Suffering heavy blows one after another, Shimura Danzo's life breath quickly disappeared and turned into a corpse. However, in just a few seconds, Danzo's figure disappeared into nothing, and then reappeared intact on the same spot. At this time, Senju Tobirama had used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the location of Shinomiya Yuzuki and Hashirama, looking at him from a distance. Well, I guess there are 4 left. Once Danzo's Izanagi is activated, he will be immortal for 1 minute. Obviously, this forbidden technique has been activated. Tobirama no longer attacks at this time, but just observes quietly, waiting for Izanagi's effect to end. All you have to do is wait until the 1 minute period has passed, give another fatal blow, draw out Izanagi, and then distance yourself. Repeat this 4 times, and Danzo will be completely finished. Danzo naturally understood his situation. He had not been so close to death for a long time, and his comfortable life gave him inexplicable fear. Seeing Tobirama keeping his distance, he even lost the courage to resist and subconsciously turned around to escape. The seal of the instant body technique had just been completed, and the figure of Senju Tobirama was already lying in front of him. Stare at him calmly. Shimura Danzo was hairy all over. This is the fastest speed in the ninja world. You can't win, and you can't escape. Teacher. Danzo gritted his teeth. I was wrong, I was really wrong. After all, I am your disciple. Please forgive me this time. Senju Tobirama remained indifferent, unwilling to even respond. Chapter 34 It's almost time. At this moment, Izanagi's 1 minute time limit is up. Tobirama's body swayed, and Danzo's head suddenly flew up, unable to resist, with unwillingness written on his face. In the blink of an eye, Danzo died again. As expected, he activated Izanagi again, and at this time, Senju Tobirama had used Flying Thunder God to create a safe distance. The old trick is repeated. Danzo was left with nothing but boundless despair. Sharingan has 3 left. The dog-walking tactic is quite interesting. Shinomiya Yuyu said with a smile. When Danzo heard this voice, his eyes were full of hatred. It was this little brat who was causing trouble. Otherwise, he still has a chance to survive. Yes, I just like to see you like this. You want to kill me but you are helpless. Tobirama couldn't help but glance at Yuyu, the personality of this group leader. Well, it's quite distinctive. The minute's wait is almost over. At this time, 2 figures accidentally broke into the place. It was Hitaki Kakashi and Namikaze Minato, the 2 people who came to support. What's going on here? Kakashi looked around in confusion. He thought an enemy was coming, but it turned out to be Konoha Hokage's right-hand man, Shimura Danzo, fighting here. What's even more outrageous is first generation and second Hokage. Aren't those 2 old seniors gone long ago? But when he turned around and looked at his teacher Minato Namikaze, Kakashi had an idea. Maybe they also traveled through time and space? Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem to be surprising. Yuya group leader, what are you? Minato couldn't hold it in anymore and asked. Oh, here's the thing. Shinomiya Yuya clarified the cause and effect in just a few words. Anyway, we are busy cleaning up the house now. Do you 2 want to come together? Don't feel bad about it. This is justice execution. After finishing this group chat, there will be a big reward. Besides, it's good to stretch your muscles with a few punches. Yuyu said with a smile. So that's what happened. Kakashi and Namikaze Minato exchanged glances, and when he looked at Shimura Danzo, a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. When Danzo saw Kakashi appear, it was as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. Kakashi! Help me take down that brat! He confused Nidame and incited us to fight within Konoha. He turned his attention to Namikaze Minato who suddenly appeared, wondering why this strange thing of dead people resurrecting happened so frequently. But now is not the time to worry about this. With so many people, they can't all be Yuyu's friends, right? 4th generation. As a Hokage, why don't you come and take down this gangster? No, we should get rid of it directly. This kind of person is a threat to Konoha as long as he is alive. Danzo spoke righteously without noticing the subtle expressions on Kakashi and Minato's faces. You want me to deal with Yu? He is my beloved relative, friend, and brother. We need more money. No, even more money won't work. I think you Danzo are the trouble, so I'll deal with you first today. After saying this, Danzo felt a chill in his heart when he saw that Kakashi and Namikaze Minato didn't react at all. Do you know all these people? Shinomiya Yuzuki. You guys are such a scammer. Danzo gritted his teeth. It's almost time. Izanaga's minute was about to end, Yuzuki reminded him friendly. Before going out, Ino told me that I must be home before 9 o'clock. Now, each of us will give you 9 blows. If you can survive it, we will leave you alone. Otherwise, God will ask you to pay the price for causing harm to the world. How about it? You probably don't want to waste your time like this, right? Yuya looked like she was thinking about you and made a small suggestion. Several people around him all gave him strange looks. 9 strokes per person? With just 1 blow, Danzo would physically disappear from this world. Not even a scum is left. You can tell by looking at Danzo's face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Seeing Danzo pretending to be deaf and mute, Yuya frowned and said, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your consent. Then I'll go first. Wood style. Putting his hands together, raging chakra burst out from his body, and everyone around him looked sideways. I'm lucky enough to see the leader of the group take action today. Is it wood style? It's the same technique as the big brother. Several people are looking forward to it. But just when Yuya was about to use the wooden dragon technique, 2 more people broke into the battlefield. It's Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, the enemy brothers. Yuya quickly stopped performing the technique to avoid accidentally hurting them. Hey? Why are they here? Yuya wondered. Look at you all here, it's surprising that they can sit still. Obito's voice sounded behind her, and Yuya turned her head to look. The space-time vortex opened behind him, and the whirlpool Kushina, Obito, and Nohara Rin also came over. Hey, everyone's here. Look at this, Danzo is lucky today and can enjoy a few more punches and kicks. The 3 newcomers looked confused and failed to follow Yuya's train of thought. Minato smiled helplessly and explained to them Yuyu's proposal just now. When Obito heard this, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Forget it, with his small body, he may not be able to withstand even one of my Susanaa's punches. Yes, that makes sense. Hey, but it looks like we don't have to do it ourselves. Shinomiya Yuyu suddenly interrupted. Everyone's attention turned to the battlefield, and the situation there changed. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke's face was covered with frost and filled with murderous intent. The Sharingan rotated sharply, and the 3 Megatama bit Danzo's figure tightly. The Chidori in his left hand buzzed and the electric light flashed. With the intention of killing him, he rushed towards Danzo like lightning. Although I don't know what's going on here, it's rare for Danzo to appear here alone without his roots, so he should strike first. This blow is for those Uchiha people who died innocently. Chidori. Shimura Danzo's eyes were sharp and solemn. The black shadow in front of him was like a bolt of lightning in the roaring waves. He was holding a thunderbolt and his speed was astonishingly fast. Chilling. Of course he recognized Uchiha Sasuke, but how could that guy who only opened Shan Megatama after his family was destroyed have such power? Not wanting to think too much, Danzo hurriedly fought. Wind release vacuum wave. Danzo took a deep breath, gathered the majestic wind force, and suddenly exhaled. An extremely compressed hurricane struck Sasuke like an arrow from a string. Boo-hoo-hoo. Sasuke had no intention of evading and just used Chidori to attack him head-on. Just listen to a crisp sound. The vacuum wave was actually split by Chidori, but Chidori's light also dimmed obviously. How is that possible? Danzo frowned as he looked at Sasuke, whose offensive continued unabated. He had quick hands and eyes. Before Sasuke could kill him, he quickly grabbed a kunai and attached a sharp wind blade to it. Later, Chidori greets Sasuke. In an instant, lightning flew everywhere and the wind howled. The collision between the two was extremely intense. Boom boom boom. But soon, Sasuke was knocked away. He rolled several times in the air before barely regaining his balance. Tisk. Wiping away the blood on his lips, Sasuke stood up expressionlessly. Being restrained by attributes, Feng Clay, using Chidori to deal with him is indeed a bit thankless. But he is from the Uchiha clan, so fire-style ninjutsu is so abundant, and fire just restrains wind. Chapter 35 Nezuo, come on, beat him up. Come again. Sasuke kicked his legs suddenly, the ground shattered, and his figure rushed towards Danzo again like an arrow from a string. Danzo looked at him coldly. If he couldn't deal with those monsters, couldn't he deal with this kid in front of him? It just so happened that you threw yourself into a trap and took you hostage. Maybe I still have a glimmer of hope today. Danzo snorted coldly and raised his hands to fight. Danzo stopped still and accurately caught Sasuke's fist, defusing the surging force. Immediately afterwards, a hand like a knife stabbed Sasuke's throat. Sasuke reacted quickly and took advantage of his short stature. He leaned slightly to one side and easily dodged the blow. At the same time, he kicked Danzo's lower body like lightning. Danzo had to defend. Bang bang bang. The physical competition between the two intensified. Even though he is still young and cannot exert much power, with the 3 Megatama Sharingan and profound fighting skills, Sasuke can fight with ease. As the fight deepened, Danzo couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. This Sasuke. How could his physical skills be as good as mine? Shimura Danzo, who entered the battlefield at the age of 16 and experienced countless life and death battles, could not suppress a child who was only 12 years old today? After about 30 rounds of fighting, a sly look flashed in Sasuke's eyes. He took advantage of Danzo's attack and suddenly flew backwards. Hey! Danzo felt an ominous premonition in his heart. As expected, Sasuke, who was hanging high in the air, smiled coldly and then used the secret fire-style skill. Fire-style Dragon Flame Technique. Sasuke suddenly spit out a slender tongue of fire, and the flames flew along invisible threads at high speed, heading straight towards Shimura Danzo with great precision. Then, it was suddenly divided into 3 lines of fire in the air, and they attacked from the upper, middle, and lower directions. When Danzo saw this, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind, and he hurriedly checked himself. I could see that invisible threads were quietly entangled on his arms, legs and back where he had been in contact with Sasuke, making it almost impossible to detect with the naked eye. Danzo reacted extremely quickly and instantly cut the thread and distanced himself from Sasuke. Without the silk thread to guide it, the flame quickly dissipated at the break. The old bones are dying, but the reflexes are quite sensitive. Sasuke landed smoothly with a light somersault, a trace of sarcasm hanging on his lips. Danzo's face was gloomy. Sasuke's strength obviously exceeded expectations, and even he almost got hurt. I'm going to get serious next time. I hope you can make the game more interesting. Sasuke said calmly. He subconsciously reached out to fumble around his waist, but found to his embarrassment that the Kusanagi sword was not in its original position. All I felt was emptiness. Although he felt embarrassed, Sasuke was good at concealing his emotions and did not show it on his face. He put his hands back on his waist, looking natural and calm. Sasuke! A call suddenly sounded from behind, and the familiar voice made Sasuke shudder slightly. He didn't dare to look back, for fear that Danzo would take the opportunity to sneak attack, so he had no choice but to respond. Naruto, go quickly, it's too dangerous here. Don't get close. However, the footsteps behind him got closer and closer. Sasuke sighed, this guy is always so stubborn. Sasuke. Let's teach this weird uncle a lesson together. Naruto appeared on the right side of Sasuke, with a eager smile on his face, fists and palms hitting each other, and a crisp sound sounded. This scene made Sasuke slightly stunned. He remembered that day when he fought side by side with Naruto, the only time. Together they fight against the Six Paths Madara, who has the power to destroy heaven and earth. The memory was fleeting, and Sasuke nodded. There's really nothing I can do about you, but you have to obey my instructions and don't be impulsive. Sasuke warned softly. Naruto grinned and nodded repeatedly. He was overjoyed to get Sasuke's permission. Just as the two were preparing to join forces to attack, an interested voice came from behind. I suddenly had a new idea, Danzo. If you can defeat them both, today's events will be wiped out. We will no longer pursue past crimes. But, if you really fall into their hands, you will have to consider yourself unlucky, but no one can help you avenge your revenge. Shinomiya Yuzuki once again transformed into the king of ideas, adding a lot of interesting spice to this battle. As soon as he said these words, Shimura Danzo's expression suddenly changed from gloomy to clear, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. He quickly shouted, "Kid, you have to keep your word." He could sense that Shinomiya Yuyu had a high reputation among that group of people, and everyone valued him highly. In this case, Tobirama should buy what he said. Although I don't understand how this damn kid could suddenly be so kind and let him go, but once the words have been spoken, there is no reason to take them back. Relax, I will do what I say, not like you. Shinomiya Yuyu said with a smile. But Namikaze Minato on the side looked a little worried. Yuyu, is this really good? Naruto's fighting ability at this time is not very good. Sasuke alone. According to the original script, Naruto at this time is simply an ordinary person, not to mention his fighting ability. The only advantage is probably that he has 9 tails in his body, which makes him more resistant to fighting. And Shinomiya Yuyu showed a mysterious smile. Don't worry, I will definitely surprise you later. Shinomiya Yuyu leaned back, and almost in the blink of an eye, several trees suddenly grew on the ground and intertwined with each other. After a while, a wooden sofa appeared like magic. The show is about to begin, how can we stand and enjoy it? Don't worry, 4th generation, if there is a problem, we will come to the rescue immediately. Senju Tobirama also expressed relief. Minato was relieved after receiving Shinomiya Yuyu's assurance. Hey? Kamui's fluctuation. Leader Yuyu, that person is here and is nearby. Obito, who had been staying quietly with Nohara Rin, suddenly said in surprise. What? Who? Yuyu was slightly startled. After a brief moment of shock, Yuyu came to her senses after seeing Obito's reaction. Oh, it's him. He is talking about none other than Uchiha Obito, who lives in the same timeline as Shinomiya Yuzuki. This guy is also a god. He always talks about hating this and that, but ends up running to Konoha all day long. Yuyu muttered in a low voice. The show is about to begin. I'm too lazy to move. Obito, do me a favor and lure him away. Yuyu collapsed on the sofa, extremely lazy, and turned to look at Obito. You are too lazy. Obito was helpless. Help me, Obito-chan. Okay, okay. In the end, he couldn't resist Yuyu, so Obito nodded. It just so happens that I also want to see how powerful I am, having learned a lot of secret techniques from Madara. Kakashi on the side tilted his head slightly after hearing this, as if he was thinking about something. Master Wife, help me take care of Lin. I'll be back soon. After saying hello to Kushina, Obito's body began to twist, preparing to use Kamui to leave. I'll go too. At this time, a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed his shoulder, and then the two of them were teleported away by Kamui. That person is none other than Kakashi. Why is Kakashi also there? Forget it, it will definitely be lively when the three of them get together. Shinomiya withdrew her gaze and turned to focus on the upcoming duel. Chapter 36 Danzo, shall I fight the skeleton and Kizaru? On the other side, Shimura Danzo slowly formed seals, preparing to summon the psychic beast. Although his opponents were just two brats, this battle was related to his life and death, and he had to go all out. Psychicism Dream Taper. Danzo bit the tip of his tongue, a splash of blood splashed out, and then he slapped the ground hard. In an instant, thick white mist billowed up, and a huge creature responded to the call. This creature is huge, with a trunk like an elephant's trunk. Its shape is similar to an elephant but completely different. It is Danzo's psychic beast, the Dream Taper. Become the food of the Dream Taper, little devil. Danzo's face was ferocious, and he formed seals with his hands, driving the Dream Taper to perform ninjutsu. I saw the Dream Taper's huge mouth opening, as if a whirlwind was rolling back, and the terrifying suction force immediately surged out, making Sasuke and Naruto instantly unstable. Careful! With quick eyes and quick hands, Sasuke grabbed Naruto who was about to be sucked over, and at the same time quickly poured chakra into his feet to stabilize his body. Despite this, the two bodies still involuntarily moved closer to the Dream Taper. Innately evil boy Uchiha, you can't change anything, just like your incompetent brother. Facing the two people who seemed unable to resist, Shimura Danzo sneered, seemingly intending to regain his lost face with them. However, shut up! Sasuke raised his head suddenly, an indescribable chill appearing on his young face. Damn old guy, you have no right to mention him. Uchiha Sasuke's words were like a knife, and his voice was as cold as a haunting evil ghost, piercing Danzo's heart. As the words fell, the overwhelming hatred for Danzo triggered strong mental fluctuations. The three megatama in his eyes rotated slowly and finally connected to form a mysterious six-pointed star pattern. Manjiki Sharingan. This is... Feeling the familiar powerful power awakening, even Sasuke was slightly stunned, but then a burst of ecstasy surged in his heart. The strength seems to be gradually coming back, not much, but enough. Although it is not the eternal Manjiki or the six megatama Samsara Eye, just a pair of Manjiki is more than enough to kill Danzo. Susanoo. The pupil power in Sasuke's eyes surged, and a huge skeletal giant appeared behind him, but this was just the beginning. As the pupil power exploded further, the skeleton was quickly covered with a layer of muscle until it was fully formed. Semi-complete Susanoo. What? Seeing this scene, Danzo's eyes widened, and he was horrified. What the hell kind of monster is this? A kid who is only 12 years old, turns on Manjiki and uses Susanoo? Just because of a mocking remark? Uchiha Madara has to call you ancestor when he comes. Damn, that's not fair. That's not fair. I demand a rematch. He is cheating. But Sasuke, who is already murderous, doesn't care what Danzo thinks. Naisuna. Inferno-style flame control. Immediately afterwards, he fully drew the bow string, pointed the ancient Tianzi Ma bow at the Dream Taper who was casting a spell, and shot out a fierce arrow. An arrow burning with pitch-black flames roared out like thunder. Danzo caught a glimpse of the arrow heading straight for him, and without thinking too much, he hid behind the Meng Taper. Dream Taper caught all this from the corner of his eye and was horrified. But it was at the critical moment of casting the spell and couldn't move. He could only cast an angry but helpless glance. Danzo, I am so confused. The sound of arrows tearing through the air exploded in an instant. The arrow not only hit the strange-looking Dream Taper, but also nailed it firmly to the ground. Woo! The Dream Taper let out a mournful cry, and instantly turned into a white mist and dissipated. As the Dream Taper disappeared, Sasuke's Susanoo was also lifted. He covered his bleeding eyes and squatted on the ground, gasping for air. At this age, his body is not fully developed, so using Susanoo is a huge load for him. Without the influence of the Dream Taper, Naruto was able to stand firmly. He found that Sasuke was a little weak and quickly went over to help him. "Sasuke, are you okay? That blow just now was so cool." Sasuke gently waved his hand and used a special secret technique to quickly restore chakra. "With that annoying psychic beast gone, the next step is to get rid of that damn Danzo. Look at me next." Naruto stepped forward and stood in front of Sasuke, pointing his finger at Danzo, full of confidence. "Naruto, are you sure?" Sasuke looked at Naruto's slightly unfamiliar movements and couldn't help but feel doubtful. These words made Naruto furious. "Damn it, are you looking down on me?" After saying this, Naruto rushed towards Danzo with all his strength. He wanted to show his strength. "Hey, don't force it, just help me hold him down." Sasuke's words came from behind, which in turn inspired Naruto to speed up his pace and head straight for Danzo. "Punch me!" Naruto jumped into the air and struck Huanglong with a heavy punch. Danzo was fully focused, his eyes locked on Naruto. Sasuke's surprise attack just now left him frightened and almost killed him. Using Izanagi again was no joke. The Uzumaki Naruto who fought alongside Sasuke was certainly no ordinary person. "Are those obvious flaws?" revealed deliberately. Danzo stared at Naruto's moves that seemed to be full of loopholes, and secretly speculated in his heart. Could it be that when luring him to attack, he suddenly changed his tactics and captured him in one fell swoop? "Humph, I won't be fooled." Danzo's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. He responded quickly, using defense as offense and testing first. Danzo carefully punched out, his whole body tense, ready to counterattack at any time. However, at the moment of contact, Naruto was blown away like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground after drawing an arc. Danzo. Grass. Got fooled. This is a complete idiot. If I had known earlier, I would have taken it down with one strike. The annoyance in Danzo's heart. On the other side, Minato Namikaze looked helplessly at Shinomiya Yuzuki, who was leisurely and contented on the sofa. Sasuke's progress was undoubtedly helped by Yuzuki, otherwise it would not have been possible to open Manjiki so quickly. As for Naruto, it's hard to say. Judging from the current performance, it seems a bit inferior. Don't worry, the show will start soon, you have to set the stage. Yuyu said with a smile. Minato nodded and continued to watch patiently. Hey, how's the situation? Looking at Naruto who fell to the side, Sasuke was speechless. I told you not to be impulsive, but you just didn't listen. Naruto kicked his legs randomly, and then stood up reluctantly, looking a little embarrassed. No. It's okay. I'll do it. Sasuke sighed and stood up, his condition almost restored. Unexpectedly, Naruto stood firmly beside him again. Although his face was red, he was determined not to let Sasuke face the enemy alone. Naruto, listen. Kurama's voice rang in Naruto's mind. Hey? Kurama, what's wrong? Naruto responded in his heart. I'm ready, now you can use my power. Naruto was pleasantly surprised, you have fully recovered. After being sealed for a long time, Kurama also needed some time to regain his strength, and at this moment, he has completely entered a semi-peak state. 1 gram away. Kurama. Humans and foxes become one, and their powers merge. Suddenly, Naruto's body began to undergo amazing changes. The huge chakra surged out like a torrent, shaking the earth. His body was wrapped in bright golden light, and patterns showing the power of 6 paths appeared on his chest. His clothes stretched and transformed into a shining golden robe, like a flying cloak. Kurama Link Uzumaki Naruto. What a powerful force! Naruto looked at his new outfit curiously, full of freshness. What? Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood again. Perfect Jinkra Ki. What the hell is this guy? He had the illusion that he was being targeted by an invisible force. A Manjiki, a perfect Jinkra Ki, what does he have to contend with? Thinking of this, Danzo glared at Shinomiya Yuzuki. This brat must have known about it, otherwise he wouldn't have set up this trap so confidently. Damn it, he had no intention of making himself feel better. Facing Danzo's resentful gaze, Yu just smiled indifferently and made an elegant please gesture. That clearly means, come on, please start your show. Suzuki, let's go. Coming. Suzuki walked up to Naruto with a faint smile and took a look at his perfect Jinchuriki form. Not bad, I can't lag behind. The power of Manjiki Sharingan inspires. A layer of skeleton is attached to Sasuke's body. Using Susanoo in this way can greatly reduce the consumption, and the power is not weak. The two looked at each other without saying a word. But the next moment, the two of them launched a charge in tacit understanding. Head straight for Danzo. Chapter 37, It's up, it's gone in seconds, what's there to say? The two people just stood there, but Shimura Danzo could feel a cold air rushing to the top of his head, making his heart tremble. There's no chance of singing. There's no chance of winning at all. But he would never give up. With a ferocious look on his face, he took a deep breath and then spewed it out like a volcano erupting. An extremely compressed wind blade is like a sword dancing wildly in the wind. It is extremely sharp and seems to be able to cut everything in the world. Wind escape vacuum continuous waves. But this was not enough. Danzo quickly formed seals and spat out countless wind bombs like a barrage, approaching Naruto and Suzuki. Wind release vacuum sphere. Wind blades and wind bullets roared towards us, and they were already there in an instant. Suzuki still looked leisurely and contented, because Naruto had already taken action first. I saw Naruto wave his robe gently. The golden robe soaked in Nine Tails chakra suddenly turned into a giant tail condensed with chakra. With a heavy sweep, Danzo's carefully prepared ninjutsu was smashed to pieces like pieces of paper. The wind blade and wind bullet disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Shimura Danzo's eyelids twitched suddenly. Was this too much fun? Am I playing chicken? So strong. Naruto couldn't hide his excitement as he truly felt the shock of this power. You're still early, Naruto. Kurama's faint voice came. I'll work hard. Naruto was full of fighting spirit. Then, he looked at Shimura Danzo opposite, with a malicious smile on his lips. Hey, weird uncle, it's my turn to attack now. Seeing Naruto in an attacking stance, Danzo's nerves were tense, the power of Nine Tails was too strong. Fortunately, Naruto lacks actual combat experience, so he may be able to withstand a few attacks with his sophisticated skills. However, Danzo's thoughts were about to be shattered by the cruel reality. In an instant, Naruto moved. Shimura Danzo only caught a golden afterimage flashing past. Here it comes. Danzo's heart trembled. Shimura Danzo quickly got into position. Shimura Danzo locked eyes with Naruto. Shimura Danzo waved his hand to block. Shimura Danzo flew out. Danzo. Naruto's punch hit Danzo's chest, and the latter's body instantly bent into a shrimp shape, his eyes bulged, and he felt that his internal organs were churning, and he wanted to vomit everything he had eaten in his life. Bang! Danzo flew upside down like a cannonball and hit a wall hard, leaving a huge hole. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Danzo collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest in pain. His eyes were full of disbelief. What's going on? I still want to block, but where should I block? That punch was like a tank running over me. Whatever skills and combat experience, go to hell. Pure aesthetics of violence, defeat 10 with one force. Izanagi. Feeling the number of broken ribs and severely injured internal organs, Danzo had no choice but to consume a Sharingan and activate Izanagi to reverse the injury. On the arm, another Sharingan was closed forever. Damn it! Damn it! Danzo's face turned livid, and his trump cards were running out. Outside. Naruto looked at the big hole and poked his head in with curiosity on his face. Where did that weird uncle go? Sasuke slowly stepped forward and looked at Naruto with a hint of envy in his eyes. Probably dead. With your speed and strength, it's impossible for him to withstand this punch. Hey! He's dead? Then I'm in trouble. Naruto looked a little at a loss. He originally just wanted to show the other party a little bit of color. Don't worry, that person was not a good person in the first place, and he deserves his own fault for his death. Besides, haven't you always dreamed of becoming a Hokage? You eliminated those bad guys to protect the village. This is not a bad thing at all, but a responsibility you must bear as you grow up. Sasuke comforted softly. Really, really? Naruto looked confused and scratched his head. Sasuke had a clear view of Naruto's reaction. It seemed that this guy did not have the same experience of rebirth as himself. So, how did he master the power of 9 tails in advance? This question reminded Sasuke of someone. Yes, it seems that Naruto also got help from Shinomiya Uzuki and reconciled with 9 tails so many years in advance. What is the origin of this Shinomiya Yu? Sasuke only glanced at Yu sitting on the sofa with his peripheral vision. His faint smile was like a spring breeze, and then he looked away. Because that guy Danzo showed up again without knowing whether he was alive or dead. Sasuke, that weird uncle is alive again. Naruto said in surprise. He used Izanagi, a forbidden technique that can deflect damage. Sasuke's Sharingan glanced at Danzo's arm. Hey? Is there only one Sharingan left? That'll be easy. I thought that Danzo could use that technique countless times, but it seems that he had already died many times before we came here. I don't know how this guy offended a big boss like Shinomiya Yu. Naruto, if you kill him one more time, he won't be able to be resurrected. Sasuke said firmly. Naruto thought he had mastered Danzo's secret. He smiled confidently, dropped 2 words, and moved behind Danzo in a flash. Bang! A heavy punch hit his back, and Danzo didn't even have a chance to react. There was only a pop sound, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, and his body turned into a shadow, and then reappeared unscathed. Uncle Wei, according to Sasuke, you only have one last resurrection left, right? As soon as Danzo was revived, he heard Naruto's voice behind him and felt a chill go down his spine. Immediately afterwards, he was shot flying by Naruto's robe like a badminton. It landed with a crash, dust flying. Sasuke, it's done, am I good enough? Naruto's figure flashed and golden light flashed, and he returned to Sasuke's side, with an expression of anticipation and praise on his face. Sasuke held his forehead helplessly. You rushed out before I finished speaking. Within 1 minute after Izanagi is activated, he can transfer damage infinitely. You have to wait until the technique wears off before you can attack him. Naruto was stunned. What? In other words? Naruto looked towards where Danzo had fallen. Sure enough, Danzo stood up again, turned around and ran away without saying a word. That's right, the attacks just now were ineffective. Sasuke spread his hands. Hateful. Naruto gritted his teeth and stared at Danzo who was escaping. He dodged and chased away in an instant. Damn weird uncle, you embarrassed me in front of Sasuke. With a flash of golden light, Naruto blocked Danzo's escape path. Damn boy, you're going too far. Danzo roared. It's all about death anyway. So it's better to fight to the death. He pulled out his kunai and blew out sharp wind blades to wrap around it. Suffer death. Danzo suddenly rushed forward, holding a kunai and stabbed viciously. Naruto remained motionless, an illusory fox head appeared on his body. Bite. With a crisp sound, the kunai blessed by the wind attribute chakra broke into 2 pieces without leaving even a trace. Before Danzo could be shocked, Naruto kicked him in the chest. Catch it, Sasuke. In an instant, Danzo flew out upside down under the influence of terrifying power. Sasuke had already quietly walked around not far behind Danzo. Hearing Naruto's call and seeing Danzo flying at high speed, he raised the corners of his mouth and showed a faint smile. Chapter 38 Exploding the Gold Coins in the Group. Pretty. Inferno-style flame control. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of Sasuke's eyes, and surging black flames suddenly appeared all over his body. With the power of flame control, he gathered the black flames into a fiery stick, and with a swipe, Danzo was knocked away. Catch it! Naruto's eyes lit up, and the chakra gathered behind him, transforming into a huge arm. He grabbed Danzo, followed by another sharp throw. On the other side, Sasuke also praised Danzo and patted Danzo back. As you come and go, Danzo Shimura actually becomes the tennis ball in the hands of the two of them, and they have a great time playing. However, as the protagonist of this game, Danzo was not so happy. Being tossed around like a toy, if he hadn't activated the last Sharingan to cast Izanagi at the critical moment, he would have been killed long ago. But now this humiliation is simply worse than death for him who has a great face. Damn you little devils! Shimura Danzo's eyes widened with anger. The 10 Sharingan exhausted their strength, but they ended up in such an end. Faced with such an ending, his face was full of unwillingness. Then let's go to hell together. When Naruto caught the ball again, Shimura Danzo suddenly activated the 4 elephant seals. A large amount of ink spurted out from the talisman on his chest and spread all over the ground, drawing strange talisman totems. Sasuke's eyes tightened when he saw this. He had heard of this move for a long time and had been wary of it. Naruto, retreat! He is going to blow himself up. In fact, Sasuke didn't need to remind him. The malicious perception system in Naruto's body was constantly urging him to evacuate. He threw Danzo away, ran towards Sasuke at full speed, picked him up and prepared to leave. But Sasuke said, "Wait a minute, Shisui's eyes can't just disappear. Naruto, take me to Danzo's place." Naruto didn't have time to think about it and teleport to Danzo who was about to explode. Sasuke acted quickly and expertly removed the eye of Shisui from Danzo's eye socket. Ignoring Danzo's wailing, Sasuke urged Naruto to leave quickly. A golden trajectory cut across the sky, Naruto accelerated, and the moment before the 4 elephant seal erupted, the two of them escaped in a thrilling manner close to the edge of the seal. Phew, it's safe. The two stopped 100 meters away from the center of the seal explosion. He always likes to bring some weird burial gifts with him. Sasuke's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Last time, half of the bridge was sealed, and this time several houses were taken away. But this is the base of Root, and there are no residents in those houses. Danzo's self-destruction once again only took away some useless bricks and tiles. We won! Naruto cheered. They defeated the evil uncle. Well done, Naruto. Although there are some minor flaws, it is already very good for your first battle. There was a voice behind him, and Naruto turned around to take a look. Yu and others are walking slowly. Yu. Naruto waved excitedly. When did you arrive? I've been there the whole time and it's been really great. Shinomiya Yuzuki praised again. This was his sincere affirmation. After all, when Naruto solved Danzo, he dropped an unexpected gain of 20,000 gold coins. The investment in Naruto was instantly repaid. Not to mention that when he was reborn for 9 tails, Naruto had 100,000 gold coins. This time, 120,000 gold coins were directly recorded in the account. Naruto. Namikaze Minato greeted with a smile. Dad! Naruto shouted excitedly. Oh, big sister is here too. Naruto then noticed Kushina and greeted him warmly, and these two uncles I haven't met before, hello. Naruto greeted Kushina, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobirama one by one, and all three of them responded with smiles. What a energetic little guy. He feels just like you when you were a kid, big brother. Tobirama said with a smile. Hee, really? Hashirama laughed a little awkwardly. It turns out that this is the image I have in Tobirama's mind. I'm really a little embarrassed. But having said that, he was right. Naruto and himself as the reincarnation of Asura did have many similarities in personality. Naruto quickly ran to Namikaze Minato, with excitement on his face. Dad, the departure you mentioned turned out to be the place where Kurama was sealed. I thought you were going somewhere else. Looking at the eldest brother with blonde hair and blue eyes who looked so much like himself, Naruto got the exact information from Nine Tails that he was his father. In a sudden surge of emotions, Naruto threw himself into Minato's arms. His eyes were red and his nose was sore. Where have you been all these years? Why haven't you been home for so long? I thought I had no parents anymore. Namikaze Minato sighed softly and hugged Naruto tightly. I'm sorry that I couldn't be with you to watch you grow up. Your mother and I went to complete a very important task. For the sake of the village, we had to do that. Minato wanted to tell Naruto the truth that they came from another time and space, but seeing Naruto's appearance, he swallowed the words. Forget it, let him misunderstand like this. After all, it is not a lie. They are indeed father and son. At this moment, Nine Tails in Naruto's body coughed slightly, as if to avoid it, and silently closed the door to the heart. But then I thought about it, I can't blame myself entirely for this. It is also involuntarily controlled by fate. At this time, it's time to tell a story about Kamui who couldn't hide his tears. It doesn't matter. This is what we should do for the sake of the village. Naruto wiped away his tears and smiled brightly again. So now that you're back, you won't leave again, right? Naruto's eyes were full of expectation. Namikaze Minato's heart sank. He was usually talkative, but now he was silent. He and Kushina do not belong to this world's timeline and cannot stay here for long. Dad. Seeing Minato didn't answer for a long time, Naruto had an ominous premonition in his heart. At this moment, Shinomiya Yuyu stepped forward and came to the rescue with a smile. The mission has been completed, of course he will not leave again. Minato and Naruto turned to Yuzuki together, one's eyes flashed with surprise, the other was a little helpless, but more of them were looking forward to whether this omnipotent leader could come up with a way to get the best of both worlds. Yuyu said under the gaze of the two people, as a ninja, you always have to accept tasks, right, Naruto? Naruto nodded, this was a very understandable truth. That important mission has been successfully completed, but as a ninja, your dad still has to go out to perform some missions occasionally. This is normal. So he can leave for a few months every once in a while and then come back to be with you. At the same time, Yuyu privately sent a message to Minato. The flow of time in our world is different. Just come here when you have time. Anyway, it only takes a few days for you to be there for a few months, so you have plenty of time here. When you are away, just say that you will go out and perform the task. Minato suddenly realized that this was indeed a good plan. Although it may be difficult to come often, it is still possible to come and see Naruto every few months. Minato nodded, approving the plan. Chapter 39 The King of Ideas. Really? Naruto raised his head with a bright smile on his face. Of course it's true. Namikaze Minato accepted Shinomiya Yuzuki's suggestion. That's great. I finally have a mom and dad. Naruto jumped with excitement. Hey, by the way, Dad, you said my mother is back too. Where is she? Only then did Naruto suddenly realize what he was asking, and he looked around, his eyes full of curiosity. What kind of person would his mother be? She will be sad when you say that. You just met not long ago, and she even hugged you. Did you just hug me? Naruto was startled. Wait, could it be? Naruto slowly turned his head and looked at Kushina, who looked slightly disappointed. Namikaze Minato smiled and said nothing. Hey? That weird sister, it turns out you are my mother," Naruto said in surprise. Kushina frowned, walked to Naruto, stroked his head, and said with a smile, "Weird sister." The immortal caressed my head, and an inch of strength opened up the heavenly spirit. Facing Kushina's loving smile, Naruto quickly corrected her. "Mom." Kushina's expression suddenly changed from gloomy to clear, and she gently rubbed Naruto's hair. "This is right." Hee. Naruto giggled. At this time, Sasuke sighed lightly, looking at the scene of Naruto's family being reunited. He couldn't help but have mixed feelings in his heart. He thought that such happiness might be out of reach for him. Suddenly, someone came forward and put his arm on his shoulder. Sasuke turned around and saw an enlarged version of Shinomiya Yuzuki's face in front of him. "Why, are you so close?" Sasuke turned away his head in disgust. "I have a big plan, do you want to hear it?" Shinomiya Yuzuki pretended to be mysterious and tried to arouse Sasuke's curiosity. Seeing Naruto's happy smile, Yuya felt that everything was wonderful. He just likes scenes like this. Don't always deal with the parting of life and death, the flash of swords, how boring. He doesn't like to see people die the most. Danzo, whose bones are still cold. Not buddy? Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Of course, for people like Danzo, if they die, they will die, who cares? Danzo, 6. Therefore, in order to witness more such tender scenes, Shinomiya Yuzuki plans to bring some important characters in the plot back to life. Both satisfy one's own wishes. At the same time, there is another purpose. That is to earn coins. Changing the trajectory of fate, resurrecting the dead, and chatting in the group will definitely be rewarded. More or less, it's all a harvest. Mosquito legs are also meat, so a little adds up to a lot. And he doesn't have to spend any money for this, it's a free benefit. Just get Nagato's Rinnegan. Then he controls a few unlucky people who like to do evil, consumes their life force and uses the art of reincarnation, and everything will be fine. Perfect plan. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, always feeling that Shinomiya Yuyu seemed to have bad intentions. He shook his head without hesitation, not interested. Yuya was a little surprised that she refused so simply. Rejected without listening to the content. However, Sasuke still shook his head. What if I said, I can bring your parents back to life? Now that Danzo is dead, no one will target the Uchiha clan anymore. If you go find Ataka later, won't your family be reunited? Hey! I still have a way to bring Uchiha and Sarana over so that you and your daughter can meet. When the time comes, wouldn't it be wonderful for 3 generations to live under one roof? Sagong Yuya raised her eyebrows. After the words fell, Shinomiya Yuya felt Sasuke's body tremble slightly. Obviously, his inner turmoil was far less calm than he appeared on the surface. But Sasuke's choice surprised Yuya, and he still shook his head. Shall I go? Is this reborn Sasuke so determined? You are stronger than Obito, who is determined. Sasuke's eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia. The dead have their own world, and besides, I'm used to being alone. Although she said this, Yuya clearly saw a hazy look in the corner of Sasuke's eyes. And subtle expectations. Damn it, I knew, how could I refuse such a good thing as resurrecting my parents? It turned out to be the unique arrogance of the Uchiha family. She said she didn't want it, but in her heart she wanted it more than anyone else. Shinomiya Yuya nodded clearly. I see, I understand. Yuya patted Sasuke on the shoulder. Just wait for my good news. Then he turned around and left without taking a single cloud with him. Leaving Sasuke with a confused look on his face. Do you understand? What on earth did you understand? At least speak clearly before leaving. Looking at Shinomiya Yuzuki's retreating figure, the corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched faintly. Could this kid really be pulling some strings? What if I wake up one day and find that I have an extra daughter who is 2 or 3 years older than me for no reason? Uchiha Sarana, oh, my dad was so cute when he was a kid. Thinking of this funny and terrifying scene, Sasuke couldn't help but shudder. He was so embarrassed that he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes on the ground. He shook his head violently, throwing these random thoughts behind him. No, this is too embarrassing. So, he hurriedly stepped forward and sped up to chase Shinomiya Yuyu. Sagong, wait for me, I have something to say. At this moment, the two bosses, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, were discussing the future plans of Konoha village enthusiastically, speaking passionately. On the other side, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina were chatting gently with Naruto. Shinomiya Yuzuki was in front, and Sasuke was chasing after him with a nervous look on his face. Only Nohara Lin, this little girl, seemed to be left out in the cold. She waited anxiously for Obito's return. As time passed by, the worry in her heart became more and more intense. Everyone. It seems like Obito has been gone for a long time. Nohara Lin's voice sounded somewhat worried among the crowd. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but pause. The conversation stopped abruptly, and they all came back to their senses. Obito has been gone for a long time, how about I go over and check on the situation? That boy from Uchiha? I feel that his eye power is no less than Madara's, so there shouldn't be any safety issues. Shinomiya Yuyu, who was walking around, happened to catch this conversation and stopped involuntarily. At this stop, Sasuke, who was following closely behind, suffered a disaster. He couldn't stop in time and hit Shinomiya Yuyu's back like a copper wall with a bang. In an instant, Sasuke's eyes flashed with stars and he lost consciousness. Yuyu glanced sideways at Sasuke, who had fainted. And a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The immortal's body is not easy to mess with. I'm afraid this kid will faint for a while, so just let him be. Then, he turned to look at Nohara Lin and comforted, don't worry, I'll send a message to ask. After speaking, Yuyu tapped her fingers in the air a few times. How's it going over there? Did you win or lose? Your little fangirl is already worried about you. Obito's reply came back almost instantly. Done it, a big win. We could have come back alive, but we were delayed by Kakashi's delay. We'll be back soon. Obito said they would be back soon, Yuzuki relayed. Nohara Lin let out a breath, and the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. Thank you. Her smile was as sweet as honey. Chapter 40. You are Obito, then who am I? You're welcome. Shinomiya Yuzuki responded, then bent down and picked up Sasuke from the ground, intending to pick him up and take him away. At this moment, the space suddenly distorted, and a vortex of time and space spit out Uchiha Obito and Kakashi. Obito grabbed the unconscious Kakashi and dragged him forward like a chicken. Kakashi is unconscious with blood stains on his body. Madara. Yuyu, do me a favor and save this idiot. Abandoning Kakashi, Obito immediately turned to Nohara Lin with a smile on his face. Lin, I'm back. Shinomiya Yuzuki raised her eyebrows, put Sasuke aside casually, walked towards Kakashi, and knelt down to check his injuries. After the inspection, Yuyu frowned slightly. How did it happen? Kakashi was seriously injured, even losing an eye, and it was still the same Mangeki Sharingan. Was it taken away by the masked man? This is great, the masked man has gathered Kamui with both eyes, and his strength cannot be underestimated. Obito spread his hands helplessly, it's a long story. It's better to save people first. I'm afraid this guy won't be able to hold on and will die. Naruto, come here. Shinomiya Yuzuki waved gently to Naruto. What's wrong, Yuyu? Give him some Nine Tails chakra to help heal his injuries. Yuyu pointed at Kakashi lying on the ground. The power of Nine Tails contains extraordinary recovery ability, which is unique among all tailed beasts. Naruto did as he was told, and with the flow of orange light, Kakashi's pale complexion gradually turned red. The effect is immediate. My life is saved. I have to rush to the hospital. I'll be fine soon. I'll be responsible. Minato Namikaze volunteered. As soon as he finished speaking, Minato picked up Kakashi and in an instant, there was no trace of the two of them. Okay, Obito, now let's talk about what's going on. Shinomiya Yuzuki turned around and asked. It's like this. Obito begins to tell the story of their battle with the masked man. Go back 10 minutes. In this timeline, Uchiha Obito, the man wearing a mysterious mask, is sneaking into Konoha with his virtualization ability and quietly heading towards the cemetery. Looking back, I always feel something is wrong. Is it an illusion or is it real? The masked man asked himself in a low voice. With just a quick glance, the haunting figure was deeply imprinted on his heart. After leaving Konoha, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. How could there be such a realistic illusion? It was as if Nohara Lin had really come back to life. But the reality told him that Nohara Lin had passed away long ago. It was impossible to stand in front of him alive, and he had to accept this cruel fact. However, under the mask, there was still a trace of luck on that vicissitudes of face. Just in case. What if it really is her? No matter how Lin was reborn or why she kept her past appearance and age, he just wanted to see her again. Just one side. Hey, what is that sneaky guy over there doing? This sounded, and the masked man's body trembled almost imperceptibly. This sound. He turned around slowly, and when he saw the face of the visitor clearly, the eyes under the mask suddenly tightened. It's him. I'm asking you a question, so don't be pretentious. The visitors were none other than Uchiha Obito and Kakashi. He deliberately pretended not to know the other party's identity when asking questions. Obito naturally knows the other party's true face, but he plans not to reveal it yet, so that the game will be interesting. So, next he had to pretend that he didn't know the other person at all. The masked man stared at Obito's familiar face. So similar. No, it was exactly the same, and even he himself couldn't tell the truth from the false. The fists hidden under the black robe were clenched, and bloodshot eyes flashed. Damn it! You actually asked me in front of my face who this person is? This fake product, N.A. Lin must also be fake, he should have expected it. There shouldn't be any illusions, what's fake is what's fake. Erase them all. How dare they blaspheme Lin like this? No matter who is behind the scenes, he will find that person today and cut him into pieces. Even if the entire Konoha is razed to the ground, he won't hesitate. The masked man suddenly became angry. He raised his hand and threw a branch, heading straight for Obito. However, Obito made no move, as if he had not yet reacted. Humph, he is a fake after all. The masked man watched with cold eyes, as if he had foreseen the outcome of the other party being penetrated by branches. But unexpectedly, the branch penetrated Obito's body like a reflection in the water. Obito narrowed his eyes and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, I'm just asking who you are. As for taking action directly. However, the masked man could no longer hear Obito's words at this moment. His eyes were round and bloodshot. How do you know this trick? The voice of the masked man was low and profound, but it could not conceal the extremely shocking fear in his heart. Blur, yes, the opponent also used blur. However, why? This is my unique skill, Manjiki Eye technique, how can he be the same grandmaster? Is it possible that this counterfeit can even copy the pupil technique so perfectly? But, if the effect is exactly the same, is this still considered imitation? Is it weird that I can do this? This is exactly what I, Manjiki Sharingan, am capable of. Obito pretended to be confused and gently tapped the blood-red eyes with his finger. The masked man's eyes were immediately attracted, followed by an unconcealable shock. It's really Manjiki Sharingan. The pattern on it is exactly the same as his, and the other party actually owns a complete pair. No, there are subtle differences. The masked man noticed that Obito's eyes were different from his own. Humph, imitation is imitation after all, and what is fake cannot become true. No matter where your eye skills come from, a fake can never be authentic. How long can you use those eyes? The masked man thought he had caught the opponent's flaw and said sarcastically. What? This is the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, so it can be used indefinitely. Besides, why do you keep calling me an imposter? I'm Uchiha Obito. It's you, please name me. Oh, you are Uchiha Obito? Then who am I? Uchiha Runtu? Etc. Eternal Mangeki. As soon as Obito said this, the masked man was suddenly startled. He looked again and found that the opponent's eye power was indeed far superior to his, reaching a whole new level. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The masked man whispered in disbelief, and there was no doubt about it. The fake Sharingan was actually a higher level than the real person. The masked man slowly lowered his head. His heart was filled with ups and downs, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Then, he suddenly looked up. The eyes under the one-eyed mask are full of murderous intent. No matter what your identity is, everything will become clear after we catch you. The masked man waved his arm, and a chain was pulled out from the void. With a whoosh, the chain was as fast as a lion majesty and struck Obito in an instant. Let's forget about such little tricks. Obito said calmly, his eyes flashed slightly, and Kamui started quietly. The entire chain was suddenly torn apart by the distortion of time and space, and was broken into two parts in an instant. The masked man narrows his eyes slightly and activates Kamui remotely, the ability of his left eye. If you have some ability, then. So what about this trick? The masked man quickly formed seals with his hands, filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, Obito chuckled, and the Mangeki in his eyes was working at full speed. In his eyes, the opponent's seal seemed to be slowed down and clearly visible. Then, Obito began to imitate the opponent's handprints, and completed it at a faster rate. This is. The masked man's pupils shrank suddenly, the other party was copying his technique. Before he could be shocked, the hot flame breath rushed towards him. It turns out that Obito completed the seal first. Fire-style storm dance. Obito suddenly burst out a burst of flames. But this was just the beginning. When the flames appeared, Kamui started again. The distortion of time and space intersects with the blazing flames, forming a whirlpool of fire lines, layer after layer, approaching the masked man. This fire style combines the power of time and space, and its power far exceeds the conventional fire style. Accompanied by space distortion, even virtualization cannot escape this fatal blow. How is it possible? How could he do this? The masked man was at a loss for words. Today's events were beyond imagination, and the shock to him was far greater than the sum of his previous experiences. At this time, the masked man also completed the same ninjutsu. The same storm is coming. The ninjutsu from both sides collided instantly, and a terrifying distortion of time and space enveloped the surrounding area. Amidst the roar, a billowing heat wave hit, and the temperature soared to the extreme. Kakashi quickly used water style to cool down and build defenses. Water style water barrier. Rumble. Chapter 41 Seeing Through. The two top fire style ninjutsu collided with each other, and in an instant, the surrounding temperature soared to a chilling level. Fortunately, Kakashi was prepared and quickly opened the water barrier. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous and he might be seriously injured on the spot. The water evaporated rapidly under the high temperature, and for a while, thick steam filled the air in all directions, obscuring the view. This sudden change immediately aroused the curiosity and attention of the surrounding Konoha villagers. What's going on with this fog? Is there a fire in someone's house? Why is it so hot? Idiot, you can tell it's a ninja fighting just by looking at it. Hey? Which ninja dares to fight in the village without fear of being captured by Anbu? After a while, a dozen villagers driven by curiosity gathered over and approached cautiously, wanting to find out what was going on. Don't come here. It's too dangerous here. Kakashi had just issued a warning, but the masked man had already taken action first. He suddenly rushed towards a villager, who was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he was caught before he could react. Holy shit, everyone watching the fight is going to fight, run away. When other villagers who were joining in the fun witnessed this scene, they were so frightened that they scattered in all directions like frightened birds. If you don't want him to die, then the masked man is going to use this as a hostage to threaten Kakashi and Obito. However, before the masked man finished speaking, his body suddenly twisted strangely, as if being swallowed by an invisible vortex. What? The masked man was shocked, and he hurriedly let go of the villagers, and hurriedly used virtualization to transfer himself to the Kamui space, avoiding the sudden crisis. You! The masked man turned sharply to Uchiha Obito and saw Obito's Sharingan slowly turning. It was obvious that the surprise attack just now was by his hand. If the masked man hadn't reacted quickly, if he had been even half a beat slower, he would have been completely torn apart by the distortion of time and space. Humph! Are the ninjas of Konoha so virtuous? Do they even care about the people in their own village? Looking at the villagers fleeing in panic, the masked man sneered and mocked Obito. What are you talking about? This is called attack and you will be saved. I tell you to read more books, but you have to go herd cattle. Obito put on a helpless expression, seeming to be deeply worried about the masked man's IQ. He's very good at talking. The masked man scoffed. Obito ignored him and activated Kamui directly, teleporting himself and Kakashi into the Kamui space. In Kamui space, there is no light here, it is extremely dark, and there are huge cubic structures floating around. Sharingan is the eye that reflects the soul. Obito longed to escape reality in despair, so his Manjiki gave him the power of Kamui. A different space independent of the world. It seems that Kamui spaces are indeed connected. Obito looked at his surroundings. Here, they saw the masked man's true form that disappeared into Kamui's space. Let's solve it here. It won't be a problem no matter how we fight, it won't affect the village, and don't even think about using virtuality here anymore, come on, Kakashi. Let's have a real duel. Obito pointed at the masked man opposite and gave the order with a heroic gesture. Kakashi pulled the mask helplessly, then took out a kunao from his ninja bag and approached the masked man in a flash. The kunao in his hand went straight to the masked man's throat. The masked man snorted, took out a long black stick in his hand, and faced Kakashi. This black rod is the product of yin-yang style. It has sealing and damage capabilities, and its texture is extremely hard. Bang, bang, bang. The speed of the confrontation between the two reached an afterimage that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. Fierce battle. The black rod collided with the kunao, and sparks flew everywhere, shining with dazzling light. Kakashi's attack was fierce, with lightning flashing in his palms. He almost hit the masked man several times, but he was always dodged by the opponent at the critical moment. It's not virtualization, it's just speed. Kakashi realized that it seemed that his opponent could no longer use the magical virtualization ability. He recalled Obito's previous words. Here, blur has no effect. This is a huge advantage for Kakashi. The principle of virtualization is to move the entity into the Kamui space, leaving only a virtual shadow in the outside world. But now that we are in Kamui space, we naturally cannot perform virtual transfer again. However, it is possible to do the opposite, transfer yourself to reality, thereby achieving a virtual effect in Kamui space. However, Obito will never allow the masked man to succeed easily, especially when he confronts Kakashi here. Once the masked man attempts to escape from reality, Obito will immediately appear in reality and attack his true body. Obviously, the masked man knew this very well and had to give up the idea of virtualization for the time being. In the electric light and flint room, the two had fought fiercely for dozens of rounds, and they were indistinguishable. The weapons of both sides clashed again. Kakashi suppressed his breathing in a deep voice, stared at the masked man and asked, "Are you Obito?" Even he himself didn't understand why he was so confused about the other party's identity. Obviously Obito had been killed in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge in Konoha 48. Perhaps it was the words of the young Obito behind him that were causing trouble, or perhaps it was because the masked man dismissed little Obito as a fake. In any case, Kakashi has great doubts about the true identity of this masked man, especially the eye technique he uses, which is exactly the same as that of young Obito. However, Kakashi's question seemed to have touched the masked man's taboo. His power burst out suddenly, defeating Kakashi in one fell swoop. The terrifying force knocked Kakashi away, and then, a long black stick pierced Kakashi's chest like lightning, pinning him firmly to the ground. Kakashi's eyes widened and he instinctively grabbed the black stick on his chest. "You're still a good-for-nothing, Kakashi." The cold voice of the masked man sounded in his ears. "You, really Obito?" Kakashi weakly but stubbornly called the other person's name. "You don't deserve to say my name." Although this was a rebuke, it actually indirectly confirmed his identity. The masked man approached Kakashi, grasped the black rod on Kakashi's chest, and slowly pressed it down, intending to end everything. At this moment, a strong current suddenly burst out. The Kakashi in front of him instantly disappeared and was replaced by a ball of surging electricity. Along the masked man's arm, it swept through the whole body in an instant. Lightning-style clone. When I woke up, it was too late. The high-frequency current had spread throughout his body, and the masked man was paralyzed and unable to move. At this moment, a kunai was quietly pressed against his throat, and Kakashi's figure appeared strangely behind him. "You lost, Obito. How does it feel to lose to a loser?" Wrapped in electricity, the masked man's body couldn't help but tremble. But his eyes were still stubborn and locked on Kakashi. "Oh, come back with me and don't make any mistakes again," Kakashi persuaded earnestly. The masked man was unwilling to surrender, with a sarcastic light flashing in his eyes. In desperation, Kakashi could only knock him unconscious with a knife and planned to take him away by force. Chapter 42 Defeat the Masked Man. "Good job, Kakashi." Obito gave a thumbs up. It was not in vain. He switched back and forth between reality and illusion, staring at the virtual appearance of the masked man. Without the ability to blur, the masked man's combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. If he fights against Kakashi with only combat experience, he will definitely suffer. "Okay, let's go back." Kakashi was about to respond, but he was suddenly hit hard, and his head felt like a heavy hammer. The masked man regained consciousness at some point, not only got rid of his paralysis, but also took the opportunity to attack the unsuspecting Kakashi. With one blow, Kakashi fell to the ground, unconscious. In a blur, a heartbreaking pain came from his eye sockets. His Sharingan was taken away by the masked boy. Kakashi covered his empty eyes and groaned in pain. But the masked man didn't stop, and hit Kakashi in the chest with a heavy punch. The amazing force even caused spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang, followed by a dull thud. Blood splashed everywhere, and Kakashi spat out a mouthful of blood, then his vision went black and he fainted. Before he could fall to the ground, the masked man gave him a cold kick and kicked him dozens of meters away. Like a kite with a broken string, he rolled several times on the ground before stopping. Under the continuous heavy blows, Kakashi's vitality was rapidly draining away. Obito's eyes passed over Kakashi's body, and when he saw that he was still breathing, he immediately turned to the mysterious masked man. "Izanagi?" Obito's eyes narrowed slightly. It was obvious that the masked man could not naturally recover so quickly. The only explanation was that he used that forbidden technique to pass on the damage. It's quite knowledgeable, but... The masked man raised a sneer on his lips, and nimbly opened a corner of the mask with his fingers. With lightning speed, he removed the Sharingan from his left eye that had lost its brightness and replaced it with the Mangeki Sharingan that he had taken from Kakashi. The abandoned Sharingan was thrown away by him, then stepped on it hard, turning it into dust. Dead people, it doesn't matter whether they know it or not. Obito gently picked up the kunao on the ground and caught it firmly. You seem very confident to keep me. The masked man didn't answer, but slowly approached. Silence was the greatest contempt. Uchiha Obito stared at him, his eyes were calm, only the pair of Sharingan turned slowly, as if there were thousands of words hidden. Time and space disappear. Obito whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange wave surged out of Obito, and the space seemed to have been pressed on the pause button. Everything stopped, including the approaching masked man. Time and space annihilation allows users to control the edges of time, space, and reality, and travel through the long river of time. To speak human words is to stop time. This is the pupil technique Obito learned after opening the Eternal Mangeki, and its power is jaw-dropping. After activation, all movements around him will be forced to stop except himself. Although strictly speaking it is not a true stop of time, but more like an advanced version of the body-holding technique, it is already a force that is difficult to contend with for the opponent in front of him. At this moment, only Obito can move freely in the entire space. He slowly walked towards the masked man and gently took off the mask that concealed the truth. A face that was quite similar to his own, but covered with scars, was revealed. Tisk, it's hard to imagine that I will look like this in the future, even worse than Kakashi. Obito said mockingly, and then put the mask back on the masked man. The masked man's eyes were full of panic. He was completely awake, but couldn't control his body at all. Even if he wanted to use Izanagi to escape this predicament by consuming Mangeki at all costs, he found that even this ability was sealed. Everything is at the mercy of Obito. It's almost time, it's time to end this. Obito clenched the kunao in his hand and prepared to take the opponent's uniform away. However, at this moment, a weak but unwavering voice came from behind. Wait, don't kill him. Obito turned around in surprise and saw that Kakashi had woken up with difficulty at some point. His seriously injured body was moving towards this side step by step with long blood marks on it. Facing Obito's gaze, Kakashi reluctantly raised his hands and begged, "Don't kill him." Obito raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that he was so important in Kakashi's heart. This made him feel inexplicably moved. "Don't worry, I didn't intend to kill him in the first place," Obito reassured. Hearing this, Kakashi seemed to be relieved, but his tense body finally couldn't support it and fell straight to the ground, the fire of life flickering. Kakashi. Obito's heart suddenly tightened and he rushed over to check the injury. He placed his fingers gently on his pulse, and the weak but still remaining signs of life gave him a little peace of mind. But this moment's mood swing caused slight cracks in Obito's newly constructed static field. The masked man's attainments in time and space ninjutsu are equally profound, but this momentary oversight was enough for him to capture. He suddenly activated Kamui, and time and space seemed to be twisted and twisted by him, and he escaped from the scene in the blink of an eye. In the one-eyed state, Sharingan's power will be reduced to a quarter, and the masked man can still quickly use Kamui even under such limitations. Now that both eyes are complete, his speed of performing spells has increased several times. When Obito saw this, it was too late to stop him, so he could only sigh helplessly, watching the cooked duck fly away. But the most important thing at the moment is to rescue Kakashi. As for the escape of the masked man, let's not mention it for now. He picked up Kakashi and was about to leave when Shinomiya Yuzuki's message happened to come. After a quick glance, he simply replied, and then used teleportation to leave. That's it, the whole story. Uchiha Obito stated. It's really twists and turns. Shinomiya Yuyu chuckled, but it doesn't matter, just run away. Just don't let him cause trouble, otherwise I will take action. He waved his hand easily, as if he didn't care about the masked man with double kamui. This indifference is not because of arrogance, but because he does have the confidence. With more than 200,000 gold coins in hand, just waiting to strengthen himself tonight, his strength may be close to the 6 paths level. Unless the Sage of 6 Paths reappears, there will be no one better in the ninja world. It's getting late, everyone, what are your plans? Yuyu smiled slightly and talked about tonight's arrangements. Naruto was the first to bear the brunt and responded excitedly, of course I'm taking my parents home. He took Kushina's hand and said with excitement, Mom, I will take you to see our home. That simple hut that has been lonely for more than 10 years will finally be filled with the warmth and laughter of home from today on. He pulled Kushina and walked eagerly towards a street in Konoha. Go quickly, go quickly. Kushina covered her mouth and chuckled, saying goodbye to everyone, see you tomorrow, everyone. As Naruto left, Senju Hashirama also slowly stood up. The long rest allowed him to almost recover. He looked at Senju Tobirama, and then said to Shinomiya Yuzuki, Yuyuki, Tobirama and I are going to live with the monkey for a while. Although his management of Konoha has some minor flaws, it is overall very good. I want to learn some experience and see how to make the village stronger. As the founder of Konoha, Hashirama has only been the Hokage for 2 years, while Hiruzen Sarutobi has been the Hokage for decades. In terms of management and village development, Sarutobi's accumulation far exceeds Hashirama. To a certain extent, Hashirama's humble request for advice is not an exaggeration. By the way, if the monkey asks about our origins, can you reveal it? Of course, it's not a secret. Yuyu replied readily. Then it'll be fine. The 2 Hashirama brothers nodded in understanding. Next is Obito's line. Obviously, Obito had already made a plan. Of course we stay at Kakashi's house, but this guy is hospitalized, so we have to take care of him tonight. Oh, what a fool. He took Nohara Lin's hand and said with a smile, Lin, you don't mind, do you? Nohara Lin smiled playfully, of course I don't mind. Tisk, the sour smell of love. Shinomiya Yuzuki pretended to be disgusted and fanned the air around her. Okay, now that everyone has made arrangements, I feel relieved. Everyone, let me take the first step. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yuyu jumped up and with a few deft jumps, her figure disappeared into the night. However, within a few seconds, Yuyu jumped back in embarrassment, with a bit of embarrassment on her face. Picked up the forgotten Sasuke from the ground and put it on his shoulders. I forgot about someone. Then, he slipped away as if running away, leaving everyone laughing. Chapter 43 Strengthening, Yuyu's Manjiki. At night, the stars are like pearls scattered on the black velvet cloth, shining alluringly. Sagong Yuyu kicked open the door of her house and stepped into the house leisurely. Stepping into the spacious hall, he casually threw Sasuke onto the soft sofa, and walked toward the bedroom with a leisurely pace. About half an hour later, Yuyu took a shower and changed clothes with a comfortable look on her face. The new clothes seemed to have doubled his comfort level. Aren't you awake yet? Returning to the hall, seeing that Sasuke was still asleep, Yuyu smacked her lips indifferently and decided to let him go and let him continue dreaming about Duke Joe. Immediately, Yuyu sat cross-legged next to Sasuke, rubbed her hands, and couldn't hide the excitement in her eyes. He opened the interface of the gold coin mall. Although he was currently short of money, he had actually accumulated 230,000 gold coins, 100,000 of which came from Sasuke's generosity. Naruto also sponsored 100,000. As for Denso, although he only contributed 20,000, it was better than nothing. Coupled with the remaining 10,000 gold coins after the previous enhancement, this wealth is enough for him to improve again and reach a new height. The mall interface suddenly opened up. Yu had a goal in mind and headed straight to the target area. He already knew in his mind which direction to strengthen. After a while, only the items he carefully selected were left on the screen. Eye Technique, Sharingan, Uchiha Atake Model, Price, 100,000 gold coins. Eye Technique, Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke Model, Price, 100,000 gold coins. Eye Technique, Sharingan, Uchiha Madara Model, Price, 100,000 gold coins. Eye Technique, Sharingan, Uchiha Shisui Model, Price, 150,000 gold coins. What a bargain! Shinomiya Yu couldn't help but sigh. Of course, this is only a relative term. After all, 100,000 gold coins is not a small amount. But compared to Obito's Sharingan, which sells for 300,000 yuan, these are indeed cheap. There is a reason why Obito's Sharingan is expensive. With the control of the power of space, just one eye can turn the ninja world upside down, and two eyes are invincible. It is simply a heaven-defying existence. Which one is better to choose? That's right, the target of Shinomiya Yu's strengthening this time is exactly Sharingan. In terms of ninjutsu, he has wood style by his side, and his physical skills are blessed by the immortal body. He is invincible in these two aspects, but he has become a weak point on the mental level and is easily invaded by genjutsu. Now, he urgently needs to fill this gap. When it comes to fighting genjutsu, what could be better than Sharingan? With such a pair of eyes, most genjutsu can be easily dealt with. Even powerful genjutsus such as Tsukiyomi or Jiraiya's Toadsing are not impossible to prevent as long as you are more vigilant. Faced with a dazzling array of Sharingan options, Yu was hard to make a choice. Amaterasu and Flame Control are both very offensive, and it feels like they have some overlapping functions. Tsukuyomi is pretty good, and it can make up for my gaps in genjutsu attacks. But it doesn't seem necessary. I'll just crush him with my hard strength, so why bother using genjutsu? During hesitation, Yu scratched her head. Maybe we should consider distinguished heavenly gods? We can also try the taste of hypnosis. Having said that, since he got wood style, the number of times he actually took shots can be counted on one hand. It is also used to deal with those root members who don't know the heights of the sky. Hyoga didn't count that time, he didn't show any real skills at all. Later, there was no need for him to do it himself. At this stage, the god of ninja, the Golden Flash and the master of forbidden techniques are in charge, and if anything happens, they can be solved easily. Just pretend to be a master in a low voice. Even if they leave, there are still Sasuke and Naruto, who are almost unsolvable at this stage. Hey, thinking about it this way, it seems that Yu can retire early and enjoy her small life. Anyway, there will be other people taking care of everything. Well, having said that, I still need to get a Sharingan just in case. It wouldn't be fun if I were controlled by genjutsu one day. We still have to make up for our shortcomings. While thinking, Yu's fingers kept moving down, looking forward to more choices. At this moment, a special product caught his eye. Why? Shinomiya Yu's eyes were involuntarily caught by a product. A Megatama Sharingan is priced at 10,000 gold coins. There is no mention of the power of Manjiki, which seems unremarkable at first glance, but this is the real attraction. Does it mean that this pair of Sharingan can evolve with the purchaser's own growth? Yu gave a detailed explanation without hesitation. A pair of original Sharingan has the potential to continue to evolve. Until Manjiki is turned on, the pupil technique will be tailored according to the uniqueness of the holder's mind. Hiss! Yu was shocked. Sure enough. This thing allows Shinomiya Yuzuki to acquire the unique Manjiki eye technique. Not a copy of known skills like Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, or Flame Control. Sharingan, known as the Eye of Soul Mapping. Uchiha Itachi is good at genjutsu and fire style, so he mastered Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. Sasuke is good at chakra form transformation, and Amaterasu and flame control follow, and Shisui, as Uchiha's strongest genjutsu ninja, has unique distinguished heavenly gods, and so on. Yuyu felt itchy in her heart, wondering what kind of flowers her Mangeki would bloom. Having said that, he doesn't seem to be particularly good at anything, and his abilities are almost foolproof. Under this background, what kind of changes will Mangeki bring to his destiny? Extremely curious. Bought it. With a wave of his hand, the transaction of 10,000 gold coins was completed instantly, and the pair of initial eyes belonged to him. Immediately afterwards, a subtle tingling sensation came to her eyes, and Yuyu resisted rubbing it for a minute. The strange feeling gradually dissipated. Yuyu stretched out her hand, and a slender branch extended from her palm, and she easily took out the mirror in the bedroom. Reflected in the mirror, Yuyu's eyes are no longer what they were yesterday, with the original black pupils covered by a touch of bright red. A Megatama slowly rotates under the eyes, symmetrical and mysterious. One Megatama Sharingan, with extraordinary insight, can see through ordinary genjutsu and capture high-speed moving targets. Relevant instructions automatically come to mind. Keep going. Yuzuki's target is Mangeki. Immediately, he made additional investment without hesitation, and was promoted from 20,000 gold coins to a second Megatama, and from 30,000 gold coins to a third Megatama. At the last critical moment, 100,000 gold coins fell, and Sharingan finally jumped to the Mangeki level. The three Megatamas spin rapidly in the eyes, and finally merge and reshape, showing a brand new pattern. This pattern. Why does it look so familiar? Yuyu held the mirror and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration occurred. Damn it, isn't this QQ Penguin? Yuyu's eyes widened. Even in colorless black and white, the little penguin wearing a scarf can hardly hide its iconic figure. What the hell is going on? Before Yuyu could come to her senses, the notification tone of the chat group suddenly sounded in her ears. Bite. Congratulations! Under your careful management, the chat group has been upgraded and more functions have been unlocked. You have obtained higher permissions and an opportunity to invite new members to join. As the system prompt ended, a celebratory salute sounded in time to cheer for the upgrade of the chat group. However, the surprises did not stop. Bite. Congratulations on unlocking the hidden permissions. You have become a distinguished VIP member. You will enjoy a permanent 20% discount on all products in the Gold Coin Mall. The case has been solved. This chat group was really created by the Ma family. Heaven-defying the old horse. The corner of Shinomiya Yuyu's mouth twitched slightly, feeling helpless in her heart. He also understood his Mangeki ability at this time. The left eye is called Eternal Kingship. It sounds domineering, but in fact it is a VIP pass designed to unlock special offers in the chat group mall. The right eye, the Supreme Person, has a simple and direct function. The chat group level is permanently +1. These two skills are purely passive and do not substantially improve combat effectiveness. Hey, forget it, I bought everything, I can't return it. Shinomiya Yuyu shook her head, but she didn't look too disappointed. After all, these features are somewhat useful. The mall offers a 20% discount, which is affordable. Raising the group chat level by 1 level means unlocking more permissions, such as being able to send red envelopes, and group members can also add new people to the group with their permission. The most important thing is that he has one more opportunity to recruit people. Group chat is more lively when there are more people. It seems that this group is about to usher in a new atmosphere. I wonder if I can use Sharingan to activate Susanoo. Yuyu tried it cautiously, her eyes turning rapidly and her pupil power surging. In the blink of an eye, a looming Susanoo skeleton enveloped him, and then he quickly retracted it. As long as it works, it's just this color scheme, black and white, it's a bit too plain. Fortunately, it is not a random mix and match like Madara horse stripes, but the upper body is black and the lower body is white, which is barely coordinated. Shinomiya Yuyu smiled bitterly. Originally, he was looking forward to reaching the 6 paths level in one fell swoop. At worst, he would have to reach the super shadow level. The result is that we are standing still. Oh no, that's not right. After all, he can use Susanoo now. Moreover, he has a sage body and his eye power recovers quickly. It's easy to open a semi-complete Susanoo. Maybe he can also get a powerful wooden golem, its combat power has soared. Moreover, his goal can be considered half achieved, at least he has solved the shortcoming of genjutsu that is easy to win. With Mangeki, as long as you don't make eye contact with Itaki, or deliberately listen to Jiraiya's toad sing, you basically have no chance with genjutsu. Chapter 44 Just a little bit of wind and frost. Next, we have to get a sage mode. With wood style but no sage mode, he doesn't even reach half of Hashirama's strength. The power of Hashirama lies in the perfect fusion of wood style, sage body, Asura chakra, and sage mode, all of which are indispensable. Looking back at himself, he currently only has wood style and immortal physique, and the gap is obvious. I took a look at the sage mode in the mall. It was expensive. Even with a 20% discount, the gold coins were still not enough. He now only has 100,000 left. Sage mode, price, 150,000 gold coins, 120,000 gold coins after 20% discount. After purchasing Sage mode, you will be able to quickly enter the Sage state in any place containing natural energy, comprehensively improve your abilities, covering various fields such as ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, etc., and you can also master the powerful Sage jutsu. That's it for today. Shinomiya Yuyu glanced at the introduction of Sage mode reluctantly, and then closed the page. Just then, a low humming sound came from the side, and Suzuki finally woke up. You're awake. The operation was very successful. You are a girl now. Shinomiya Yuyu looked at him with a smile on her face. Suzuki, who had just woken up, was still in a daze. When he heard this, his whole body felt as if he was struck by lightning. He suddenly woke up and subconsciously touched his body and breathed a sigh of relief. You guy! Suzuki was furious. How could this guy be so naughty and make such a joke? Haha, don't mind, Suzuki, do you know that you are the only remaining son of the Uchiha family, and the future of the entire family rests on your shoulders. Oh, by the way, there's also Itaki, you two have a tough task ahead. Suzuki moved his body expressionlessly, a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. This is your home? Do you live here? Suzuki looked around with a hint of doubt in his eyes. In fact, this place is not bad, but for a strong person like Shinomiya Yuyu, it does seem a bit shabby, which is not suitable for his status. Don't compare me to you, the eldest son of the Uchiha family, I am extremely poor. Are you also short of money? Not really, but I just like the freedom here and I'm too lazy to move. Just as they were talking, the sound of pushing the door interrupted their conversation, and Yamanaka Ino walked elegantly into the room with a food box in hand. Seeing two people in the room, she was slightly surprised, and then nodded to Suzuki as a greeting. Hey, why are you here? Ino put the food box on the table. Seeing that the light in your kitchen is always dark, I know you must have forgotten to eat again, so I brought some for you. Eat it while it's hot. Yuyu smiled brightly, so considerate. If I can marry him back home, I'm afraid I will enjoy endless blessings in the rest of my life. I think my hope is quite high. Screw you. The leftovers at home are going to be thrown away anyway, so I might as well give you an advantage. Ino rolled her eyes at him and started taking out dishes one by one from the food box. The color is attractive, and it is steaming hot. It is clearly freshly baked, and you can still hold it in your mouth. Okay, I'm more respectful than obeying your orders. Sasuke, would you like some too? Shinomiya Yuzuki picked up the bowls and chopsticks and invited. Sasuke's eyes wandered between the two of them, and finally couldn't help but ask, what kind of relationship are you? No. Yes. Yu and Ino said the same thing, but their answers were completely different. Sasuke. Okay, I really can't understand the development of this plot. Forget it, whatever, I'm too lazy to think about it. Sasuke rubbed his eyebrows, stood up and walked to the window. Sasuke, don't you really want to eat something? Sasuke shook his head, made a handsome jump, and disappeared into the night. After Sasuke left, Ino sat next to Yu and secretly pinched Yu's waist while he was devouring the food. Her cheeks were slightly red. Why did you say that? Shinomiya Yu blinked. This twist was nothing to his immortal body, but he still showed an exaggerated expression of pain. How do you say that? Just. Sasuke asked us if we were in that kind of relationship. Why did you nod? I am an honest person, so of course I seek truth from facts. Speaking of which, why are you so red in the face? Did someone touch your head? At this moment, Ino was like a bomb about to explode. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. What nonsense are you talking about? You. Before Ino could ask a barrage of questions, Yu quickly picked up a piece of chicken leg and blocked her mouth. Her eyes suddenly widened. It seems that only delicious food can make you quiet for a while. In the vast land of the country of rain, the towering water towers stand out particularly eye-catchingly. Each of them is an excellent location to climb up and take in the distant views and enjoy the scenery of the country. At this moment, the masked man was standing alone on the top of a water tower, silent and silent. He had been standing here quietly for 2 hours. Soon, a clumsy Baiju slowly climbed up the cold steel support. When he finally reached the top of the tower, he was panting from exhaustion. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow quietly invaded Baizetsu's body. The black color spread quickly, swallowing up Baizetsu into a mixture of black and white. It was obvious that Black Zetsu had taken over. What's the matter with you? Heiju couldn't hold back the doubts in his heart and finally asked. Ever since the masked man returned from an outing, he had looked like this. He was alone on the top of the tower, letting the cold wind blow, and his whole person was immersed in an indescribable emotion. Speaking in human language is emo. Black Jew watched him below for 2 hours, almost dazed by the wind. He wanted to get close, but due to the skill of Mayfly, he could only sneak in the ground. He had no way to deal with the steel water tower, so he had to rely on Baiju's body to get closer. Possession to find out. However, Heiju's inquiry received no response, and the masked man remained silent, which made Heiju extremely anxious. He knew nothing about the masked man's condition, but his plan to save his mother was completely pinned on this man. Without his help, his ambition to collect tailed beasts was nothing more than a dream. Madara, cheer up and think about our blueprint. Is there any obstacle in this world that we can't overcome? Once the Eye of the Moon plan is realized, the world will become perfect and your worries will disappear. The name in Heiju's mouth seemed to have touched something. The masked man was slightly startled, and the name Madara rippled in his heart. Yes, he is playing the legendary character Uchiha Madara now, not the late Uchiha Obito. In his thoughts, Nohara Rin's gentle smile, Kakashi's decisive back, and Obito's childhood, everything flashed like a revolving lantern, but in the end they were replaced by the ideal world of Eye of the Moon described by Uchiha Madara. That peaceful and beautiful future world. In a flash, all the confusion and past disappeared, and the masked man's determination became stronger than ever. You're right. There was a hint of relief in his voice. It's good if you can think like this. Stop thinking wildly. Our actions are about to start a new chapter. Seeing the masked man regaining his confidence, Heiju's well-defined face forced a smile, even though it was distorted and ugly. Driven by curiosity, Heiju couldn't help but want to find out what kind of severe trauma the masked man suffered, which caused him to have such a big mood swing. Where did you go during the day? With your power, who else could frustrate you so much? The masked man raised his head slightly, and a drizzle started to fall from the sky. But in this country of rain, such weather has long been accustomed to it. The raindrops gradually intensified, hitting the mask with crackling sounds, and sliding down the sides of his cheeks, making it difficult to tell whether they were tears or just rain. I'm fine. It's just a little bit of wind and frost. Chapter 45. A new day and pulling people in again. The night slipped away quietly, ushering in another vibrant morning in Konoha village. Jingle bell. The alarm clock sang the morning song on time, and this time, Shinomiya Yuya did not lazily press the stop button as usual, but for the first time, she woke up directly from her dreamland. His eyes flashed with excitement, and he stood up from the bed suddenly. What kind of surprise will it bring me if I bring new people into the chat group today? He specially kept this expectation until today, hoping that when the morning light begins to shine and everything starts again, he can have good luck. As soon as his thoughts fell, a virtual screen slowly unfolded in front of Yuyu's eyes, and he said without hesitation, "Start. Bite. The chat group is inviting new members to join. It turns out, it's them. The quality is outstanding." Shinomiya Yuya felt happy. On the other side, at Naruto's house. "Naruto, wake up." A gentle call sounded in his ears, and with a gentle shaking, Uzumaki Naruto slowly woke up from his dream. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful and kind face, with a smile in his eyes, looking at him with love. "Mother." Naruto responded with a bright smile. "Hurry up and wash up. Dad has prepared breakfast." Kushina gently touched Naruto's head and exited the room with a smile. Not long after, Naruto had tidied himself up, and when he walked into the living room, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were already sitting at the dining table, with a steaming breakfast on the table. Seeing Naruto appear, their eyes became extremely soft. Facing such a heartwarming scene, Naruto couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He had fantasized about this scene countless times in his dreams, but it always came to nothing when he woke up every morning. Now, all this has become a reality. "Naruto, I'm waiting for you." Minato's voice pulled Naruto out of his thoughts. "Here it comes." Naruto nodded vigorously and trotted over excitedly. The breakfast time was filled with joy and warmth, but soon, this harmony was broken by Minato's sudden daze. The subtle change in Minato's expression caught the attention of Kushina and Naruto. "Minato, what's wrong?" "Dad, what happened?" the two asked with concern. Minato came back to his senses, smiled and said, "It's okay, keep eating." Naruto and Kushina exchanged glances. "In that case, let's continue to enjoy this rare warm breakfast." Although Minato was eating without stopping, his mind had already drifted to that mysterious chat group, his eyes fixed on the information scrolling rapidly on the screen. "Hey? Are there any new members joining?" At the same time, the same look appeared on everyone's faces in the Sarutobi family's residence in Konoha Hospital. In the Sarutobi family, the two brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama talked with Hiruzen Sarutobi all night long until dawn. They talked about people's livelihood, village construction, and finally discussed the strategy of governing the country. As a Hokage for decades, Hiruzen's rich experience has benefited the Senju brothers a lot. It wasn't until the chirping of birds outside the window woke them up that the three of them realized that the sky was turning white. "Ah, it's already morning, we actually chatted all night." Hashirama looked out the window and sighed. "It's almost time. Monkey, we should go back." Tobirama stood up slowly. "Teacher, first generation, are you leaving? Can you stay? Konoha may need you right now." Hiruzen already knew that they came from different time and space, and these two were not the Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama here. But he still regards Hashirama and Tobirama as his most respected seniors, and subconsciously retains them. Haha, monkey, we don't belong here. Besides, if we stay here, the timeline over there will be messed up. Konoha is indeed pretty good now, and you, the Hokage, are doing a very competent job. The younger generation is growing vigorously, especially with the leader of the group Yuyu in charge. It is only a matter of time before Konoha reaches its peak. Don't worry about us all the time. Senju Hashirama gently patted Hiruzen Sarutobi on the shoulder. His hearty laughter seemed to have a kind of magic power, which lifted Hiruzen's mood. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be greatly inspired and nodded vigorously. In this case, I will protect Konoha to the death. It's just, how should I deal with that person's matter? Should I tell other high-level officials in Konoha about his true identity? Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed a little undecided. He was naturally referring to the leader of the group mentioned by Senju Hashirama, Shinomiya Yuzuki. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had already admired Yuzuki, it turned out that he still underestimated Shinomiya Yuzuki's strength and influence. I originally thought that mastering wood style was incredible, but I didn't expect that he could also summon characters from different time and space. This was really shocking. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unsure about how to get along with Shinomiya Yuzuki. Should he worship him like a god? Or should we simply give way to him and let him become the real helmsman of Konoha? Zhu Jian thought for a moment, combined with Yu Yu's words and deeds, and said, "No need for the moment. You don't need to reveal his identity to anyone. Just treat him as an ordinary person. I think the leader of the group Yuyu doesn't seem to have much desire for power. He enjoys an ordinary life more." The corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched slightly. Are you treating him like an ordinary person? What if he just hugged me? This is completely impossible. Who has ever seen an ordinary person with such powerful power? He took a deep breath and responded, I will try my best. Okay, if nothing happens, we will take the first step, but we will stay here for a few days. If anything happens, just go to Yuyu and he will contact us. The Senju brothers were preparing to leave after saying goodbye to Hiruzen Sarutobi. But after taking a few steps, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly called to them, with hesitation in his tone, Teacher, Danzo. He won't come back. Senju Tobirama responded calmly. Why? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Everything that happened to Danzo was ultimately his own fault. At this time, Hashirama suddenly exclaimed, Hey? Madara has also joined the group? And it's not just one person, but two people. On the other side, in Konoha Hospital. Looks like he's recovering pretty well. Obito looked Kakashi up and down. His injury was recovering quickly and he should be able to be discharged from the hospital intact in a few days. In addition to the efforts of the medical ninjas at Konoha Hospital, the Nine Tails chakra that was previously injected into Kakashi also played an important role. At this time, Nohara Lin pushed the gate of opening and walked into the ward, holding 2 bags of breakfast in her hands. Obito, I'm back, the mission was successfully completed. Lin shook the bag in her hand and said with a smile on her face. That store is still open? It's so durable. Chapter 46 6 Paths Madara, White Mask, Uchiha Itachi joins the group. The breakfast shop Obito mentioned has been in business since Konoha was founded 48 years ago, and he used to be a regular customer there. Unexpectedly, it is still open in this time and space, which shows that it is indeed deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The breakfast in that store is super delicious, and there's always an endless stream of people, but I still managed to grab your favorite 3-color meatballs and Odin fried eggs. Lin smiled as she took out her breakfast. Obito immediately started to enjoy it. It's still that familiar smell. While the two were enjoying the delicious meatballs and fried eggs, new news came from the chat group, which made Obito hesitate. It's no wonder that the people who entered the group really surprised him. He saw, Another self. Uchiha Madara, 10 Tails Jinchuriki, joins the chat group. Uchiha Itachi joins the chat group. Uchiha Madara, White Mask, joins the chat group. Shinomiya Yuyu, everyone, wake up early in the morning. We have a new group member joining, please give us a warm round of applause. Senju Hashirama, Madara. You guy came in too, ha ha ha. Uchiha Obito, yo, another me, or should I call you Madara? Well, whatever. Namikaze Minato, good morning, everyone new here too. No matter you are in the morning, noon, or night, please accept this greeting. Konoha 67 years. This year, there are many stories in constant turmoil. The mysterious masked man declared war on the entire ninja world, kicking off the Fourth Ninja War. He first defeated Konan and took the reincarnation eye left by Nagato from her, and then used the body of the six-tailed beast's Jinchuriki to resurrect the new Pain Six Paths. These Pain Six Paths are so incredibly powerful that they can even transform into tailed beasts, and are completely controlled by the masked man. At this time, he has taken off the disguise of a fae from the Akatsuki organization period. She put on a brand new robe, carried a huge Uchiha fan on her back, and put on a uniquely designed mask with a pure white background and 3 Megatama eyes painted on it. The Rinnegan embedded in the left eye is shining with a faint light, and the right eye is still his Mangeki Sharingan. With his strength soaring, he used the name Uchiha Madara to make waves in the ninja world. He even teamed up with Kabuto Yakushi to use the reincarnation of the dirty soil to summon the souls of the dead, and combined with the 100,000 White Zetsu army to build a powerful force that could compete with the ninja coalition. In the lush green forest, White Mask leads the Jinchuriki turned pen, and confronts Uzumaki Naruto and Killer Bee who have been following him here. The 6 Jinchuriki Pain took turns to fight, and Lao Zi took the lead in attacking, using the unique lava-style scorching river rock technique, ejecting rolling lava balls from his mouth, directly attacking Naruto and Killer Bee. But the two reacted quickly, tiptoeing, and dodged like elves in the forest. But the opponents were 6 Jinchuriki. As soon as Lao Zi's attack failed, Yagura's water mirror technique followed closely, and 2 identical Naruto and Killer Bee flew out of the mirror. Not only do they look the same, but their abilities are also the same. Not to be outdone, Yujao and Kaed created a series of explosions with water bubbles and sprinkled blinding phosphorus powder. The scene was chaotic like a battlefield. Wooden Golem and Hanzi took the opportunity to use physical skills to attack. Under the precise command of White Mask, 6 Pain's attacks were linked together, forcing Naruto and Killer Bee to struggle to deal with them. Suddenly, Bai Mask's movements froze, and his eyes were filled with confusion. This subtle emotional fluctuation directly affected Jinchuriki Pain's offensive. Naruto and Killer Bee took the opportunity to retreat and stood on a big tree, staring at each other warily. Attention, he seems to have a problem. Naruto's deep voice sounded. With the help of his mother Kushina, he suppressed Nine Tails and was able to borrow Nine Tails Chakra to transform into Nine Tails Chakra mode, greatly improving his perception. He could clearly feel that the man who called himself Madara was going through a lot of emotions at the moment, and even vaguely revealed an unprecedented fear. At this moment, in the chat group, Shinomiya Yuyu, it's strange, why is there no one talking here? Hey! Is anyone there? At Uchiha Madara, 10 Tails Jinchuriki, at Uchiha Madara, White Mask, at Uchiha Itachi, are you diving? Namikaze Minato, I guess, they may be just like when we first came in. They thought they had been hit by some genjutsu and were sweating profusely trying to find a solution. Uchiha Obito, it's quite possible. Shinomiya Yuzuki, wait a minute, something is wrong. At the time of 6 Paths Madara and White Mask, it must have been Konoha 67, the Fourth Ninja War, right? As the instigator of the war, he should still be fighting on the front lines at this time, right? I don't know much about White Mask's side, but 6 paths Madara's side must be fighting fiercely. I don't know if he has eaten Metkai's Yekai. As for Itaki, let me see, where is he in Konoha 54? Damn it! It just happened to be the night when the Uchiha clan was exterminated. He couldn't kill a kid with one knife, right? Uchiha Obito, should we stop it? No, I was also killing him one by one in that timeline. Shinomiya Yuzuki, 12 Nana saying, don't look back, I am Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Itaki, no, I was just watching the video in the group. Shinomiya Yu. Uchiha Obito, haha, I was laughing so hard. The night of Konoha 54. In the dim room, Uchiha Itaka stood leaning against the door. His eyes passed through the quiet courtyard and fell on the microwave of the pool, his expression as calm as water. However, the anger that could not be concealed in his eyes revealed his inner storm. Am I wrong? Uchiha Itaka slowly clenched his hands until his nails dug into his flesh. The pain seemed to be forgotten by him, but his face remained stern. The future in the group video undoubtedly frames his actions as a sad clown character. If this magical group chat hadn't suddenly come to him, maybe he would have followed the known trajectory and ruthlessly carried out Uchiha's order to exterminate the clan for the sake of the village and his younger brother. Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Itaka said the name word by word, gritting his teeth. Blood-red light surged in his eyes, Mangeki Sharingan awakened. Under the violent emotional fluctuations, his eyes silently completed the transformation. He originally only owned 3 Megatama. But he opened Mangeki after the death of his best friend Shisui. At this moment, Shisui has not yet faced Danzo alone and his life is safe, so Itaka's Mangeki has not yet been activated. But after witnessing the twisted future, Itaka miraculously activated Mangeki in advance. After a brief moment of self-reproach, Uchiha Itaka straightened his spine, and the moonlight poured in, reflecting his resolute face. This rotten Konoha needs a complete change. I want to be the Hokage. He stared at the screen, staring at the names of Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato for a long time, his eyes shining with determination. Chapter 47. It's so boring, I want to watch the river of blood flow. Uchiha Itaki, at Senju Hashirama, at Namikaze Minato, 2 seniors, I want to become Hokage. I no longer want to be a pawn manipulated by Konoha's top brass, and I can't bear to personally cut off the family's bloodline, leaving Sasuke alone to face that bleak future. I want to lead the Uchiha clan out of the gloom and integrate into Konoha wholeheartedly. I hope the 2 seniors can give me some advice. Itaka's eyes were unwavering. He no longer trusted those shadows from above, and was determined to tear apart the corruption with his own hands and restore Konoha to life. He knows that violence alone cannot secure the throne of Hokage. This is the truth he realized after seeing through the future. As he later said, it's not that only those who become Hokage can be recognized by people, but only those who are recognized by people can become Hokage. At this moment, he longed for the recognition of the 2 Hokages in the group. Although they did not belong to this timeline, Itaka still looked forward to their insights. Especially Namikaze Minato, the 4th Hokage who is a brother-in-law with his father Uchiha Fugaku, his reputation is like thunder in Itaka's heart. On the other side, inside the Ichiraku ramen restaurant in Konoha village, the brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama are enjoying the legendary Ichiraku ramen that is used throughout the plot. Hashirama gently bumped into Tobirama, who was concentrating on sucking noodles, and whispered, "Tobirama, there is an Uchiha kid who wants to do Hokage. I want to hear what you think." Tobirama didn't raise his eyelids and continued to enjoy the delicious food. "Who? Madara? Then let him do it, it just so happens that I can relax a little bit. This ramen is indeed unique." Hashirama smiled and shook his head. "It's not Madara, it's a little guy named Itaki. He comes from another time and space. He has extraordinary strength and is as talented as Madara." "Itaki? Tobirama looked a little surprised. Let him go. We can't control how other people live in their world. Brother, you always worry too much. You can't say that. Since people are asking me, it means they still respect our Hokage. Senju Hashirama pondered for a moment and responded in the group. Senju Hashirama, young man Uchiha, I suggest you pursue it bravely, let alone Hokage. Even if you want to dominate the ninja world, there is nothing wrong with it. But you have to be careful, the times you live in are extremely delicate. The fourth generation sacrificed, the Nine Tails Rebellion has just ended, high-end combat power is in short supply, morale is low, and foreign enemies are around. If you want to reach the top of the Hokage, the road is full of dangers. If you make one mistake, Konoha may be in jeopardy. Haha, of course, we will help you at the critical moment and will never let Konoha be destroyed. After reading Hashirama's reply, Uchiha Itaka's eyes flashed with deep thought, is this so? Indeed, Hashirama's words hit the nail on the head. Now the Uchiha clan is watching with eager eyes, ready to take advantage of Konoha's slight weakness. If he revealed that he wanted to become a Hokage, maybe the elites of the next clan would be eager to put on the Hokage cloak. Young patriarch, the weather is getting colder, so please put on some clothes. Then, these overzealous tribesmen will directly provoke a war with Konoha, giving foreign enemies an opportunity. In the end, everyone can only go to destruction together, or ask for help from the group to clean up the mess. Itaka sighed lightly, he still needed to think about this matter in the long run. Namikaze Minato, I support you, Itaka, but first generation and I do not belong to this era. The one who really has to make the decision is you yourself. Uchiha Itaka, I understand, fourth generation. At this time, a piece of information popped up in front of him, which made Itaka feel refreshed. It was the reply from the group leader. Anyone who can create such a cross-time and space communication platform must have extraordinary wisdom, right? If you knew what Itaka thought about herself, she would probably say directly, super wisdom tells me that it is time to use superpower. Shinomiya Yu, 12 Kisang, I have 2 suggestions. Do you want to hear them? Uchiha Itaka, I would like to hear the details, my lord. The first suggestion is to stay put for the time being. This requires you to have strong control over the Uchiha clan and be able to stabilize everyone. First, buy Konoha some breathing time, and wait for the new generation to grow up enough to resist external aggression, and then try again. Change. If a foreign enemy invades, you can lead the crowd to repel it, thereby increasing your prestige and gradually moving towards the throne of Hokage. Uchiha Itaka thought for a moment, and although he felt that this plan was acceptable, it was actually very difficult to implement. At present, the Uchiha clan is like a barrel full of explosives. His newly awakened Manjiki Sharingan alone may be able to temporarily suppress it, but this is far from enough. There is little hope of maintaining it until the next generation rises. Group leader, I'm afraid this road won't work. I'm not strong enough to suppress Uchiha for a long time. Shinomiya Yuzuki, it doesn't matter, I have a second plan. You join forces with Uchiha Shisui and kill Shimura Danzo directly. Uchiha Itaka, this. Shinomiya Yuyu's idea was so bold that Itaka was stunned on the spot. Is this strategy feasible? Once Danzo is killed, Konoha may immediately fall into chaos, and then the Uchiha clan will go berserk, and neighboring countries will take advantage of it. No matter how I thought about it, I felt that this plan was not very reliable. Shinomiya Yuzuki, don't worry, I haven't finished my plan yet. After you solve Danzo, you will get a lot of gold coins. Go to the mall immediately to spend money to increase your strength and support the war with war. While dealing with the resistance in the village, while fighting against the outside ninja village, the entire ninja world will be in turmoil. Gold coins will naturally roll in, and then used to continue to strengthen, forming a virtuous cycle. When you are strong enough, you can determine the world in one fell swoop and conquer the 5 major countries. Don't talk about Hokage, even if you want to become the master of the ninja world, it's no problem. How? Is my proposal cool enough? Uchiha Obito, why do I feel like I've seen this plot before in a novel? Shinomiya Yu, don't change the subject, just say whether it's okay or not. Uchiha Obito, it seems feasible. It sounds interesting. Teacher, first generation, what do you think? Namikaze Minato. Senju Hashirama. Today's young people are too crazy. Just listening to such a crazy plan makes their hearts feel heavy. Senju Hashirama, isn't this too radical? Once the war starts, countless people will die. Senju Hashirama's face showed a look of compassion. Konoha was fighting in a melee, and other countries took the opportunity to invade. Just thinking about that situation, I knew that many people would die. Shinomiya Yu, first generation, you are too soft-hearted and unwilling to face war, but this is the way the world is. As long as the greed in people's hearts is still boiling, conflict will be inevitable. Unless there is someone powerful enough to scare everyone. People, like you and Madara, can make them obey unconditionally, but Uchiha Itachi lacks such a number one person. So we must manually cultivate a strong man who can lead the ninja world. Furthermore, if the Uchiha clan does not resist, thousands of innocent lives will have to be slaughtered. If they do not protect themselves, they will be harmed. As for those ninja villages who took advantage of the situation and robbed them, they don't deserve any sympathy. They attacked Konoha when they saw it was weak. What do you think their purpose was? They didn't want to tear off a piece of meat from this sick lion. Regardless of land or resources, every intruder has a hidden agenda. For such people, what else can entertain them besides a sharp sword? In the final analysis, their demise was also caused by greed, and they cannot blame others. Senju Hashirama was silent for a long time, and finally typed a few words. Senju Hashirama, what you said makes sense. Uchiha Itachi, in the end, we still have to rely on force to solve the problem. Uchiha Itachi sighed lightly, his original intention was not to use force as a means, but the development of the situation seemed to leave him only this way. Is there really no other solution? Shinomiya Yuzuki, Itachi, you don't want to rely on understanding and communication between people to eliminate hatred, do you? Uchiha Itachi, this idea did come up, and Naruto also proved it. After the Fourth War, the 5 major countries coexisted in harmony and prospered together. But behind the scenes, Shinomiya Yuzuki, actually, that is the merit of Naruto and Sasuke. In the Fourth Ninja War, the power they displayed has already surpassed the scope of ordinary ninjas, and both of them came from Konoha. Let me ask, apart from making amends with Konoha, what else can the other 4 countries do? Coupled with Naruto's extraordinary personal charm, every country has his friends. This dual effect has created a period of peace that has not been seen in the ninja world for thousands of years. Itachi fell silent, savoring these words carefully, and gradually realized that this might actually be the case. Uchiha Itachi, group leader, I will seriously consider your opinion. Shinomiya Yuzuki, that's right, today's struggle is for tomorrow's peace. Under your leadership, the ninja world will enter a stage of forced peace. There may not be much change in the short term, but in hundreds of years or even after 1,000 years, hatred will naturally be diluted by time. As for the lifespan issue, you don't have to worry. With gold coins, achieving 6 paths and pursuing immortality is not a problem at all. Chapter 48 The truth lies only on the edge of the sword. After typing this sentence and sending it out, Shinomiya Yu also fell into deep thought. Deep down in his heart, he recognized the efficiency of force. Yahiko's desire to eliminate barriers through understanding is too idealistic and too difficult to achieve in reality. First of all, both parties need to have a high degree of cultivation in order to rationally let go of hatred, but in reality not everyone is like this. When encountering diehards like Danzo, peaceful methods will only make you suffer. Therefore, in comparison, direct force is sometimes more direct and effective, making people sit down and talk, whether they are educated or barbaric people. Of course, it is not advisable to rely purely on force. You must have 9 points of force and 1 point of reason to be convincing. The suggestion to Uchiha Itachi was his attempt at a different strategy. Each timeline is independent, and changes in one line will not interfere with the others. Even if Weasel makes trouble there, it won't have any impact elsewhere. The path Yuzuki proposed was, firstly, to allow Itachi to no longer have to endure the hypocrisy of Konoha's high-level officials and to take action directly, in order to be happy. Secondly, it was the gold coins that Yuzuki was most interested in. According to Itachi's method, he is almost teasing the goddess of fate. The original trajectory of fate is completely disrupted. It is conceivable that the harvest of gold coins will continue. Konoha 54 years. Uchiha Itachi slowly closed his eyes, pondered for a moment and then opened them again. At this moment, his eyes were shining with unprecedented determination. Just adopt the strategy of the 4 palace group leaders, but make some slight improvements. Immediately, he clicked to open the mall interface that Yuya mentioned many times, which was a key tool for him to take the Overlord route. Only with the help of the power of the mall, he can achieve multiple transformations in a short period of time, soar in strength, and finally achieve the goal in his heart. It's so dazzling. Itachi's heart was slightly disturbed, but he quickly calmed down. He quickly scanned for products that suited him, and added them to the shopping cart first. Once he had enough gold coins, he took them in one fell swoop. A few minutes later, Uchiha Itachi closed the mall interface with satisfaction. He had locked in his favorite product. The first item is the body of an immortal. His physique is not outstanding, and he will suffer from blood inheritance boundary diseases in the future. He rarely takes action personally. Even if he has to fight, he relies mostly on ninjutsu and genjutsu. His physique is actually a major shortcoming. Therefore, the body of an immortal has become a necessity. A healthy body will undoubtedly greatly improve his combat effectiveness. The second piece is his own Manjiki Sharingan, which is used to promote the existing Manjiki to the eternal state. This not only allows him to use the pupil technique unlimitedly, but also unlocks Suzanu's ultimate form. The complete Susanoo, standing 100 meters tall, holding 3 sacred weapons, is invincible on the battlefield. One man can defeat 10,000 troops. Do we need a total of 200,000 gold coins? Itachi thought silently. The immortal's body is worth 100,000 gold coins. And Manjiki is another 100,000. This is by no means a small amount of money. Let's take it one step at a time. It's still unknown how many gold coins we can get after defeating Danzo. At this time, subtle footsteps came from behind, and Itachi immediately sensed the person coming. He knew who it was, so he didn't look back, with a gentle smile on his lips. Soon, the man quietly approached, suddenly jumped onto Itachi's back. "Ha! Were you shocked by me?" Suzuki deliberately made an exaggerated expression. "I knew it was you the moment you walked in the door. Brother is awesome." Suzuki lay on Itachi's shoulder with a happy smile on his face. For him, the time spent with Itachi was enough to make him extremely happy. Itachi gently rubbed his head and smiled fondly. "Do you have a problem with me?" Suzuki was always well behaved and would not disturb Itachi for no reason at this time. Since he was here, something must have happened, so Itachi asked. "Dad asked you to come over and sent me to call you." Suzuki answered honestly, his smiling eyes turning into 2 thin lines. "I see, let's go." Itachi held Suzuki on his back, turned around and left the room, heading towards Nanga Shrine. "Suzuki, you should go back to sleep." When he arrived at the entrance of Nanga Shrine, Itachi put down Suzuki and had no intention of taking him in because the upcoming conversation was not suitable for Suzuki to hear. "Brother, see you tomorrow." Sasuke nodded obediently, smiled and ran away without asking why. Itachi watched with a faint smile until Sasuke's figure completely disappeared around the corner, and his smile gradually faded. Then, he pushed the gate of opening and entered the quiet space of Nanga's shrine. Squeak! The long opening sound of the ancient wooden door instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the shrine. Present here, in addition to Uchiha Fugaku, there are several gray-haired elders. They are the elders of the Uchiha clan, with respected status and high moral character. They are responsible for assisting the clan leader in managing Uchiha affairs on a daily basis. "Father, elders, I'm here. The young patriarch is here, come and sit here." A smiling elder patted the seat next to him affectionately, signaling Uchiha Itachi to join them. Uchiha Itachi is known to almost everyone in Konoha for his extraordinary talents. The clan members are full of expectations for this young clan leader. Especially after he joins Anbu, he can often bring back precious information. This is also brewing for the Uchiha clan. Change creates confidence. Itachi nodded slightly and sat down casually. His opposite, Uchiha Shisui, gave a warm smile, and Itachi nodded in response. When everyone arrived, the meeting officially kicked off. Uchiha Fugaku was the first to ask a question. The voice of opposition in the clan is growing day by day. What are your opinions? As the clan leader, Fugaku has a far-reaching vision, but in fact he does not support such drastic changes in his heart. After all, once force is used, although the Uchiha clan is very powerful, Konoha will suffer heavy losses, and external ninja villages will take advantage of it. Even if they win in the end, the sacrifices will be heavy. At that time, what's the point of a devastated Konoha and the position of Hokage? However, as the leader of the clan, he cannot completely influence the thoughts of the entire clan. At present, the situation is gradually getting out of control, and a storm is inevitable. Suppression? Why suppress? "I think this is what the people want and morale is strong," said an elder with a stern expression, who obviously belonged to the radical faction. Hokage, Hokage, but it has always been an irony that Uchiha, who is not good at fire style, has ever been in charge. No, regardless of victory or defeat, even if the change is successful, how many lives will we have to pay? Someone frowned, representing the opinion of the conservatives. It is better to sacrifice than live in humiliation. When Konoha was first founded, Uchiha was promised to be the first Hokage, but he ended up breaking his promise. Now that time has passed, Uchiha still misses the Hokage. How is this fair? Well, there is no need to mention the past. We should still discuss how to solve the problem with minimal sacrifice. Several old men who were several rounds older than Weasel started a heated debate on this matter. Some were so excited that their faces turned red, others were silenced by refutation, and some opinions won some approval. However, no matter how much discussion there is, no consensus can be reached. Seeing the argument intensifying, Fugaku lightly knocked on the table. The noise quickly subsided until silence fell. All eyes are focused on him, looking forward to his next move. This is the majesty of the patriarch. At this time, Fugaku turned to Itachi and asked, "Itachi, what do you think?" Uchiha Itachi stood up slowly, and everyone's attention focused on him. Maybe it's just an illusion, but Uchiha Itachi seems different today than in the past. As if it's less heavy and more indescribable. Chapter 49: The Thimble's Bizarre Adventure. Uchiha Itachi's eyes swept around, and as his eyes moved, his pupils changed rapidly, and each Megatama quietly emerged, eventually forming a strange pattern. Mangeki Sharingan. Another pair of Mangeki appears. The elders of the clan exclaimed, and then a joyful smile broke out on their faces. Great! The young clan leader has also awakened Mangeki. With Shisui, our Uchiha clan now has 2 pairs of Mangeki. The balance of victory has tilted towards us. At this moment, both the radical and conservative elders couldn't help but look happy. Even Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed with shock. Itaki, when did Mangeki turn on? Fugaku made some calculations in his mind, but he couldn't think of anything that could cause Itaki such a big mood swing in the near future. However, these are not important anymore. There is a satisfied smile on his lips. Itaki is a member of the family, and his strength means the glory and strength of the Uchiha family. Everyone, I have a plan that requires your support and cooperation. Seeing that the atmosphere had warmed up enough, Uchiha Itaki slowly revealed his strategy. One night flies by. Except for a few people at Nanga Shrine last night, no one knew what kind of plan Itaki came up with. However, changes came quietly. Among them, Uchiha has deep feelings about this. Uchiha Thimble, a member of the Konoha Guard Force, led his animal friends that morning. Uchiha Snowstorm and Uchiha Pearl patrolled the streets of Konoha as usual. Not long after walking, Shueibao noticed something was wrong with the captain. Why did the captain keep his head down and meditate today? Could it be that he didn't get any rest? So, he cautiously stepped forward and asked, "Brother Thimble, did you sleep well last night? How about you go back and rest first, and we will be responsible for patrolling." Shueibao's words interrupted Thimble's contemplation. He took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead. "It's okay. Let's continue patrolling." "Yes." Shueibao agreed and returned to the team. A group of people walked on the lively streets of Konoha. The early morning market was still bustling with people, and the villagers were full of enthusiasm for life. But whenever Thimble and the other three passed by, pedestrians would give way as if they could not avoid them. Snowstorm and Pearl held their heads high, seeming to enjoy the awe from the villagers. Only the Thimble watched all this silently, with sadness surging in his heart. At the same time, he was also shocked. No wonder the young patriarch would give such an order. "We, the Uchiha clan, have been like this for a long time and have already lost the hearts of the people in the village. No wonder we can never reach the Hokage's position. If this continues, even if we seize the Hokage position, no one will really agree with it. It seems that the young patriarch is also aware of this problem, so he asked us to make changes, right?" Thimble thought secretly in his heart. Last night, Uchiha elites like Thimble received a secret order from the young patriarch, requiring the entire family to make adjustments in their appearance and behavior. This order is conveyed down through the elite ninjas, and eventually needs to be spread to the entire clan. And it was accompanied by stern warnings from several elders. Anyone who disobeys will ask for trouble. After all, this is about the future ambitions of the Uchiha clan. In the past, Thimble never cared about the way those civilians looked at them. Whether it was fear, awe, or contempt, he didn't care. But the situation was different now. He could read some clues from these eyes and vaguely sensed the layout of the young patriarch. "Brother Thimble, I'm going to buy breakfast. Are you still the same as before?" Shueibao came over and asked with a smile. "Yeah." Thimble responded simply, and Shueibao left the team and walked in another direction. Thimble was planning to patrol along the planned route, but suddenly something happened in his heart, his eyes flashed, and he quietly followed Shueibao's back. Pearl's face was full of confusion. "Brother Thimble, we should go this way, that is not our scope of responsibility. Just keep up," Thimble said coldly, speeding up and chasing after him. On the other side, Shueibao came to a busy bun shop, with several customers waiting to buy in front of the door. However, the appearance of a snowstorm caused people in line and diners to rush out of the way. The owner of the bun shop was a middle-aged man with a sad face. Seeing this, he could only smile bitterly in his heart, and then he put on a smile and stepped forward. "Sir Snowstorm, you are here. What would you like to eat today?" "Old rules, hurry up," Shueibao urged. Okay. The boss quickly packed up and handed a bag of buns to Shueibao. Shueibao took it, waved his hand and turned around to leave. Just record it in the account and settle it when you have money. The boss face darkened. These Uchiha people had been on credit for more than half a year and had never paid off. This was undoubtedly worse for his small business. But he didn't dare to say anything. He had warned him once before and almost suffered a disaster. Just as the snowstorm was fading away, an angry girl rushed out of the bun shop. "Hey, you haven't paid me yet." The boss was shocked and quickly grabbed the girl. "Don't shout." But Snowstorm had heard it. He turned around, his face as cold as ice. "Why didn't you pay me? I said I would pay the bill. Are you deaf?" The snowstorm is approaching step by step, like a wild beast about to go crazy. But the girl didn't flinch. "You've been owed for half a year. Is this any different from not paying me?" Shuebao suddenly laughed. "Then let me tell you the difference." As soon as he said it, he flashed in front of the girl, raising his giant hand and preparing to drop it. The girl cried in fear and huddled up in a ball. As an ordinary person, she was unable to avoid the ninja's attack. She saw that the slap was about to fall. At this critical moment, Shuebao's hand stopped in the air. A strong hand clasped his wrist tightly. Shuebao was stunned. Who dared to stop him? When I turned around, I saw it was a thimble with an expressionless face. He immediately put on a flattering smile. "Brother Thimble, why are you here too? What are you doing?" Thimble looked at him sternly. "I'm just going to teach this ignorant civilian a lesson." Thimble stared at him, but Snowstorm still looked unconcerned, obviously not taking this matter seriously. Thimble sighed secretly in his heart. "I am afraid that the young patriarch's plan will still have to go through some twists and turns." He let go of Shuebao's hand, and Shuebao quickly rubbed his wrist. The hold just now made his wrist hurt. Is this the difference between Uchiha elites and ordinary ninjas? The Thimble's majesty in his heart only increased. At this time, Thimble stared at him with a serious face and said seriously, "I hope I won't see such a thing again in the future. Do you understand what I mean?" He didn't let Shuebao apologize to the other party, because he knew that such a hypocritical approach would have no meaning other than increasing the other party's resentment. Only by truly restraining the situation from the source and preventing the recurrence of similar incidents can we truly have strong support for the young patriarch's plan. Chapter 50 The Bizarre Adventure of Thimble 2. And you, remember to tell the rest of our team this rule when you go back. He also didn't forget the pearl beside him. Understood. The two of them looked at the serious look on Uchiha's Thimble, and couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Could it be that the captain has changed his gender? Although Thimble didn't usually bully civilians like them, he always stood by and watched, which was considered an accomplice to a certain extent. But now how could he? But they didn't dare to disobey and could only nod in agreement. "Let's go." Thimble turned around and left neatly. Snowstorm and Pearl followed. But at this moment, a faint complaint came from behind. "It's really bad that I won't give you any money." Thimble's footsteps paused and he turned back with doubts. Shuebao mistakenly thought that the captain was angry, and immediately turned to the source of the voice and angrily shouted, "You ungrateful thing, do you think I really can't cure you?" "Snowstorm, shut up." Thimble suddenly shouted to stop. "Yes, Captain." Shuebao was yelled by Thimble, and his whole body trembled, and he stood there in confusion. The Thimble slowly walked toward the owner of the voice. His strong body seemed to carry an invisible pressure. The girl was so frightened that she didn't dare to look directly at him. "What did you mean by not paying me?" Thimble felt that it was the first time in his life that he had spoken so softly to a commoner. The girl was also shocked by this gentle Uchiha. In the past, no Uchiha could talk to them so gently without shouting at them. She glanced furtively at her father and then at the Thimble. Gritting her teeth, she mustered up the courage to tell Shuebao about the bills she had owed for half a year. She fantasized that maybe if she met a different Uchiha today, she would have a chance to get her money back. After saying that, Thimble's expression didn't change much. He just glanced sideways at Shuebao. Those eyes as deep as an ancient well made Shuebao's heart tighten. "Is she telling the truth?" asked Thimble. "Yes, yes." Thimble didn't say much and turned to the girl. "How much is the total?" A flash of surprise flashed through the eyes of the girl and her father at the same time. Could it be? The girl hurriedly reported a number. Thimble nodded, then reached into his pocket, took out his wallet, carefully counted out enough money and handed it to her. "The account is settled." "Thanks." The girl took the money with both hands and was very happy. It was so good that the money was finally coming back. But the joy didn't last long, as her peripheral vision suddenly caught a figure in the crowd. It was a man with a scar on his face. Seeing this eye-catching feature, the girl stood up suddenly, grabbed her father and pointed at the man. "Dad! He was the one who robbed my money that day." "What? Where is it?" The boss was also surprised, and then he picked up the broom beside him, looked in the direction his daughter pointed, and saw the scarred man. The boss pointed at him angrily and said, "Give me your money back." The scarred man was slightly startled at first, but when he saw the appearance of the girl and the boss, he felt relieved. It turned out to be just two soft persimmons. He raised the corner of his mouth and pretended to be innocent. "Stealing money? You are unjustly accusing me of this. Where is this? The adults of the Konoha Guard are watching. Be careful not to talk nonsense and walk around in circles." When he smiled, the scar on his face seemed to come to life, twisting and squirming, so ferocious that it made people's hearts tremble. "Young girl, it's not good to talk nonsense. Be careful if you step on ghosts when you walk at night." The girl was frightened by his fierce eyes, and her heart was pounding. He was really going to take action, right? At this moment, her eyes inadvertently passed over the Thimble that was quietly observing on the side, and a glimmer of hope suddenly rose in her heart. "This man of the guard looks different from the others." She took courage and shouted to the Thimble. "My lord, he robbed my money before, can you give me an explanation?" Hearing this, Thimble glanced sharply at the scarred man. The man with the scar noticed Thimble's gaze, but he didn't panic. He knew that these Uchiha guys had never been interested in such trivial matters. What's more, since there is no evidence now, they are even more lazy to take care of it. He was feeling very proud and was about to open his mouth to defend himself, but Thimble asked him first. "Do you have evidence that he did this?" Thimble's tone was calm, but it carried a power that could not be ignored. The girl's expression darkened. Yes, she had no evidence in her hand. However, Thimble's next words rekindled her hope. "If you are willing to report with a real name, I can take him back for investigation. But if it is found that you are making a false accusation, you will also be severely punished." "I do. I really do." The girl nodded without hesitation. "That's it. Go and take the person back to the security department." Thimble orders Snowstorm and Pearl. "Yes, Captain." The two of them took the order and stepped forward. When the scarred man saw this, he couldn't help but panic. Take him back to the security department? Once he is interrogated, how can he keep the secret? He must not let them succeed. Without thinking, he turned and ran. This scene made Snowstorm almost laugh out loud. Racing with a ninja? The two of them jumped lightly, and stopped in front of the scarred man without even using the teleportation technique. "You like running, right?" Shuebao delivered a straight punch, clean and crisp. The man with the scar wailed and fell to the ground. Thimble frowned slightly. It seemed that his warning just now was in vain. Shuebao noticed the captain's expression and quickly explained, "Captain, I didn't beat up the civilians. This guy is a criminal, so it doesn't count. This will not be repeated." No one can jump to conclusions before the matter is clarified. "Take away." Shuebao held the scarred man and followed Thimble back to the security department. As soon as he was tied up, the scarred man used all his moves like a bamboo tube to pour beans, even the torture was saved. And the girl at the bun shop spread the news. She felt like she was in a dream. The usually aloof Uchiha clan had become so upright and friendly to the people. This kind of change is happening one after another in Konoha village. People were surprised to find that the Uchiha clan seemed to have been completely transformed. Not only did they no longer bully civilians, they also stepped up efforts to combat evil in the village. Those who commit petty theft will be taken away as soon as they hit them. Even if there is no conclusive evidence, as long as someone is willing to report it with their real name and come forward to testify, the Ministry of Security will intervene in the investigation. Of course, those who maliciously accuse will also be severely punished, so there are few people dare to mess around. In just a few days, the security situation in Konoha village has improved significantly. On this day, Uchiha Thimble once again patrolled the streets with Uchiha Snow Leopard and Uchiha Pearl. He suddenly noticed that the villagers who usually avoided him gradually no longer feared them, and occasionally some people even greeted him with a smile. Thimble could feel that the villagers looked at them with less fear and more respect and intimacy. Is this what the young patriarch wants to achieve? Although it's just the beginning, the atmosphere is indeed much better than before.